Good morning. My name is Garrett Sheehan, and welcome to the 2020 Big Connect presented by Comcast Business. We'll get started in just a moment. Thank you for joining us this morning, and give us just a moment and we will get underway. Good morning, everyone. My name is Garrett Sheehan. I'm President and CEO of the Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce. We thank you for joining us for this year's 2020 Big Connect presented by Comcast Business in a virtual format. I want to thank all of our investors who support the Chamber throughout the year and allow us to put on not only this programming, but the events that you've seen throughout the year, the webinars, all the resources that we've been able to provide to small business as we've navigated through the pandemic. Especially Comcast Business, who is our presenting sponsor again this year for the Big Connect. Usually we're in person with Comcast Business. They have that great big booth on our Expo floor, but we're very happy to be joined by Paul Savas, Vice President of the Western New England region for Comcast Business. Paul, good morning.
Good morning, Garrett. We are once again at Comcast Business thrilled to be the presenting sponsor of the Big Connect. It's always a highlight of our year to make so many great connections with chamber members and also all of our existing customers. So for those of you that are on the meeting today that our existing customers are soon to be, thank you very much, and we very much appreciate your business. 2020 has been an incredible challenge for all of us, I'm sure, and the resiliency and the flexibility of the chamber to be able to still hold the Big Connect in such an interesting year is absolutely amazing. So Garrett, to you and your entire staff, to be able to hold such a worthwhile event, to bring together those connections in the community, to foster increased business and increased connections, because at a time like this, when we've been so disconnected, efforts of yours through the chamber to keep us all connected for not only business, but personal and mental health reasons, because we are such a wonderful and thriving business community in the Greater New Haven Chamber. It's a testament to what a great organization it is. And once again, we're thrilled to be the presenting sponsor, to be able to see members and be able to talk about the latest in technology as what we have to offer for keeping your businesses all connected and innovative and inspiring sorts of ways to make sure that your business continue to thrive in this environment. So Garrett, it's a pleasure once again at Comcast Business to be here with you, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks, Paul, and I'm pleased to let everyone know that this entire expo is run on Comcast Business. We have Comcast Business running through the chamber office, and could not be happier with the speeds. It lets all the videos play fine. And it's been a great experience, and we always love working with you and your team. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, Garrett.
All right, well, we are just getting underway. We're going to have our first speaker at 9 a.m. this morning. Much more to come. I do want to thank the rest of our sponsors who are with us, who have supported this big event. And again, thank you to Comcast Business as our presenting sponsor. We have a Zoom lounge networking room that will be running all day. It's sponsored by the energy efficiency programs at UI and Southern Connecticut Gas, part of the Avangrid family. You can go there, you can read about our Expo sponsors. We're gonna have some of the speakers are gonna navigate over there, and we'll also have dedicated networking times for you to go over and have some time to meet up with colleagues, meet up with people that you don't know. So we're gonna have some dedicated networking times that will all be taking place in our Zoom lounge networking room, again, presented by the energy efficiency programs at UI and Southern Connecticut Gas. I want to take a moment to thank all of our sponsors for today: Marrakesh, Bloom Shapiro, KeyBank, and Foxwoods Resort Casino. Also, all of our media sponsors: Connecticut Public, La Voz Hispana, Aligning, New Haven Biz, RJ Media Group, IKEA, Story Reel Studios, the Inner City News, Comcast Business, New Haven Register, and Hearst Connecticut Media Group. And also our day sponsor, Connecticut. Let's watch a video from them now.
We believe in the power of people to do what it takes, to stand strong, to meet challenges head on. At Connecticut, we help our members do just that. We're here when they need an ally, clearing paths so they can see their doctors or get their medicine safely at home. And since Connecticut is our home too, we see the power in its people every day. Connecticut, powered by people for a healthier you.
And thank you to Connecticut, who is sponsoring our day today here at the Big Connect. We also have a very special presentation for you right now to get things started for the morning. I want to welcome in Lenady Janot, who's going to start us off with God Bless America. Lenady.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, wide would foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Wow, that was really incredible. Thank you, Lenady, for that rendition of God Bless America, and a great way to start us off this morning for the Big Connect. We do have a few videos now that we're going to run, and some of our exhibitors who are with us today, also some of our other sponsors, we want to give them a big thank you. Again, we're going to get started at 9 o'clock. We have Frank Sesno is going to kick us off from a speaker standpoint. If you're joining for Start with Art, that's going to jump off at 8:50 a.m. and then we'll get right into Frank after that. And we also have our Zoom networking room is available. It's on Zoom. There's a link inside of the Whova platform where you can join us there. If you have any questions, reach out to the chamber. We'll make sure we get you to the right place. We're going to try to have some of our speakers navigate over to the Zoom room so you can have some extra conversation with them after they wrap up talking. And make sure you check out all of our exhibitor booths here in the virtual exhibitor hall. It's all right there on the Whova app. And we really do appreciate you joining us here for this virtual Big Connect. We'll play a few videos and then we'll be back with Start with Art at 8:50 a.m. And we'll get the video up in just a moment. And again, thank you for joining us here at the Big Connect virtual and 4 days. Normally 1 day. Today we're doing it over 4 days. Again, thank you to Comcast Business, our presenting sponsor for the Big Connect, and Connecticut, our sponsor of the day today. A full lineup of speakers that we have for you gets kicked off at 8:30 with Start with Art. And then we'll have Frank Sesno right after that. And we'll get started with some of our videos right now.
Years. And we're here for you, especially now, doing everything possible to keep you connected. Through the resilience of our network and people, we can keep learning, keep sharing, keep watching, and most of all, keep together. It's the job we've always done. It is the job we will always do.
Protect the environment and help your local economy by using certified and environmentally validated biodiesel from American Green Fuels. Biodiesel is a renewable energy source made from recycled waste products, such as used cooking oil, which is converted into biodiesel at American Green Fuels and then blended into your heating oil. Biodiesel burns cleaner even in your current oil burner, so ask your oil retailer for biodiesel produced by American Green Fuels. You are what you heat.
At AMS Practice Management, we are recruiters committed to your success. We're not just a vendor, we're your partner. Your team is foundational to your success, and we understand that finding the right candidate is about more than keywords on a resume, which is why we go beyond job boards and algorithms. It's about cultural fit, personality, experience, and so much more. You need someone who understands the vision. We're committed to providing you excellent customer service through clear communication and value-added information throughout the whole recruiting process. What challenging position can we help you fill?
So you're a small business, or a big one. You were thriving. But then, time to think, plan, pivot. How do you bounce back? You don't. You bounce forward with serious and reliable internet, powered by the largest gig speed network in America. But is it secure? Sure, it's secure. And even if the power goes down, your connection doesn't.
So how do I do this?
You don't do this. We do this together. Bounce forward with Comcast Business.
The door to a car you've been saving for. The door to a personal loan that feels genuinely personal. The door to a bedroom for each of your teenagers. The door to a new employee who's also your neighbor. And the door to a happy and full life for you and everyone you know. This year, KeyBank has already opened over 170,000 doors, helping people get from where they were to where they wanted to be. KeyBank opens doors.
Could the underground water, sewer, and septic lines leading to your home be a ticking time bomb? If pipe damage occurs, you'll not only be in a mess, but you could end up paying thousands of dollars in repair bills. Don't wait until it's too late. Pipe Safe to the Rescue is here for you 24/7. The Regional Water Authority's trusted Pipe Safe protection program provides peace of mind for homeowners. For pennies a day, enroll in the RWA's Pipe Safe plans at pipe-safe.com or call 203-562-4020.
And thank you again to all of our sponsors. If you're just joining us, we're getting ready for Start with Art, which is going to start at 8:50 a.m. And right after that, we will have Frank Sesno kicking us off, our keynote speaker for this morning here at the Big Connect, presented by Comcast Business. Few announcements I want to let people know about. First, we do have a raffle that is going on. You need to use your passport. It's part of the app that is on the Whova app. If you have any trouble with it, what you're going to use with that passport is stop by all of our exhibitor booths, make sure you get it validated, and then you'll be entered in for a prize. thanks to Foxwoods Resort Casino, a one-night room giveaway, dinner, plus free passes at Monza Race Karting. So that's the race cart. So that's a great prize. Again, you use the passport. It's in the Hoover app. Easiest to use on the mobile app, but also can be accessed from the web portal. If you have any issues with it, just let us know. But you go by going to each exhibitor booth, getting that checked off, and then you will be entered to win the Foxwoods prize giveaway. I do just want to run down our speakers for today. We've got a great lineup all day, all 4 days, I should say, for this event. But just a little while, we'll be hearing from Frank Sesno. Then our panel discussion this morning, positive pivots and best practices in the pandemic. We have Dale Krupp, Ramon Peralta, and Lauren Tagliatella as part of that panel. Then we're going to be talking at 11 a.m. about access to capital and other support for your business, presented by Key Bank, Allison Standish-Plimpton, one of our board members, and also a senior vice president with Key Bank, and then Richard Evans, vice president with the Community Investment Corporation, will be joining us. At noon, we'll hear from Lori Santos. She's a professor at Yale and the Science of Well-Being. And then at 12:30, Superhero's Guide to Building Your Brand and Dominating Your Market During and After a Pandemic, Hearst Media Group. And that's Paolo Romanacci. And we've heard from Paolo before. He's got great tips on how to improve your digital marketing. And then this afternoon, we'll round things out at 1:30, Optimism and Opportunity, the new roadmap to success from Bloom Shapiro. Some tips and tricks for you as you are navigating your business through these very difficult times. And as we were saying, we have full days. So on Tuesday, we'll be back here again. We're going to kick that off with Toby Corey and Get Virtual, how you take your business online through many different platforms. A lot of great speakers throughout the day, including our Women's Power panel on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we get things started with the Nonprofit Awards Breakfast. And then also Bill Strickland, who will be our keynote speaker on Wednesday. And on Thursday, really excited, we have Ross Dotat. Ross is a op-ed columnist with the New York Times, and he lives right here in New Haven. He's going to give us some perspectives on the election as well. So we have a great lineup, 4 days of great speakers throughout. Check out all of the exhibitors in our exhibit hall. And we're excited now this morning to turn to something we're going to carry on throughout all 4 days as well, and that's called Start with Art. New Haven region is so dependent upon the arts. It's such a part of what we do. And here at the Chamber, we're excited that we can highlight that. So each day of the 2020 Expo will incorporate a Start with Art segment. This is our way of honoring what is unique, diverse, and treasured in Greater New Haven. We'll highlight slices, pizza pun intended there, of New Haven to the broader community. Viewers of our virtual business expo will not only hear from national and regional speakers, but also visit the virtual booths and network in the Zoom lounge, as we've been saying, but also learn about New Haven's vibrant arts and culture that's essential to the wider range of the region's economy. This year's virtual expo is an opportunity to share what is good, real, and unique about New Haven with members of the business community and guests. And we are very pleased to start with art with Tony Falcone. And what we're titling his segment here this morning is The Accidental Artist. I'll just say about Tony, he helps us out so much at the Chamber. If you've been to the Chamber boardroom, you'll see the wonderful pictures on the wall. Those are all illustrations by Tony. So let's get right to it. Start with art.
I'm Dr. William Terry Brown, Chief Executive Officer for Gateway Community College, and it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Tony Falcone, the accidental artist, to Gateway's campus. We're actually in the middle of our art gallery where his work has been on exhibition since November of 2019, and unfortunately we had to close it down prematurely in April because of the pandemic. And so to actually have you here and meet you is really a real treat. So welcome to Gateway Community College.
Well, that's so nice. Thank you so much, Dr. Brown.
So my understanding is that this exhibition really celebrates your 46 years as a professional artist, and particularly here in the New Haven area. But I've heard you called, the accidental artist.
Right.
How did you get to be the accidental artist? What made it accidental?
It truly was accidental. I was at the time, going back into the 70s, a New Haven fireman. And I became a fireman because my dad had been a fireman. I was going to college, but then was going to get married, needed some full-time income. Turns out that I'm doing a doodle one day, and this friend of mine who said, "That's really good, you're an artist." I said, "No, I'm a fireman." He goes, "Let's do a mural." And the classic line was, "What's a mural?" I had never painted. He says, "We'll paint on a wall." So we did this big painting of an ice cream cone, 20 foot high on a handball court. It became a hit. Everybody loved it. And I had so much fun, I decided I have to do this all the time. So we started working together, and I found out that I had talent that I never knew I had. And I ended up never taking an art lesson, and 46 years later, I'm the accidental artist. I just happened to be found doing a doodle.
You kind of started off in a big way. I'm curious, when you walk past the gallery, you can't help but notice these two octagonal paintings. Can you tell me what they're all about and what led you to create them?
Thank you. I'd be happy to. So I left the fire department and I opened a studio in Prospect, Connecticut. And the first two paintings I did with my partner Dan were these two paintings. New Leaf is the lily pads, and New Earth is the one of the aerial view of the earth. New Leaf is my answer to life in the vast lane. Who knows how big the universe is, but when I think about the environment and I think about how sometimes we forget how fragile things are, I thought New Leaf would present life in a little bubble. There's cities in each of these bubbles, but I love the fact that it's sort of a surprise. You see it as a large painting of lily pads, and as you walk closer, you get to see that there's something inside the water droplets. And then New Earth, its companion, is a whole different view. Instead of the microcosm, this is the macrocosm. As you get back, you notice that there's something here besides just a pretty view of the earth. It's actually featuring a work of monumental landscape art. And there's all different kinds of solar power and water power, wind power. It's saying that the earth was a beautiful garden at one point. We polluted it, but we fixed it. And we planned for environmentalism, and we planned for overpopulation, so that to illustrate that it didn't happen by accident, the larger tree forms are actually the shape of a man and a woman, and they have the dome cities on each of their hearts, and they're suggesting as they reach other cities, and maybe this could go right across a desolate region of our own country or around the world. And I just wanted to say that that's my vision for saving the planet. We have to plan this stuff. We have to think about the environment as being very important.
And I know that perspective is very important in art and to an artist. I'm struck by several of your works of the New Haven area and things here and around. I was shocked when I saw that you had painted the huge horse racing mural on the back of Sports Haven. I've probably driven past it 100 times, and now I get to meet the artist. But one here in the gallery that really fascinated me was your painting. I guess it's an aerial perspective of the New Haven Green. Mm-hmm. Where did that come from, and why that painting? Why that perspective?
Okay, thank you for asking. That's one of my favorite subjects is New Haven. Believe it or not, I was born here, and the thing about New Haven is I love it being a big town, and I love it having all kinds of arts and culture and theaters and events. it's a very special place. And a long time ago, I read these revelations in the Bible about there will be a new heaven and a new earth. So I decided to title this one New Heaven because it sounded optimistic to me that you come here in the bubble over the city, and I just think that it represents my hope that New Haven always stays an exciting, vibrant, culturally rich place, and also a safe place for people to come and feel that they're in the right town when they come here.
So looking to the future, what is your vision for the artistic work that you'd like to do?
And it always comes back to the accidental artist approach. I'll tell you a funny story. I get these awesome ideas for marketing, and I do my letters and I follow up whatever with phone calls and things and try to get appointments. It's always a serendipity. It always happens that wonderful things, just a bat phone rings and somebody wants some artwork. And it leads to something really terrific. So my vision for the future is that I'm looking to just keep expressing my work and creating for a wider audience. I'd like to hopefully see my artwork be appreciated and be used in a way to help things with the environment, because I feel that the environment is really being overlooked and is important. So if my art can help inspire people to save this planet and to have a healthier environment for our children, for their future, that's a big goal of mine, and just to be able to keep creating.
Well, again, I am thoroughly impressed, not only with the pieces that I've seen here, but just the breadth of skill and talent. We're talking pieces that are, 8-9 feet high, a mural that is several stories high, portraits of President Obama, and paintings of Star Wars characters, and just the range of what you do truly is remarkable, and we're happy and thankful that you shared your work with us here at the college.
Oh, thank you so much. That means a lot to me. I also want to thank Gateway Community College for being receptive to having this show here, and they've done everything to help us have a really terrific audience and show. I should mention also the Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce. So I also want to make special thank you to Mary Ellen Cody of Gateway, to Ray Andrewson, who is putting the Art Expo together for the Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to thank him and all his staff. I also want to make special mention to one of the most important people in my life, and that is Judy Andrews, who's my partner in life and in business. She's just the most amazing person I've ever met, and she is my guiding light. So I just wanted to give a shout out to her. I'd also like to invite the public to look at my work at my website at www.falconeartstudio.com. If anyone's interested in some kind of work that they'd like to have done, they could call me. My phone number is 203-671-1256. And thank you so much, Dr. Brown, for taking the time to do this interview and for being so helpful. And I really appreciate your questions.
Truly, truly my pleasure. Thank you for sharing your talent and your vision and your art with all of us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you to both Terry and Tony. Great to see all of Tony's work, and just incredible. And that's Start With Art, and we'll start with that every morning at 8:50 a.m. Now I'd like to welcome Heather Latorre, who's the President and CEO of Marrakesh and our sponsor of our speaker this morning. Heather, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us. And thanks for bringing Frank here with us this morning.
Good morning, Garrett. Thank you. I am honored to be invited to help kick off this huge event by introducing our opening keynote speaker, Frank Sesno. The last time Frank addressed our group, our Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce group. It was at the Omni Hotel in 2017, and about 500 of us were gathered together. I miss those days. We were all mesmerized by his talk. Most of the group stayed after to meet Frank personally and have our books signed. Frank is special to me and to Marrakesh because of his sister, Laura. Over 60 years ago, Laura was born with Down syndrome and developmental disabilities. But their mom, Jean Wright, was not a woe is me type of person. She was a pioneer, and nothing was getting in her daughter's way to living a happy, healthy, meaningful, and independent life that she chooses, just like everybody else. We are honored that Laura and her family selected and continued to trust Marrakesh to support her in living her life with quality and self-sufficiency. Frank is typically at the Oakdale with us in November for our largest annual fundraiser. This year, we changed it up to a virtual month of giving with a silent auction and matching donation challenges. Please check us out on your Big Connect app to find our video, which shows our large human service organization pivoting our operations to maintain the physical and fiscal health and happiness of our entire Marrakesh family. And stop by our virtual exhibitor booth for more information. I wanted to give you a brief glimpse into the accomplishments of Frank Sesno. He's the Director of Strategic Initiatives at George Washington University's School of Media and Public Affairs. He's an Emmy Award winning journalist and the creator of Planet Forward. And he also hosts the podcast, Healthy You, Surviving a Pandemic. Frank teaches classes on environmental reporting, ethics in journalism, documentary, and the art of the interview. Frank has, he's also the author of Ask More, The Power of Questions to Open Doors, Uncover Solutions, and Spark Change. Frank has interviewed 5 US presidents and spent 21 years at CNN, where he serves as White House correspondent, anchor, Sunday talk show host, and a Washington bureau chief. But most of all, Frank Sesno happens to be a pretty amazing person, educator, friend, colleague, and family man, and I'm honored to introduce you to him. Thank you. You will enjoy. And Frank, you are on.
Thank you very much, Heather. I so appreciate it. And I hope you all can hear me now. If not, somebody should scream at me, but I assume I'm with you. I want to start by thanking Heather and the New Haven Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce. First to Heather and Marrakesh. Let me say, Heather is an unbelievable leader. The people who work at Marrakesh, working with people with developmental disabilities across the state of Connecticut, are, in my humble opinion, heroes. They come into work, especially now amid COVID, every day, committed to helping people make the most out of their lives and contribute to their communities, whether it's in the New Haven area or anywhere across the state, in the most amazing, creative, positive ways possible. So Heather, here's to you. And given that this is a giving month, as you know, the Sesno family proudly supports Marrakesh. We will continue to do that. And I would encourage everyone out there to do that, because it is just an amazing place offering amazing opportunities to people from all walks of life. To the Chamber of Commerce, I'm thrilled to be back with you. Now, unfortunately, I'm coming to you from my home here in Washington, D.C. And as I like to say, I'm from Washington, but don't blame me. I'd much rather be in Connecticut, near you, near my sister, back toward my roots, because I grew up in Connecticut, of course, K through 12 in the great Nutmeg State. But unfortunately, COVID keeps us apart. I hope that will change, and I hope that we will be able to be together in the future. I'm going to talk to you today about resilience, community, diversity, creativity, the weird world we're in. But I think, given that it's kind of morning time, and I think some of you will be, I hope, joining me later for some conversation and questions, but given that it's morning time, I think it's appropriate. And I'd like to toast everybody. I have my orange juice here. And so, you know, morning breakfast toast. Here's to Connecticut and the Chamber and businesses and prosperity and all of us coming out of our COVID caves soon enough. Now, what do you notice about this glass? Is it half full or half empty? I've had this sort of philosophical kind of self-realization lately as I think about half full and half empty glasses, as I think about what I've done in my life as a journalist and all I've seen, the stories I've done, the stories I've covered, the people I've interviewed. So I now have decided, and I dedicate my talk this morning along these lines. I think of myself as a glass half empty optimist. So the glass is half empty. I'm pretty good at seeing that. Journalists are good at that, right? I mean, it's the plane that crashes, not the plane that lands safely. That's always the story. And as we look at politics, we surely know that the focus is mostly on the controversy and the negative. But I'm optimistic nonetheless. And one of the reasons that I'm optimistic fundamentally is also because of all I've seen and the amazing people. And they start in groups like this, in chambers of commerces around the country, in communities, in towns and cities, who are dedicated to one another, to places like Marrakesh, to neighbors, and to their own well-being, prosperity, equity, participation in a wider, larger, and more diverse community. That's what benefits everybody. And that's the beauty, really, of the American dream, which I've also seen and covered a lot of. So I'm going to talk about some of that. Now, of course, when you talk about that, you also have to talk about the half empty part. So I may start with that. I came to Washington. I grew up in Connecticut, as I said, went to school in Vermont, and then came down to Washington when Jimmy Carter was president. I was 3, that's okay. But I came down here, and one of the first things I covered was a huge strike by, some of you may remember this, American farmers, and farmers drove their tractors to Washington. They filled them all, and there was all kinds of upheaval there. I covered Ronald Reagan. That was, in fact, my first White House assignment. And during Reagan's term, we had the Challenger disaster. We had the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut. Terrible, terrible things and challenges. We had, very, very serious Cold War confrontations. But then we also had, Gorbachev and Reagan and, Mr. Gorbachev tear down this wall, and nobody would have thought that was possible. I was here through the Bush presidencies and all the rest. I stood on the West Front when Barack Obama was sworn in January of 2009, seeing the first African-American in history putting a hand on the Bible, raising his right hand and taking the oath of the presidency in the shadow of the very same building where some of the most oppressive policies in American history were articulated, pursued, and sometimes voted on. Also where we stood up for freedom and equity and civil rights. And I think, my God, what a sweep of experience that we have had. I was covering the White House or at CNN when we had the impeachment of Bill Clinton and Bush v. Gore and 9/11. So think of what we've been through. And so when we think about these words, resilience, community, diversity, and creativity, we draw on these things, even in the worst of times, for our strength. And here's where we are today. Glass half empty time, okay? COVID. We've got this new surge. We have word today that there's a second vaccine that's nearly 95% effective, potentially. So we know that science is rallying, okay? There's the optimism. Glass half empty is we have more people getting sick, more people dying, and an absence of federal leadership at a critical time in the trajectory of this terrible virus. The economic challenges this has all produced. And I don't need to tell this group because here you are, businesses on the front lines, whether you're restaurants or whether you're offices or whether you're delivery services or whether you're providing any kind of educational service. We've been hammered by this, and we will continue to be hammered by this for a while. I work at the George Washington University. We are shut now for in-person classes for the second semester. It's taken a terrible economic toll, a terrible emotional and professional toll, and a terrible learning toll. My heart goes out to everyone who's trying to raise children, educate children, because in this environment, it is so, so challenging. The economic challenges, as I mentioned, ripple through families and businesses. It's incredible. The political divisions that we're seeing, okay? Like I said, I came to this town, Washington, a long time ago, don't blame me, And I have seen all kinds of things, never anything like this. The harshness, the divisiveness, the otherness, the effort to kind of polarize is really shocking and in many ways quite frightening. And we're going to have to draw on deep, deep resources within us as a society and as a culture to get over this. The racial reckoning that we are experiencing following the George Floyd and other very public and horrific killings has really challenged us fundamentally to understand who we are, where we came from, what we still have as a legacy surrounding that, what still needs to be done, and how we become not just benign, but anti-racists. How do we stand up to this individually, as families, as communities, as businesses? And there's some remarkable stuff being done, glass half empty, but also cause for hope and optimism. The media, my business. I wrote this, now it seems, maybe I was writing to the managers of Jurassic Park when I did it, when I was at CNN some years ago. But I wrote a memo to the reporters in the Washington Bureau. And I said, when you're doing a live shot, when you're live on television, please try to avoid 2 words, I think. Because I said, the audience doesn't really care what you think. The audience cares what you've seen, what you've heard, what you can document, what you have witnessed. That's what reporters should do. Well, look at the media landscape now, and there's a ton of opinion. There's so much commentary. There's so much attitude. And in fact, many news organizations have taken sides, both reflecting and amplifying the divisions that we experience all the time. And I don't know that genie is going back into the bottle. We're not going back. And I said this 3 years ago, I think, when I was up speaking with you, we're not going back to a Walter Cronkite world anytime. It's not going to happen. Bring in social media and how easy it is on social media for people to attack, criticize, spread disinformation, false information, frighten. We have deep fakes where you can make these videos that look like the real thing. And look what they've done to us. And whether they're coming from somebody sitting in the basement, as we've joked about in the past, or from Russia or Iran or North Korea or somebody in Macedonia who just wants clicks and to make money, it doesn't matter, because fear sells, conspiracies take root, and this has the effect of dividing us. And so we're going to have to be really vigilant about that. We've got a new program at GW. We were given some funding about a year and some ago by the Knight Foundation. We've created an Institute for Data Democracy and Politics, and we're doing research into where this stuff comes from, what effect it has, what can be done to counter it. Again, the glass is half empty, but I'm very optimistic that great minds and very thoughtful, caring people are focusing on this at our level and many, many, many other levels to do something powerful about it. The question this all leaves us with, it's a big one, and I think Heather mentioned my work with Planet Forward, which focuses on climate change and sustainability and efforts to create a world in which the ideas, the innovations, the inventions can help us move the planet forward. One of the big challenges we've got is sort of fact versus fantasy, and science versus what? Made up stuff, science versus conspiracy, science versus whatever you want it to be. We're going to have a really serious and important challenge when these vaccines come out, because as an example, we as we know, there's an anti-vax movement. And again, a colleague of mine has studied that and found, for example, that about 40% of the anti-vaccination disinformation over a period of time has come from Russia via the internet and social media. Why? Not to move policy, not to sell or not sell vaccines, but simply to sow chaos and discord and disagreement. So this is what the glass half empty looks like. This is what we're up against. Divisive politics, major challenges from COVID, the economy, major issues with disinformation, a media environment that just is noise a lot of time and at times, and politicians who can both capitalize on this and suffer from it. Let me go to the optimism now. because that's really where I want to focus. And I mentioned the 4 words that I kind of have been kept in mind throughout all of this: community, resilience, diversity, and creativity. Community, okay. The most wonderful job I had actually was when I was a local reporter, and I was reporting on small businesses and my neighbors and my community. And people care about that. They're less likely to take hard sides. They're less likely to engage in conspiracy theories. They're less likely to just pile on when they know you as a neighbor. It doesn't mean there's not going to be debate. It doesn't mean that you're not going to have a town meeting or a school board meeting and people aren't, screaming and yelling. That's the nature of things. But when you're in a community and when you can make clear what the tangible benefits and problems are, things become real. I think that I think about, we had a story when I was working in this community about renovating the town hall so it could be accessible to all. So people with handicaps and disabilities could get through it. These were in the earlier days of the Americans with Disability Act and all that kind of thing. And there were people who pushed back on it. And the town manager spoke publicly and talked about his own disabled child and how his disabled child would be able to access this building. And it brought people around because suddenly there was what we call in journalism a trusted source. Town manager was everybody's neighbor. He was telling a story about his own life and his own child and making something that seemed intangible very real, because it was the building everybody knew on Main Street that needed money, but was going to be accessible not just for his child, but for anyone who was in a wheelchair or anyone who confronted disability. I think about COVID. This announcement today from this next pharmaceutical company following Pfizer last week, that they've developed a vaccine. It still needs to move more through the clinical phases that will be way past what Tony Fauci said a successful vaccine would be. He said he had talked about a 75% effective vaccine. These are 90 and 95% effective vaccines, and they are turned in record time. Never before has a vaccine certainly to a pandemic that afflicts the globe been turned so quickly. What are we capable of doing? I work with my students in my Planet Forward project, and many students, so many young people are so concerned about climate change and about the challenges to the environment, about a world they see in peril. And I speak to them, yes, all of that is true, but sometimes I come into class and I hold up it's just a glass of water, but I say, what if I came in and I held this clear liquid, and I told you that this clear liquid could help you defy gravity or move at 100 miles an hour? Okay, yes, it's a fossil fuel. Yes, it's gasoline, but imagine the miracle that has done. Now think about the solar panels that are on the roof or out in the solar farm. Think about nuclear power and what that can do. Look what human beings are capable of. I got into the environmental side of the work that I do years ago when I was at CNN, and I did a documentary on energy and the environment, and I literally traveled the world. I went out to the deep waters of the Gulf. I went to the sugarcane fields of Brazil. I went to the oil sands of Canada. I went to the labs of General Motors where they were building hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. And I said, my God, this is incredible what humans are capable of. I was talking to this old boy on this drill rig out in the Gulf, and he's from Louisiana and been in the energy business all his life. And he said, if you had told me 5 years ago that we could drill 7 miles down and sideways and extract this natural gas, I would have told you were crazy. In 5 years, that industry had transformed. And as we talk now about cleaner technologies, as we talk about renewable energy, as we talk about all the things that we're capable of doing, that's where optimism comes from. I think about the people who don't get much focus in the news, who have committed themselves to to bring sides together in our politics. That's a tough business right now. And some of the lawmakers in the state of Connecticut, and the ones you know personally, you probably like, even if you disagree with them, at least for the most part, because they're most of them committed to serving the public. one of my concerns and one of the things I'd like to see done a little bit better, and I'm trying to do this in some of the work that I'm doing as well, is how about focusing on people who are actually contributing in public service? And by the way, that can be political leaders. It can also be corporate leaders, because there's so many people who are doing that. Again, this is something you know through your work with the chamber and the work that Garrett does and others. I mean, there's incredible energy and philanthropy and community commitment, and now very, very clearly stated commitment to diversity and equity and expanding that. So that's something that gives me cause for some hope and some optimism. I will tell you a story of a friend of mine. I went to college with him. He went off to medical school. I interviewed him recently for the podcast that I'm now doing called Surviving a Pandemic. His name is John Durham. He goes by Bull, so we call him Bull Durham. He comes from Maine. He's got a wonderful, thick, old Maine accent. I remember years ago when I went up visiting him when we were in college, going out and lobstering together. But Bull went to medical school and became an orthopedic surgeon. He did a fellowship in India. He came back to this country, and he's now working on the Navajo reservation in Arizona. He goes to Haiti every year for several weeks to work with Haitians. He started doing this after the earthquake. He ended up adopting a child there, a child who he discovered had been orphaned and needed parenting. And she is now growing up in Flagstaff, Arizona, which is where he lives. There are challenges there, but they are making an incredible contribution to a life. This is one person doing one thing, but look at the impact that he is having. And I would love to see us focus some more on people who are making these kinds of contributions in communities. And so many of them right there in New Haven who are doing this, who are resilient, who are creative in how they come at a problem or a community or their own cash flow, and who celebrate and engage the diversity that is New Haven with all of the opportunities and challenges that suggests. I mentioned to you that I do this sustainability class, the sustainability project through Planet Forward. I teach a class around that as well. I think Heather mentioned that. And the very searing experience that I had recently, we were looking at a new report that was talking about accelerating climate change and some of the real challenges and how far behind we are in dealing with a lot of that. And the conversation took off in class amongst these students about what this means. And several of the students said, because of this problem, they had made the decision not to have children. Now, these are 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds. So there's room for change over time. But I've had similar conversations with my daughter, who really, and she's, been out of college for a while now. Should she bring a child into the world when the world is in such peril? And so we have conversations. And I say, now, wait a minute. What if people had said this in 1943 when the world was engulfed in war? Or in 1933 when the world was swept by depression? What if people said this in the midst of slavery, when people were enslaved? What if we said this during the Black Death that wiped out a quarter of the world's population? Human beings don't give up. Human beings take all the crap that we throw at ourselves and we double down and we think around it and we try to invent our way out of it, right? Back in the 70s, the Hudson River stank and Los Angeles was a smog pit. Those problems have not gone away, but they're a lot better. We can fix these things. And so I think this is the spirit that we need to really reach back in. We have been through, I started by talking about this and I'll come back to it again, the most unbelievable political cycle I have ever seen. I have covered presidents really since Jimmy Carter. And you may love Donald Trump or you may hate him, but I will say this, I have not seen a president be as harsh and as difficult and as divisive in his rhetoric and otherize others. And okay, fair enough. The other side does that too. We somehow are going to need to find a way as a culture, as a society, to step back, to take a breath, and to find ways that for all our difference and diversity, we can agree to disagree, or we can disagree in modestly agreeable ways. You know, and the president isn't alone on this. We've lost the sense of civility in our Congress here in Washington. We've got so much money and so many people in this process that it's just, you know, hurling insults. The media is the great amplifier out there. So we've got to find a way to step back. So here's another place where I find hope. I talked to you about my college students, and that is young people. There is more power and there's more commitment than we've seen. One of the good news coming out of a very divisive election is that more people voted, and lots of young people did that too. I've had the opportunity to interview some of these amazing young people. I've had the opportunity to teach them, but I've also had the opportunity to interview them because they've got so much reach. There's a young man by the name of David Hogg. David Hogg is a survivor of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. He came to George Washington University a little while ago, and the students at GW who had invited him asked me if I would do a sort of fireside chat interview with this young man. And I said, well, don't you really want someone, you know, a peer? You know, I didn't want me. No, we want you to do it. I said, okay, fine. I'm honored, and I will do that. And this young man, who was unbelievably poised, told the story. His sister was in school that day. He was in school that day, of the school shooter and what that was like. But then he spoke about how he went about organizing students and using social media to connect them and bringing 1 million people together. He also talked about death threats that he has gotten, but that he went and has spoken and has stood up for what he believes in. Again, whether you agree with it or not, the particulars of what he's calling for, which is obviously more gun control and things like that. The fact that this young man, still in high school, can come out of such a tragic situation like that, reach across the country through media and create a movement is an astonishing thing. And as I said to him, and as I say to young people, you have more power, more reach, more connectivity, more network, more community as a young generation than any young generation ever has had in the history of the world. Think about that. Think of the power that confers and the responsibility that confers. Knowing what you know, knowing what you don't know, and mobilizing, that's amazing. And that's what young people do. Climate is another huge issue where young people are very active. And I talk to young people around that all the time. And I say to them, I play the grandma game with them. I ask who's got the oldest grandma in the room, and inevitably someone says, oh, my grandma's 98 years old. And I say, that's great, you got great DNA. If you live to your grandma's age, what year is that? And this is when I know I don't have math majors in the room because I can't do that very quickly, although it's strangely a little easier now because a lot of them were born in the year 2000. So 2000 plus 98 is 2098. Wow. And if you have kids in the year 2030, how long will they live? Wow, that's 2128. Imagine that. And in the year 2050, when we have nearly 11 billion people on the planet and we need twice as much energy, 60% more food, 40% more water, who's going to invent that? Who's going to come up with that great idea? Who's going to develop the next green revolution or the next energy revolution? And that's where you sort of see the light bulbs go on. And so I'm back to the resilience to understand that what we encounter is something we got to deal with and we work around it. The creativity to think, not just think outside the box, but as I like to say, burn the box, right? And that's where young people come in because they don't know bounds. To reach out to diverse ideas and people and places to bring those great ideas together, to capitalize on that, and to really understand that we're driven in these places by the community around us, because that gives us both our identity and our purpose. I think that our leaders are able to inspire as well. They've done that in the past. I remember, as I said, I first started covering Ronald Reagan, and he spoke often about the city on the hill, the shining city on the hill, and he really believed in that. I remember covering him in Moscow when he went into the heart of what was then communism, to talk about the benefits, the value, the importance of a free press, even if you didn't like what they said, to bring people the ideas and to hold those in power to account so that you could have a free society. I remember George Herbert Walker Bush calling for a kinder, gentler America. And while I was covering him, he had his 1,000 points of light. Every day they would trot out somebody who had contributed something to the community, to highlight some heroic, brave, courageous, creative action that just a normal person was doing to move a community in the right direction. Bill Clinton, say what you want about Clinton, and we went through impeachment with him too, but he tapped in, at least initially, to this very sort of idealistic, I still believe in a place called Hope. He came from Hope, Arkansas. I still believe in a place called Hope. And, Boys Nation, there he was with JFK, the idea of youth. And this is the thing that makes me the saddest about our politics, and not just now, but it's been happening over time, this sort of loss of this sense of idealism. We got to figure out how to get back to that. And we're not going to get back to it in the ways of JFK. We're not bringing those days back. They will be reinvented in different ways. Barack Obama talked about the arc of history. And again, agree or disagree with Barack Obama. I think that notion of the arc of history is right. That over time, we do progress. We take steps back, we bump into one another, we make a mess, and we try to clean it up. It's kind of like raising kids. The stakes are very high right now, and we need to be very thoughtful about this. But I do see some real sense from a lot of people that a return to civility, some degree of normalcy, and certainly in our politics is possible. It's going to be really hard. It's going to be really hard because we've got this polarized public, and the research that we've done and the anecdotal stories we hear shows just how deeply divided we really are and how those go. But it can be addressed, and it's one of the reasons I call on my kin in the media to focus on not just the negative stories, but also the positive stories. There's this movement called solutions journalism that's trying to do it, but it needs to be brought into a lot of other places. I am going to leave you with a few thoughts, and then I'd love to open it up to your questions. So I've kind of laid out, right, my glass half empty optimism here. Lots of challenges, but a lot of reasons to think that we are capable of tremendous things, and we're going to do tremendous things. So I'm going to close the formal part of my talk here with Frank's 5 steps to staying informed while staying sane. Not an easy thing to do. There's a lot going on in our world. I find that if I turn the TV on too much, it's just depressing. My wife has declared this a news-free zone after 9 o'clock at night, so presumably we can sleep. So, and I talk to my pals in the media, and I still do this a lot. So I offer what I suffer from. So my 5 steps. 1, schedule your news. Don't be around the clock news consumer. That is not a recipe for sort of a healthy outlook on things. We are now, all of us, our own executive producers, our own editors in chief. How much we consume, when we consume it, from where, that's up to us. So my suggestion is consume for some time in the morning. It's a good way to start the day because it'll either get you angry enough or outraged enough or inspired enough to go launch, and then turn it off. If you want to come back to it in the evening, do it just before dinner, maybe just after dinner, but I think before dinner is better so that you can get that out of the way and then try to change the subject or chew on it over dinner. Something to talk about. Don't come back to it at night unless you're really resilient yourself, because it'll just get you worked up. And one of the things that we've seen with a lot of people is sort of compulsive consuming, and that is not necessarily a great thing. 2, diversify your portfolio. People ask me this all the time. Where should I get my news? You know, if I care about COVID, if I care about politics, if I'm into, the economy, where do I go? My response is, like a good investment portfolio, your news portfolio needs to be divested. Sure, the New York Times, the Washington Post are great. You know where they come from. The Wall Street Journal and the Atlantic are really powerful sources of information as well. The Atlantic goes deeper and has some really, really terrific stuff online. They started courts. NPR, Politico will zero in on politics. Axios, they call it smart brevity. If you aren't familiar with that, a very short kind of design for this as we consume off of our handheld devices. BBC and the BBC World, the Brits are pretty good at this kind of thing, and they will bring us the world. They can encapsulate it. The Guardian is a terrific place. So, diversifying that news portfolio is great. 3, make sure your news sources pass the give 'em hell test. To be I think, responsible news organization, they really should, and if they take seriously holding power to account and all that, they got to give everybody hell, not just one place or one person. Nobody gets a pass, but you come at this job, whether it's holding those in power and politics accountable, the out of power party accountable. You can't just say anything. Like, how are you going to pay for that? Or where's that going to come from? Those questions need to be asked. People in corporate America, in the church, you name it. Real journalism, responsible journalism, is an accountability exercise for all. And as I say, no one side team person gets picked on all the time, and nobody gets a pass. So they have to pass the give them hell test. All right, let's come to a different place now. How do we do this and stay sane? Embrace empathy and court context. We need to get a sense of perspective on the information in the world that's whirring around us. So this notion of embracing empathy, where other people come from. I gave a book talk. Obviously, I did this in New Haven, but I also gave a book talk that I'll never forget in Kansas, to the Kansas Medical Society. And these were all doctors. They were really smart, and they were also really conservative, most of them. And you know what they really objected to is that nobody bothered to come and spend time with them or in their communities. And so much of the national media and national politicians, for that matter, talked about them or referred to them, and this was the greatest insult of all, as flyover country. What do you mean flyover country? This isn't flyover country. This is my home. So this idea of understanding, empathizing, standing in someone else's shoes, whether they're across the country or across town, different from us, with different experience, different thought process, different outlook on life, is vital. We've got to do that. And courting context, how about thinking about a little history? Where has our experience been? Where have we come from? Where is someone else coming from? Attitude is fine, but outrage can be avoided, or at least looked at not through a cynic's lens, but through a skeptic's lens. Healthy skepticism is a good thing. No one would start a business without saying, well, what happens when the downturn comes? Or can I get the money? Or how's my, what's going to happen if I lose 10%? Am I going to be able to still stay in business? That's the responsible and healthy skepticism we all need. So embrace empathy and court context. And number 5, and I've talked about this, seek inspiration, right? Find the people who have tilted at windmills, made a difference, sacrificed something for the greater good, put others in front of themselves. They may be down the street. They may be characters in a book or a movie or a video. Maybe you write a book about them or you make a video about them. But that inspiration that we seek in ourselves, in our communities, in our news, in our politics, that's what gives us hope. That's what provides a storyline that shows that, no, we're not all going to live happily ever after. That's not how life works. It's not how things unfold. But we do make progress. And that's why we're all here. I told you at the outset I was a storyteller, and I talk to my students about storytelling. And I have a little bumper sticker for storytelling. It's not terribly original, but it pretty well captures it. Compelling characters overcoming obstacles to achieve a worthy outcome. Think about that. That's an unbelievable movie, right? Superman does that. Compelling character, Clark Kent falls to earth, kryptonite's a bad thing, obstacles, Lex Luthor, anybody else, but to achieve a worthy outcome. Business leaders do that. Scientists do that. Educators do that. People at Marrakesh do that. They are compelling characters. What makes them compelling? Okay, what makes someone compelling? As a storyteller, we look for that, to describe that, to help them be compelling. What are their obstacles? And what are they doing? They're trying to overcome them toward some great end. So I think that here's where I stand, and I'm going to turn it over to Garrett in just a moment, as a glass half empty optimist. I'm a realist. I'm a journalist. I write the story. I know where, we all know full well where the problems are, and there are many. And I've had some very dark days in these last few months looking at our politics and wondering, how do we get this back on track? But through the context, through the history, looking at what our communities do, how people can come together, in fact, how they do every day. It's just not the story that makes the most noise and gets the most headlines. In order to overcome these obstacles, to achieve the worthy outcome of strong communities, of better lives, of more prosperous businesses, of smarter people, of more opportunity, that's what we need to keep our focus on. And no amount of noise from the politicians or from the media or anywhere else should show us or convince us that we're not still capable of that, because we are. We invent every day. This is what I do with my Planet Forward project. I focus on the ideas and the innovations that move the planet forward. And those continue to happen. This is a time of testing. I believe, I hope, right, that we're going to come through it and we'll be better for it, because we've had a level of engagement and thought about who we are and what we are that we've not had before, forged by crisis perhaps and division, and we'll come through it. So with that, I would stop. I would thank you very much for everything that you all do. And Garrett, back to you. You've got days of great conference here, and onward.
Well, thank you, Frank, so much. It's great having you. I'll let everyone know. We'll do a couple questions here, and then Frank's going to join in our Zoom networking room, so folks can shift over there and talk to him for a couple minutes. Frank, just interested in the future of journalism. I know you touched on it, and some of these trends, they definitely started before Donald Trump became president, the polarization of the media. I do worry, though, that in the last year or so, it seems like everyone started, maybe not explicitly picking a side, but people believed that everyone was on a side, and there was a lot more of, I think, and kind of a little editorialism added in. How does the media move on from here? I heard you say you can't put the genie back in the bottle. I mean, is the media broken in that sense, that it can't get back to that impartiality, or at least perception from the viewer that it's impartial?
Well, so we have to break it down, because it's a really great question, something that I think and worry about a lot, right? Because the CNN that I work for isn't the same CNN. It's still CNN, and when big news happens, it can still very much engage, and does engage, on the news thing, but there's no question that there's more opinion programming, certainly in prime time. Fox News has a very big divide between the news side, which is why they got in so much trouble with the president, because they actually said, "Oh, Arizona, sir, is going to Biden," and they did it early, and then they declared Biden president-elect. Their opinion side, their primetime programming, is off the charts with opinion. MSNBC is all opinion. So there's the cable world, and that's filled with opinion. The talk radio world is also filled with opinion. I'm growing up in Connecticut. I remember I used to grow up listening to New York All News Radio, WCBS, All News, right? Probably some people know that, and All News grew up as I was growing up. And that kind of thing is very different. Who listens to terrestrial radio? NPR has huge numbers, but they're having more and more who listen to podcasts. Well, what do you do when you listen to a podcast? You pick the podcast you like. What happens to the newscast? When I first went into the news business, the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, required newscasts at the top of every hour on every radio station in America. That's been dropped. So getting 4 minutes of the news or 5 minutes of the news doesn't exist. Cable is different than news radio, and talk radio is different than news radio. And, the Wall Street Journal is different than the New York Times, is different than Breitbart. It's all over the place. I think, Garrett, what's going to have to happen, and there's a big effort to try to, especially in schools and elsewhere, train young people in sort of media literacy. People are going to have to understand that they're going to have to shop around for their news diet in the same way they shop for their food diet. There's a lot of junk food out there. We eat a lot of it. A lot of it's bad for us, but it's cheaper, it's tastier, it's easier, it comes wrapped, we can take it out with us, and our news diet is going to be the same. There are marketing opportunities for news organizations, and some are trying this. There's a lot of money that's going into it. The biggest challenge right now is in local and regional journalism. So, the New York Times has 4 or 5 million digital only subscribers. The Washington Post has close to 3 million. The LA Times is around 200,000. The Salt Lake Trib, I happen to know the person who runs the Salt Lake Trib, they're in the 20,000. What's the future of the Hartford Courant? All right, how are we going to tell the stories of Connecticut, of our communities? I've talked to governors and mayors, including some in Connecticut when I was up last, who say, I don't even have reporters come to my, city hall or cover the legislature anymore, So I think the burden of responsibility is shifting. It's shifting increasingly to news consumers. And one variety is that there's going to be an opportunity for people like with public broadcasting to invest in whether it's investigative journalism or other kinds of things. There's going to be community funding for this. I'm not optimistic about that, by the way. I think that's going to be really challenging to come up with the revenue needed to really run news organizations. But it's going to be a very challenging time while this shakes out. Huffington Post is not what I would say should be your first stop if you're, and more people are getting information through their Twitter feeds and through their Facebook, their friends who say, hey, you should read this or take a look at that. And people are going to have to judge that skeptically too. So there's great journalism out there, Garrett, just to put a button on this, terrific journalism that's happening. And it's happening in a lot of different places. But it's not going to be the kind of, when I grew up, there were 3 networks and 2 newspapers, it's not going to be that ever again.
I'm going to turn to Karen Crane. She had a question. Karen, go ahead. You're unmuted. Let's see if we can get Karen to ask it. All right, well, while we're getting her up, Frank, another question on the polls. This is 2 cycles of presidential elections so far. Maybe it's just this candidate and the people that he attracts and that pollsters miss them. But what are your thoughts about polls going forward after now these 2 misses? And I know there's details about specific polls and national polling. But what are your thoughts on it?
Big problem. I don't want to throw anybody off a cliff, but maybe we should walk everybody to the cliff and have them stare down. There are, and I've been reading a lot about this and talking to some pollsters I know, there are serious problems in polling now. And these are big challenges ranging in every way from the proper weighting of polls, which they thought they did this time, and they still missed a lot of the Trump vote. They way overstated the gender gap and where this was going. And, some of the states that were going to be runaways by some of these polls turned out to be very close. The national number tracked closer, but it was not a 10-point spread. Problems in phone. So how many people have landlines? How many people have cell phones? Problems in people refusing polls because they're getting pounded by robocalls and they don't have them. Polls, these calls can now be screened out, so some of them never even ring into a lot of different people. So there's one part of the problem is in the polling industry, and they're scratching their heads a lot on this, and it's a real issue. The other problem is in the media and the political worlds and how they take polls, and they hang their hats on these things. And polls should be a tool, never a crutch. They become a crutch. They become stories in their own right. Let's come to Connecticut for a minute. Quinnipiac put itself on the map with their poll, and their poll is a highly respected poll, but it too got some things wrong or not as right as they should have been. And it points there are a lot of organizations and funders, donors, who want to put their name on a poll. And there's also been a polling explosion, proliferation of these things. So there are so many of them, and in some ways that's good. And Real Clear Politics did their poll of polls, and they thought by averaging together the polls, you'd come up to better. And even that didn't work because, it's woodshed time in the polling industry, and it's woodshed time in the media industry, because you got to stop hanging on these things. And let me tell you what, politicians fundraise around this stuff. I mean, this isn't inconsequential. This is a big deal. So there's going to be a lot of rethinking and a lot of deep research and head scratching. I haven't seen anybody convincingly answer the question yet. Everybody's still asking it.
Well, Frank, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really do appreciate it. And I want to let everyone know Frank's going to jump over to our Zoom networking lounge, so you can follow him over there. Shantae just put it in the chat, the link there, so you can see the Zoom lounge link. You click on that. Frank will be over there. He'll be around for about 10 minutes and then he's got to head out, but a great opportunity to ask a few more questions if you'd like to talk to Frank. And Frank, we really do appreciate you giving us so much time this morning, and thanks to Marrakesh as well.
Well, Garrett, I just want to thank you and thank the Chamber. Like I said, I wish I could be with you in Connecticut right about now. It really beats Washington in just about every way that I can think of, because this is a strange time to be here. But good luck to you and your leadership of the Chamber and all that you're doing in your community. It's great, and I look forward to and very much hope I'll go into the lounge now, but I very much hope I can be with you all again. And again, thanks to Marrakesh and all they're doing and all the support the community provides for Marrakesh. It's just fabulous and makes such a difference.
Thanks, Frank. We appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, I'll let everyone know you can follow Frank again into the Zoom room if you want to, but our next panel is going to start at 10 a.m. It's called Positive Pivots and Best Practices in the Pandemic. And we have Dale Krupp, Ramon Peralta, and Lauren Tagliatella, who will bring up in just a few minutes. So we'll bring them up at 10 a.m. to get started with the program. Again, the Zoom networking room lounge is open, and also feel free to check out our exhibitors. Take some time to go through Whova. That's the platform that we're using for the conference this morning. It's a great way to connect virtually if we can't be in person. So much of what we do at the Big Connect is about being in person, those connections that you're able to make with each other. So I really encourage everyone to take some time, walk through the Whova platform and learn about how you can use those connection pieces. Again, we do have this networking lounge that will keep open all morning and throughout the day, and that'll be an opportunity if you even want to connect with someone that you meet online through the Whova app. Feel free to jump over to the networking lounge. It will be open, and in many cases, our speakers, just like Frank is right now, will be shifting over there, and you'll be able to join and talk with him. It's a meeting format as opposed to the webinar, so your cameras will be able to be on and have a little bit more in-person conversation. And I'm excited about the program we have coming up for the rest of the day today. So we have positive pivots and best practices in the pandemic. That'll come up in just a few moments. Then access to capital and other support for your business, presented by KeyBank. Lori Santos, a professor at Yale University, the science of well-being, how to be happy. We'll have that at noon. And then digital marketing with Hearst Connecticut Media Group. And we'll round out the day with optimism and opportunity, the new roadmap to success. So a lot more to come here at the Big Connect, day one. And remember, we're doing 4 days of this virtual programming for you. It should be a great time as we continue. We please thank you for attending all of our speakers, and then also please use this time to make those connections. We're going to play a few announcements, and then we will get started with positive pivots at 10 a.m. So just in a few moments. And like I said, we'll play a few announcements here, and then we will get going with our positive pivots program at 10 a.m. So that's in just a few moments.
Protect the environment and help your local economy by using certified and environmentally validated biodiesel from American Green Fuels. Biodiesel is a renewable energy source made from recycled waste products, such as used cooking oil, which is converted into biodiesel at American Green Fuels and then blended into your heating oil. Biodiesel burns cleaner even in your current oil burner. So ask your oil retailer for biodiesel produced by American Green Fuels. You are what you heat.
At AMS Practice Management, we are recruiters committed to your success. We're not just a vendor, we're your partner. Your team is foundational to your success, and we understand that finding the right candidate is about more than keywords on a resume, which is why we go beyond job boards and algorithms. It's about cultural fit, personality, experience, and so much more. You need someone who understands the vision. We're committed to providing you excellent customer service through clear communication and value-added information throughout the whole recruiting process. What challenging position can we help you fill?
So you're a small business, or a big one. You were thriving. But then, time to think, plan, pivot. How do you bounce back? You don't. You bounce forward with serious and reliable internet, powered by the largest gig speed network in America. But is it secure? Sure, it's secure. And even if the power goes down, your connection doesn't.
So how do I do this?
You don't do this. We do this together. Bounce forward with Comcast Business.
The door to a car you've been saving for. The door to a personal loan that feels genuinely personal. The door to a bedroom for each of your teenagers. The door to a new employee who's also your neighbor. And the door to a happy and full life for you and everyone you know. This year, KeyBank has already opened over 170,000 doors, helping people get from where they were to where they wanted to be. KeyBank opens doors.
We believe in the power of people to do what it takes, to stand strong, to meet challenges head on. At Connecticut, we help our members do just that. We're here when they need an ally, clearing paths so they can see their doctors or get their medicine safely at home. And since Connecticut is our home too, we see the power in its people every day. Connecticut, powered by people for a healthier you.
And again, thank you everyone for joining us.
Sewer and septic lines leading to your...
Thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Garrett Sheehan, and welcome again to the Big Connect presented by Comcast Business and today's programming by Connecticut. We're really excited to have you with us. We just had Frank Sesno, former CNN political reporter. He's over in the Zoom room right now, and we're at the point where we're ready to get started with our next panel. And I'm pleased to introduce Dale Krupp. Dale with Hamden Economic Development, who will be presenting positive pivots and best practices in the pandemic. He's joined this morning by Ramon Peralta and Lauren Tagliatella. So Dale, I know you're online there with us. I saw you jump in. Good morning, and thanks for being part of the Big Connect this year.
Thanks, Garrett. I don't know what happened to the video. I think it's on your end. I think it has to be picked up on your end.
All right, we'll get you turned back on. That should work there.
There we go. There we go. Here we go. And here we go. Oh, not yet.
Great. We got Ramon as well. Go ahead, Dale.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Could you see me?
Yes.
Okay. I can't see me, but okay. Anyway, good morning, everybody. This is the very first full panel at the Big Connect. So happy to be here today. The title of the panel is Positive Pivots and Best Practices in the Age of COVID. This is a panel on business resiliency during this tough time that we've had and this exciting time going forward. So we have an excellent panel today, some interesting speakers, and I'd like to introduce them and give them a 2-minute infomercial each. The format will be that we will have a series of questions. I would like to have all the observers out there, the people here, use the chat box liberally, not only with your questions, but with your ideas. I found in many of these panels that I've been involved in on Zoom and other formats, that the chat box has been really interesting because people really do want to share some of their successes and their ideas for going forward. So without further ado, I'd like to first introduce our first panelist, Ramon Peralta. Is the president of Peralta Design. It is a marketing, branding, media, web. I was on your site, Ramon. There's a lot of stuff that you do.
Yes.
You're located in Shelton and Florida. Why don't you just take a minute or two to introduce yourself?
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for having me on the panel. It's great to be back. My name is Ramon Peralta. I'm the founder and creative director at Peralta Design, and we launch brands. We're headquartered in Shelton, Connecticut, and we do have an office in Palm Coast, Florida. And we specialize in working with startup companies and entrepreneurs and existing businesses that want to launch new products or services, primarily in the digital space.
Great. Thanks a lot, Ramon. Next is my good friend, Lauren Tagliatella. Lauren is the manager of Canal Crossing at Whitneyville West, but also her family owns Franklin Communities, which owns numerous apartment buildings in Hamden and the region, and really state and in the Northeast corridor. So Lauren, welcome this morning.
Thank you, Dale. I just want to correct you, the Chief Community Officer. We do have managers at both of our brands. I don't want to take that away from them. Thank you to the Greater New Haven Chamber for asking me to speak today. I'm really honored to be here. I'm part of the fourth generation of my family's business. We've been around for over 102 years in construction and over 50 years in multifamily. So multifamily is apartment buildings. We have 1,250 apartment units in North Haven, New Haven, and Hamden. And just wanted to thank the leadership at the Chamber for showing how quickly they were able to pivot. That really inspired our organization to work as quickly as they did as well.
Excellent. Thanks, Lauren. So this has been a unique time in all of our lives. We've never gone through such a time where the business community has worked so well and so hard together, no matter what your sector is, on solutions to problems to move forward. I think most of us being involved with small business, me at the municipal level, we want to move forward, find ways. There are things that we're doing temporarily and things that are becoming a permanent part of our lives, not just Zoom meetings, but many other things. And it's an exciting place and time to work with the Chamber to make this all happen. Small businesses are uniquely suited to come up with solutions. I mean, y'all are one-arm paper hangers very often. You do everything for your company. You worry about every aspect of it. You're constantly problem solving. So what better place to inspire and create some interesting solutions to problems than this panel? And I, again, would like to encourage the people on this, watching this today, to use the chat room not only with questions, but with ideas that you may have in your particular sector. I know that at the municipal level, we tried to figure out what strategy to employ. Lauren was on a panel with our local Hamden regional chamber to try to go sector by sector and try to find solutions to problems and action plans to go forward, and then try to find common areas where we could help all businesses like daycare and transportation. So we try to come up with strategies that way, and we keep moving forward at the municipal level too. So what we'd like to do is ask our panelists 3 questions, have them take their time to answer the questions and to elaborate on what they've done. I gave them the 3 questions, but I'm going to mix it up a little bit and change the order. But first of all, let's have you talk generally about what new practice or product that you've developed that helps you meet the new opportunities for business. I'll start with Ramon.
Sure. So one of the things that we did when the pandemic first hit was we first of all, we took care of our team first. So we started doing daily staff meetings and emotional wellness checks. And then we said we're going to throw ourselves into service and helping others. And so we did that by putting out so a lot of free services. We essentially gave it away. And this became the foundation for a robust content marketing strategy, because we were giving away free COVID, alert bars on people's websites. We were doing live brand new sessions where we were giving away expertise on Facebook. We were doing a podcast. We were doing free half-hour consultations. We were giving away face masks. But all of this turned into a content strategy that was funneling work back in because it raised our brand awareness. And then what we found ourselves doing was offering that plan or that strategy customized for other clients. So prior to the pandemic, we weren't developing these custom, we call them flight plans or launch plans, but we weren't developing custom content strategy marketing plans for clients. We found ourselves creating one for ourselves, and then we started selling that service to other people that were looking to raise their brand awareness during the pandemic. So that was something that literally a service we weren't offering before, we're now offering it, and it's been very popular.
So where did you learn from them as well as them learning from you?
Well, we do that essentially once we dive in. We do learn from our clients because we're not experts in every type of service that's out there. So the answer is yes, but there are some best practices that apply across the board, and that's what we bring to the table. Is we help them. We're helping our clients funnel business back to their websites. In the form of maybe getting people to fill out a questionnaire or submit a form or self-identify as being interested. But the initial awareness has to come from some kind of being a beacon of hope, offering some kind of free service. And really what it does is it positions those companies as subject matter experts. They're putting out content, they're talking about what they know, other people learn from it, but then that gets them on the radar. And that's what seems to be working during this time.
Excellent. Thanks. Hey, Lauren, why don't you take a stab at this one? What new practice or product have you developed that helps you meet the new opportunities?
Sure. Well, it's not entirely brand new for us in multifamily, but virtual tours have become huge for apartment communities. So we had to switch over quickly and find technology that could support virtual tours. We started using FaceTime to connect prospects with our properties and check out our apartments. We used Skype, we used WhatsApp, apps we never had to use before that now have become a daily product that we had to adapt and use. We're also starting today, this afternoon, we're doing our training. We're starting with a chat bot. So 24/7, we're going to have our artificial intelligence placed on our website for one of our communities. And it's going to be able to answer simple questions for a prospect, like what's your pet policy? How do I qualify for your property? They can ask questions like that and get really quick answers without having to get into the nitty gritty of our website. They'll just be able to get instant answers. So that's something we're really excited to start with. It can even schedule tours. So this takes some of the pain points out of the leasing office and takes some of that time that would be spent and taking up a lot of time on the phones and over emails and gets that done for us and puts it right into the pipeline. So that's super exciting. I think this would qualify as a service. Joanna Marquito, she is our property manager for Canal Crossing and for Franklin Communities. She started providing daily emails. They were all inspirational, uplifting emails. She sent one to our team of 25 employees every day to keep them inspired and motivated to keep coming to work during this scary time. And then she made another one that was for our residents, and the residents absolutely went crazy for it. Like, they loved getting these emails. They were just a little, a minute long, just read it real quick, start off their day, and it gave them hope. So that was a really cool thing that started during COVID that probably wouldn't have happened otherwise.
So you're easily finding the technology to, get to the first part of it, to take the pressure off your leasing office. Mm-hmm. You're easily finding the technology. So obviously that's a new cottage area that, everybody could explore because the office space is different, just totally different. Not better, not worse. We're going to find going forward that we don't need it as much. Sorry, real estate brokers. But it is a fact. It was something that was going on for 5 or 10 years in Hartford and other cities in Connecticut, where the office space sector has been reduced. The footprint has been reduced. Insurance and so many other sectors. So you found that you could find the technology easily.
Absolutely, it's all there. You just have to look for it, and especially now, even our technology partners. So we work with internet listing sites, which are like Zillow, Apartments.com, companies like that. And they've all done their share of work too. They've made it so we can actually post our own homemade videos. So we can use an app, make a video. So now we have our own virtual tours that are on our listings too. So if someone can't come here, we can direct them to that video that we made of a studio or a 1-bedroom. So everybody, it's not just us, everybody's adapting right now. And the people who could do it quicker are going to be the ones who are still around in the long term.
It's amazing that people would select an apartment without actually physically going there.
Yeah, we're seeing that a lot. That's one of our trends right now is they don't see the apartment until they come and pick up their keys.
Right. Well, the residential real estate market is super hot right now. So that's the good part about it. It's a seller's market to some extent, I'm sure. So we have a couple more questions, and I'm still looking for the audience to go into the chat box with other questions that they have. So I guess I'll start with Ramon again. What trends do you see becoming a permanent thing in a post-COVID business environment?
Well, definitely the virtual meeting is something that's going to stay, or the hybrid where we're learning to respect everyone's comfort levels and understanding that, some people are comfortable wearing masks, in a conference room, and other people still want to come in virtually. It has also, I think, expanded everyone's territory. I think that if you weren't doing business nationally before, you certainly realize that now you're able to join networking groups that are connecting people all over the country. And it's all done through Zoom, becoming familiar with Zooms, Teams. Most recently, I used another one called Ring Central. So we're all kind of adapting really quickly to learning all these different virtual platforms. I think that's going to stay. There is something to be said for meeting in person. I'm involved in one particular group that's just starting, and they're limiting the groups to 10 people. But we also have to be flexible, understanding that at any point, the restrictions are going to kind of get reinforced again. And, you saw our state kind of moving back to 2.1 when it was at 3. So the good news is that we've all, the first time this happened, I think everyone was like deer in the headlights. But now I think we're prepared. And so you're going to see businesses adapting where I don't think we don't need office space for the realtors. I think we need it, but I think you're going to see less people wanting to get bigger office space because you realize your office now may be more of a hub and that there's always going to be a percentage of your staff that's going to remain virtual or remote. And so I envision a world where it's 75% on site, 25% off site for those people that are going to, continue to lease, offices and so forth. So there are definitely some things that are going to stick, and ultimately it's respecting everyone's comfort level as we move forward and leveraging technology way more than we used to. I think now it's not just the geek in the office that knows how to use things. It's going to be a job requirement for everyone to be comfortable using technology.
It reminds me of a couple things. First of all, it's an incredible opportunity in the tech world to create more bandwidth,
yes,
whether it be in the areas of fiber. We have communities. I know there's a workshop on economic inclusion later on in the day today, I believe. And, a lot of folks don't have the bandwidth to conduct their business at home, whether it's children learning it in the next room next door or whatever. But even as kids go back to school in a normal way, I think it really is instructive to how we need to create more opportunity in all of our communities, and even in rural communities where there are wealthy people that they just don't have the connection.
Right.
The internet is always going out, so we really need to take this as an opportunity. And congratulations to all the tech companies that are going to make money creating that opportunity. That's the way I look at it. It's a great chance to take a look at the digital divide and our geography. So the second thing is, it's funny you say that there's still a need to meet live. I remember when for a while, we get bludgeoned with documents in my world of economic and brownfield development. And then we went to PDFs, and annual reports were coming, and my financial annual reports were coming, PDFs. And it was such a relief not to have so much paper. Well, guess what? I like getting paper again. I like to hold the thing I'm reading. It's hard at my age to read a screen all the time. So there's a circle of life that goes on with receiving information. So
yeah,
thank you.
It's kind of nice if you're on Zoom all day long to actually pick up a physical book or a magazine to just get less screen time. So I absolutely see print making a good comeback going forward.
And I do think that some people are understandably nervous about meeting live, but I tell people, I'm in 3 risk categories, but I'm craving live meetings, So anyway, let me shift back to Lauren. What trends do you see becoming permanent in the post-COVID world?
Well, just like piggybacking off of what Ramon said, we're going to have to keep leveraging our technology. We're also going to be looking into a 24-hour call center because we do have some staffing issues with kids out of school, schools going remote. It is harder to get people to come to work. So we still have an influx of traffic and prospects trying to get information. So we're going to be using technology partners to help answer the phones and schedule appointments so that end of it can at least be eliminated from our staff. So that's here to stay. All the video stuff is here to stay. I was looking at some of our business analytics last week while I was preparing for this talk. And one of our partners, apartments.com, they showed us, you could see how many times your videos are viewed. And then you can see year over year how many times your videos were viewed. Our videos were viewed 1,500% more in 2020 than they were in 2019. And nothing's changed. It's the same video. We have added a few other ones, but just to show how great videos and how important they've become to running a business right now. That was a real eye opener for us. So that's something we're going to have to do a lot more videos. We're going to keep making our own content on site. So we still have to be in the office in person. We're just going to have to get creative about who does it. We might have to shift around people's, maybe that's not something they would typically do, but during this time we have to, make unprecedented decisions. I wanted to talk about trends though in general, maybe not ones that we have much to do with so much as what's happening with COVID. Sure. In multifamily, we're one of the few industries that I think are pretty strong, at least in our case. We are mostly in the suburbs at Franklin Communities and Canal Crossing, and there's a shift. People are moving from the cities that have higher numbers of COVID, and we are seeing these trends of them moving out to the suburbs where they feel like they'll be in less contact with people. So what we're seeing is people moving from cities actually outward for 2 reasons. One, because of the pandemic, but also they're working remotely. They might not have to pay for a really expensive city apartment. So now they're able to maybe get closer to family or be somewhere closer to hiking or whatever they're interested in. So that's been an interesting shift to watch. And as you mentioned, Dale, the real estate market is hot. It's very hot. Like even just from my neighborhood, a house will get listed. It'll have 14 showings, 3 offers, and then gone by day 2. I don't think anyone thought that would be a result of a global pandemic, but we're rolling with it. And same thing with multifamily, which is what I do. Is I'm only in apartments. I'm not in single family homes, and we're seeing greater traffic. We're seeing double the amount of leads. The seasonality shifted. So this would be our slow season right now, typically in a normal year, but because of the pandemic, we're noticing that, people were a little bit scared. As Ramon was saying, they were in shock in March, so we weren't really having traffic. And then as restrictions started loosening up, we saw it kind of go through the roof again, more traffic year over year for that time frame. And normally November, right around the holidays, is when our traffic tanks, but it's still staying strong. So it's interesting to see how this has affected our business.
Excellent. One of the things I was thinking of while the both of you were speaking, answering this question was about, you can't even say the millennials anymore because they're not the newest thing. Okay, the Gen Z. I have one of each in my house: a millennial who was the last year of millennials, and a Gen Z person. And we're sort of have to, they've been saying this stuff before the virus. We don't want to read. We want digital content. We want videos. We want, Instagram, not so much Facebook or whatever. I think everybody's using all platforms now. They have to. They're home so much. But I do think that we have to speed up because in 10 years, they're going to be paying the taxes. The Gen Z people will be, 30 years old or 35 years old. And the millennials will be middle-aged. And so we have to listen to the younger generation. And I think this has sort of forced us into the digital world. I'm in the middle of designing 2 websites right now with a vendor. and it's all about video and the way content moves around the screen. We have to adapt to what the future economy, this pushes us faster to adapt to them. And I think that's something that all people on this panel, watching the panel, should think about is 5 to 10 years. What's in 2030, what should content look like? What should all of our businesses look like? Because they're the ones running the world at that point, or at least they'll think they're running the world, with all due respect to that. But anyway, our third question is really more of something maybe you've learned, the two of you have learned, as we've gone through these last 6 or 9 months. So Ramon, what's the one piece of advice you can share with other businesses that helped you personally to adapt to the changing environment of your business?
I would say to those businesses that have employees and have staff is to focus on them first. Make sure that they feel safe, that they feel comfortable. If we have one person on our staff who still has not come back to the office, and we've just adapted to that. We've accepted that. We've bought laptops instead of desktops so that people have that flexibility. I've kind of suspended the set vacation rules to just be as needed policy. Because right now with school and everything else, parents that we have on the team, they need that flexibility. So just making sure that your staff is taken care of, and that you feel that it's not about the money so much as it is about how they're doing, how they're handling things, daily emotional wellness checks, daily staff meetings. I used to just have one staff meeting on a Monday morning, and now we have every morning we just do a check-in. So I really think the emphasis is going to be on your team, and then they'll take care of your clients, and that's something that I think is going to stay.
Yeah, it's really, our workday is so blended now. I walk out of this room that I'm sitting in right now. My wife's in the other room working at her job, and I'm going to have lunch at my refrigerator where I normally do. And is that work time? Is it personal time? It can be very confusing, even for people that have been in the field working their whole lives. We do save money on lunches, I will say that. Lauren, same question to you. What's the one piece of advice that you can give, that you've learned through your experience now and going forward?
So I've learned how important it is to have good communication with our suppliers and vendors. If you had good communication with them before COVID, then it's going to continue right down the line through this crisis. So we had issues where we have to keep our properties clean, and we're worried about anyone getting sick. So we had to contact our cleaning companies really quickly and get a quick turnaround time from them and say, hey, we need certain areas to be cleaned twice a day. Hey, we need you to come more than this amount of times each week. We need you to come every day. And having good relationships with the vendors made it possible to keep our residents happy, seeing that we're making an extra effort, and also, giving them the feeling of feeling safe, that we're trying to take care of them. We also had to think outside of the box with our vendors. So we had this huge package influx because everyone's ordering their groceries, they're ordering their Amazon packages. So now we have package rooms that have packages from the floor to the ceiling. So it became unmanageable. So I was thinking the other day, I was like, oh my gosh, how can we solve this? I don't want to necessarily hire someone just to deliver packages. But then I thought, we have cleaning companies that come into our buildings. Why don't we hire them to come and, they do their cleaning. And then when they're done with that, they spend a couple hours sorting through the packages. They already know where the apartments are. And then have them start alleviating this pain point for us. And you know what? They were more than willing to do it, even though that's not their business. But I find that you really have to lean on your vendors. Maybe it's not their expertise, but it could be something that they can help you with.
That gets back to the point I tried to make earlier on about this is the time where people are really working together and going out of their box, no matter where they are. No matter what the business is, you're looking for new ways to make money, certainly, but new ways to be valuable to your customer and for your customers to be valuable to you. So that's a great example of doing that. In Hamden, I've been trying to think about how to deal with a broad spectrum of types of businesses, all businesses that are all chamber members and very active in the community. Many of them, Lauren. And so again, we've tried to attack this from a sector-based approach where we would deal with all the healthcare people, the mom and pops that have 1 or 2 employees, certainly the real estate market. So we tried to react. One of the things that's come up, particularly in the healthcare industry, is that we really need to be very strong with our vendors and make sure we can get PPE when we need it. A lot of employees who work in healthcare facilities, which is a big part of our economy, need to be tested very often. So therefore, there's a whole industry of folks producing PPE, whether it's shipping or manufacturing. Our manufacturers have shifted to make product. Plexiglass would be one. The plastic extruders are making plexiglass like crazy. And so we at the local level, we try to adapt to where we're at, and people are, like you said, they're very willing to do it. So now I'm looking over at the chat box. I see one question. Maybe this is, this might require an answer from other people watching. You're in the residential side, Ramon's in the marketing side. The question is, what are some pivot strategies for commercial property owners? Slack surveyed their subscribers and only 12% wanted to go back to an office full time. So what leads you to think that people will spend 75% of their time in the office? So that's an interesting question. It was posed on the app a couple of days ago. So I responded I've read studies that where people want, 75% of people want to go back. Will they go back? Who knows? I think it's always a snapshot time during COVID, an emotional time if infections are up. Of course, if they do that survey, nobody wants to go back to the office. So I do think the answer to that question is very situational. I think it depends on what state you're in. Right now, Connecticut was doing well. Now Connecticut is rising like the rest of the country. If you live in El Paso, I bet you the number is 0% want to go to the office pretty much. So I do think it's just situational and a moment in time, but it is instructive in terms of how much product there is on the market. All right, we have another question from Amy Pacelli to all the panelists and attendees. What are the biggest pain points you guys are solving for your clients? Ramon.
Well, the biggest pain points are just kind of getting people to stop their thumb, stop the scroll. People that are, we're working with everyone from, Modern Plastics that's putting out, products that they normally didn't sell before. So, all of a sudden they got into the face shield business. And their pain point was like that people knew them just for, medical implants and things that were not direct to consumer, but more B2B. And so raising awareness for clients is still a big issue because everybody being online means there's more competition for those eyeballs. So creating content that is going to stop the scroll is what we're trying to work with people on, trying to help them solve that. And you guys mentioned video. So a lot of the websites we're designing now has video backgrounds on the slider. I personally have put out over 56 2-minute videos that I post weekly on YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn. So finding the platform for them and making sure their content is on the platform where their clients are. Because I think without that strategy, people are just kind of taking the shotgun approach. So I do believe that even now, so more than ever, your marketing should have strong strategy before you start spending money on anything. So we're helping our clients do that. They really just don't know what to do. They want to get the eyeballs. They just don't know what to do. And right now, everybody's online. So you've got this captive audience, and it's really determining what type of content you should be putting out there and on what platform you should be on.
That makes me also think, Ramon, again about the opportunities in technology. A lot of times if I'm online at home in the evening, everything freezes up a lot because everybody's kid is doing homework at the same time. In my neighborhood, I don't have fiber at my house. I just have regular internet access, or 5 people in my house are using it or something like that. So I would think that a lot of your clients also have antiquated technology. They're finding out, oh my God, I don't have the capacity to deal with the video content. Is that the case sometimes? They run into a bind that way?
Well, I mean, in those cases, we would recommend that the the videos aren't hosted on their websites, but on Vimeo or on YouTube. There are definite workarounds to help alleviate that. But you bring up a great point, which is I think people are gonna, for residential, people are gonna be more concerned with whether their home office has the right acoustics, whether they have the right equipment to work from home. I found myself ordering virtual backgrounds for team members that didn't have that ideal home office setup. And some of them preferred to be in the office because they may have little children at home that were
Right.
just.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Challenges there. And I know Lauren could probably attest to that trend where people are more invested in how their home office is set up.
Sure.
Yeah, no, I have this lighting problem. I look like I'm in a witness protection program. I'm about to confess. I'm still trying to figure that out. So the same question to you, Lauren. What's the biggest pain points that your business are solving for your clients?
Well, one of them was an easy fix, was the package, right? The package center was full, and we came up with the fix of having the cleaning company delivering it. The biggest pain point for our residents is the uncertainty, the fear. It's not getting a paycheck. Maybe they lost their jobs. So their biggest concern is, how am I going to pay my landlord? And so this is an unprecedented time. We have to do things we wouldn't have done before. We're working with people on payment plans. We're working individually with not just a handful of people, but many people across the board at all of our properties. Just trying to whittle down the delinquencies. That's now like a full-time job, someone getting in touch with residents and finding a way to make it work for them and for us.
Yeah. Wow. So I have a question from Eli Cleary. Asking for help can be difficult. If a business needs help, where do you suggest they start? And can you speak to the power of strong professional networks? That's a great question. I was going to ask. I had some questions like on reserve just in case we needed more time. And so this gets to people working together. So where do you suggest that business? I'll start with Lauren since you're on the screen right now. Where do they ask for help?
I find that I get a lot of help from the chambers. I'm part of the Hamden Chamber. I'm part of the New Haven Chamber. And those are my resources. Those are the first people to go to with a question. If they don't have the answer, they know the exact person to get in touch with, and they'll give you all their contact info so you can pick someone's brain. But definitely, reach out to your network, reach out to people who do that type of problem solving for you. And then, all it takes is a phone call to get help.
Yeah, people do want to help, even if they're competitors very often. So Ramon, same question to you. If a business needs help, sometimes it may not even be relevant to the service that you provide, but you're in a network of people, you're in a community of small businesses and people. Where do you send them?
Well, I volunteer for SCORE. And so I think SCORE is a great resource for people because the workshops that they provide are free. And you can get a lot of good information there. I'm also a big advocate of chambers. I belong to the New Haven, the Greater Valley, and the Bridgeport chambers. And so don't be afraid to give away your expertise because it'll come back to you in many ways. So being on this panel, for example, for me, speaking to networking, I was on a panel early on in the year with the New Haven Chamber, which led to an interview on NPR, which then led to an appearance on the Today Show. And so there's a power that happens of reciprocity, I think. And there's a great book, The Go-Giver, which I love. And there's a follow-up called The Go-Giver, Sell More. And it really just talks about giving away your knowledge base and helping others. It will come back to you. The power of networking, I'll give one example, which ended up netting us the biggest contract that we won this year recently. Been working with a local charity. So charities need help. So it's a great place to go and help them with whatever it is your expertise is. And so we were helping this charity here in the Valley design a logo for a bike ride. And on that committee was this gentleman that worked for a major Fortune 500 company who, during the process of that, lost his job, but recently landed at another Fortune 500. And I really thought that was the extent of it, that we had done this charity work and that, it got us good exposure. But where he landed is the contract we just won. He contacted us and needed our services. So you just never know. Just plant as many seeds as you can. Give away your expertise, help others, especially now more than ever. I think that what I hope stays beyond the pandemic is this increased empathy that I feel that we all have for each other and for each other's situation. Be patient, be flexible. This is uncharted waters for all of us, and just help your fellow man. And I really think it dividends in the long run.
You know, at the local level, I've been working at the local level on and off for 35 years, but in one place for 21 years. The strength of any plan going forward in a community level, which involves everybody on this call, you're all part of the community, is not business attraction, it's business retention. And business retention means having a resiliency plan. If you have a pandemic, we've all been through many economic downturns, 08 and many other times, 12. And so that's the most important thing at the community level, to have a retention plan. And the chamber, not to do another infomercial for the chamber, but I never say anything I don't mean, to Mika and everybody out there. That is the place where business retention happens. It's at the local chamber or the metro chamber level. And all the other satellites that go around it, SCORE, you mentioned SCORE, you know, communities and regions around the country have different things like that. That is where business can help each other, having a strong retention model. And I know the New Haven Chamber has a strong retention strategy. I'm looking in the chat box. We have looks like about 10 minutes to go. I see 2 or 3 questions. People want to know, and I don't know how you can answer this, but what percentage or when do you think people will feel good about going back in the office? Do you think a vaccine is going to make the difference? And if so, about what time frame? I'll go back. Ramon, you're right on the screen, so I'm going to go to you first on this.
Okay. Well, I can't predict, when the vaccine, when everybody has the vaccine, what will happen. But I do know from being on the front lines, and I think the smaller businesses I feel like are more inclined to be back in the office than some of the much larger corporations. I think there's a huge cost savings to the larger corporations, frankly, to have remote teams. But it also, I think, depends on the nature of the business. If you're a bean counter or a numbers cruncher that doesn't require a lot of collaboration, I think working remote definitely makes sense. If you're in a marketing agency or obviously restaurant or anything where it requires teamwork or collaboration or whiteboarding, I think you're going to see those teams coming back into the office and doing it safely. I've been a big advocate about reopening safely. I think you can have masks worn in the office when people are together and not have them on when they're in their own offices. You can have plexiglass, you can have air filtration systems. I think that there's a lot to be said for collaboration and the need to come back. And we're getting clients now that are asking us, can they come in and meet with us in the office? And so we invested in the temperature scanner and that kind of a thing. So I think people are getting Zoom fatigue. I think people are having fever. I think people miss the commute. I know that sounds crazy, but they're feeling like you're going to work instead of like living at work. So I see that happening over time. And I don't know, I'm not really an authority to say what the percentages are, but what I'm seeing on the front line is that people are encouraged and miss the contact and the collaboration that takes place best in person.
Lauren, any thoughts on what your just gut feeling is on when people come back to work, and if you think the vaccine is going to make a huge difference early on?
Gosh, I hope the vaccine does make a huge difference, but I think we have to get people over the fear of taking a vaccine that is brand new. Right. What we've seen, we have probably 95% of our employees are working and they never stopped. We're a 24-hour, 7-day a week business, and they come in. What we've done to protect our people, though, is we've shut our offices down. While people are working in them, we're not allowing any public to come in. Like if a resident has a maintenance order or something, they have to email it or call it in. They can't come into the office like they used to do. And we miss that. That was a real big part of our brand was putting sure. Being that friendly person, management that they felt comfortable talking to. So that's been hard to get through. But, our employees, thankfully, if you're renovating an apartment, you have one person in one apartment. So, that really takes a lot of the health risk for them coming to work. In terms of when I think people will come back, I think we're going to see a big shift. I think people who can work virtually are probably going to choose to at least have some component of virtual work, maybe half, maybe more. I'm hoping that we get the vaccine soon and that we can sort of return back to a little bit of normalcy here.
Yeah, I'll be the first in line or second in line after the governor, I'm sure. All right, we have another question from Nancy Gray to either both of you, I guess. What suggestions do you have? And I've seen this question before because I've been talking to small businesses all the time. Do you have for the solopreneur, the home-based business or solo person or small business that may not have the resources, training or expertise to produce a video or digital content, since everything's going to be, again, going into the future, we need to be more mindful of the technology needs. But what do you suggest where they start in terms of what do they do if they just don't have the money to invest in it?
Right, I'll take this because I've through trial and error, like I said, I've put out almost 60 videos over the last 7-8 months on a weekly basis. If you're able to do this right here, Zoom, then you can record video. I actually do it through Zoom. I actually just host a meeting for myself, and I record that meeting. And so essentially, that's all you need. If you have decent lighting in your office, utilize Zoom, or you can utilize an iPhone. When I first started, I was using my iPhone. They have great cameras, but you can do it through Zoom. And then I use a software called ClipScribe. There are plenty of them out there, but that one is a cost-effective captioning software. 80% of people watch video with the sound off. And that is because they're either watching video while they're doing something else, or they're watching video while they're listening to something else. So they want to be able to read it. And so if you want really to produce effective content, shoot the video with Zoom or on your iPhone, run it through a software like ClipScribe where it creates the captions for you, and then upload that. And we actually have a free tutorial on ClipScribe. We don't have anything to do with them. We just happen to like them. But there is a free tutorial available on our website where you can learn how to use it. It's very, very intuitive. And there are many other software platforms out there. You'd be surprised what apps are available on your phone. I just want to say, get over the fear of it being perfect. I think it's more important for you to be authentic in your brand. Be yourself. This is who you are. This is what you sound like. This is the quality of your videos. I think people are very comfortable now with knowing that, hey, this is the real deal. It's not so dialed up and computerized and slick. Actually, that being authentic is actually a good thing. And I think people, if your video is where you're starting out, I think really focus on your content. And if you're sincerely a subject matter expert and you're sincerely helping people, that authenticity and how rough your video might look could actually help your brand, because it just shows that you're a regular person trying to help somebody else. And I think that's more important than being slick at this point.
Lauren.
Absolutely what he said. I'm going to piggyback off of that. Nancy, you can't, you can hope for perfection, but it's impossible right now. So just put out your best effort, but also you don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. So for us, when we're having issues with content, don't really know what else to do, there's only so many like how to clean your furniture posts you can put out or things like that, how to decorate your apartment. We've leaned on influencers. So I go on Instagram, I find influencers in our industry and try to see what they're talking about, see what they're posting about, and then put your own little spin on it. I'm not saying to copy them, but I'm saying it's a really great source of generating new ideas. We subscribe to a service. It's like $75 a month for some marketing and content ideas. They come out with like little Instagram, little art files. I'm sorry, I can't think of the word. I guess they're JPEGs. But it could be about like World Optimism Day or something. And they come up with ideas for every day of the year that gives us something to post about. We can put our own spin on it. Or like they'd let us know what sort of events we could host that would attract new prospects or keep our current residents retained. But don't think that you have to do 100% of everything. There are plenty of experts out there that can help you on YouTube, free tutorials on how to do a video, or just, searching YouTube, Instagram, even TikTok, I dare say, for for some new ideas to get started, and don't overthink the video. I find that even when I ask some of our employees to make a video, they get so worried about, saying the exact right thing, looking the exact, maybe my hair is out of place, and you have to just do it, and try it and put it out there for the world to see. It's going to be much better than being scared of doing it and losing out.
It's funny, when the both of you were talking, you know what I was thinking about? TikTok. So I just downloaded the app, and it's stupid and it's hilarious at the same time. But there's a guy, I watched him last night, Ramon, who was doing, you know what your iPhone can do? And he does this really like 1 minute thing about this thing that nobody knows that their iPhone can do. So the technology is there. And the other thing is, you both said, is being authentic is really, really important. That's the explosion of TikTok and things like that, is that people want, their lack of contact with people on a day-to-day basis, all the time that they used to have. And if you're going anywhere, you have a mask on most of the time, is that you're dying for authenticity. You're dying for, having something funny that makes you laugh, or something even stupid. I did think of TikTok, as a matter of fact. All right, I have another question. It's the last question. I think I'm going to answer this one unless you both want to contribute to it. And it basically was a question about how people in commercial real estate can pivot in this place. Do either of you I have a comment about that, but I'm going to let you guys go first if you have a comment. Looks like, Ramon, you're shaking your head there.
Go for it.
Huh?
I said go for it if you have something to add on that.
Well,
I had an idea. Oh, sorry, Dale.
Oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
I had a quick idea. So we know like the Amazons of the world and shippers are doing really well right now during the pandemic. I would try to look for those businesses that are thriving, like shipping. Maybe it's a smaller outfit, shipping places where they can make that commercial space their hub and do sorting in that space and then ship things out. It all depends on what type of commercial space you have. But that was the quick and dirty idea I came up with.
Yeah, the Amazon repackaging idea is something that's in Hamden. There's 30, 40 people working on a property on Dixwell Avenue behind a building behind a building kind of thing. And they're basically, they reposition products that have been returned, and they've developed this cottage industry. But I would say to the property owners and people involved in commercial real estate, your clients, or if you're the owner, you have to be adaptable to the times. So I noticed in our shopping centers in Hamden, they've adapted to putting healthcare in there. Some commercial developments are looking to add housing into the mix. In the Milford Post Mall, they're looking at building 200 to 300 units of housing, and that's obviously at a bigger scale than maybe the questioner was thinking about. But you really need to be adaptable. But that has another another consequence, and that means at the municipal level, the zoning regulations all have to be probably modified to include arts and healthcare into traditionally, let's say retail or other production. And then on the manufacturing side, again, there's organizations like Concept or whatever that are there to reimagine your space. Maybe you could share your production space and PPE. Concept is an excellent statewide organization. It's not a commercial for them, but I've worked with them before. And they basically take floor space, and because of COVID, they've seen that as an opportunity for consulting work on their end. And by the way, 20% of Concept's work is in the healthcare industry, not just manufacturing. So and I think that area has a ton of room, a ton of opportunity to grow. So I see Garrett coming up on the screen here. I think it's time to go to bed here, or whatever. What happens when you run out of time?
That's our virtual hook. When I show up, that's the hook.
Oh my God.
No, this has been great. Dale, Ramon, Lauren, thank you so much. Great information. And if you guys are able to go over to our Zoom room chat and just stick around for a few minutes, we'll see. I think there were a few more questions out there, and then people can shift over to there if you want to continue the conversation for about 10 minutes with our panel. They'll be going over to the Zoom chat, and that's presented by UI and Southern Connecticut Gas. And I see Shantae just put the link into the chat. So if you see that, you can jump over, continue the conversation with Dale and the panel. We are going to play a quick video for you before we get into our next panel, which is Access to Capital, presented by KeyBank. And that'll be coming up in just a few moments. But before we do that, we want to talk a little bit about the role of Diversity and Inclusion Council here at the Greater New Haven Chamber. And what they do is to assist our business partners in serving our wide-ranging customer base, increasing economic success for all. We recognize the value, strength, and competitive edge our region possesses within our diverse community. And during the Expo, the D&I Council is going to honor minority-owned businesses and organizations for their continuing demonstrated commitment to the New Haven region. Their dedication, resilience, growth, and documented success help advance our mission of creating a better future for all people in our community. Now, each day, Ray Andrewson, our Director of Membership Services, will spotlight a minority business. Today, we will share his interview with Lisa Bowens Mercado, owner of Rhythm Brewing Company. Let's listen in. And the video will play in a moment. Here it is.
And we'd like to welcome you here as the Big Connect Expo in the year 2020 continues. This is a special segment of our program. We're very proud to honor 4 businesses this week. The Diversity and Inclusion Council of the Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce that have had a tremendous impact in our community. And one of them, and one of our guests from Rhythm Brewing Company, and she's joining us here today. Congratulations as one of our winners, Elisa Bowens Mercado, and thank you so much for being with us here today.
Ray, thank you so much, and thank you to Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce. I'm so humbled to be accepting this award, so thank you for the recognition. I think it's great.
Absolutely. Well, you've done this for your innovation, your achievements, your resilience, and the ability to continually break down barriers here in our community, and your commitment to this community. So again, congratulations. And you know, it's so funny. I'm going to share a few beautiful images with our audience here today, because I'd like them to know a little bit about what you do and how you do it. And of course, you started Rhythm Brewing Company a couple of years ago, but you were in salsa, but not yet salsa chips and beer. You started this company, dance company, right?
Yes, I will tell you, we are happy to share that we are celebrating 20 years here at Elisa's House of Salsa. So a lot of people knew me prior to Rhythm Brewing Company as the salsa lady. Now I'm the beer lady, but I've been in New Haven for 2 decades teaching people how to dance.
Yeah, well, and you've done a great job doing that, and you've served hundreds and hundreds of people in both businesses.
Yeah, it's great. We actually had we broke a record in New Haven at an event, and we had the world's largest salsa dance class. And that was just incredible. So yes, people from all over the state have been able to come in salsa. So it's been great and be very connected with the community. So very excited about that business.
Well, when you established your business and you got started too, how did you incorporate diversity into your business plan to serve the wider community?
So I will tell you, any type of business or anything that I venture into, it's always it has to be inclusive. And so what you have to do is you have to think out the box. You have to be creative. You've got to be innovative. And I just knew with the beer company, there's not a lot of women, number one, but more importantly, there's not a lot of people of color in the industry. Connecticut, we were recognized as the country's first African-American woman-owned beer brand in 2018. And so we're trying to change the dynamics of the beer industry to make it look more diverse. We have to do that. I want women out there, and I want people of color to know that, yes, you can become a brewer. Yes, you can, if you're in the spirits, or, you want to make something and you're brewing in your bathtub or in your kitchen, then you can really, really take your passion and move forward with it and include everyone. I think the more people see diversity, they're more likely to jump in.
Well, you've also been included in a major website too for your efforts on behalf of minority businesses. Martha Stewart recognized Rhythm Brewing.
Yes, Martha Stewart magazine. We were so excited when their editor reached out to us. They just thought that, people embarking on women and women of color embarking on the very heavily white male dominated industry. They thought that was worth noting, recognizing, and writing about. And so, and then that's when we got, received a lot of national attention for the brand. And, everyone's voices were heard. They're like, yes, we want to support brands that look like us or that are different. And, it's not the same old in this industry that, by the way, is $114 billion annually. So it comes down to not only just diversity and inclusion, it comes down to economics.
When you think about some of the young entrepreneurs starting out, getting involved with business here in the greater New Haven area, all around Connecticut, and in the wider communities of this country, what would you say to our young entrepreneurs to get started to develop minority business growth?
I would tell them, go for it. And I'm not, and I don't want to say this too lightly. I want people who have a vision, who have a purpose, who have even thought of something in their brain. You've got to dive in. I will tell you, the lack of diversity in any industry should give that young person or older person, because people are starting businesses, right now at any age. But I want them to fill in those gaps of where we really need people to represent in these different industries. So now more than ever, this is not the time to go, oh, I could have, I should have, and I would have, but there's no buts. As an entrepreneur and as someone that mentors a lot of young folks, I just tell them, I go, now is the time. Now is the time. And I hope that resonates with some folks out there listening. Now is the time, not to question, but dive in and make a difference.
Well, we celebrate you, and we celebrate you for all of your efforts, Elisa, in this community. You have made a difference, and congratulations on behalf of all of us, the Greater New Haven Chamber of Commerce Diversity and Inclusion Council, winning the Minority Business Award. And where can we get the beer? Take us to the website and take us to your contact information.
Absolutely. So it's everything Rhythm. But the website is Rhythm Brewing Co. So it's just RHYTHM Brewing Co.com. That is our website. You can go, we do curbside pickup, in these days of what we're going through. So, but people can find the beer at Trader Joe's, ShopRite, Total Wine. But if you go on our Rhythm Finder on our website, you'll see that we're in about 408 locations in Connecticut, and we're just so excited. And then, of course, social media, Facebook and IG, Rhythm Brewing Co. Google us, reach me directly. I answer all social media outlets.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us here today, part of our Big Connect Expo, and on your award, Elisa Owens Mercado, Rhythm Brewing Company. Thank you.
Ray, thank you.
Excellent. And thank you both to Ray and Elisa. That was great to hear about Rhythm Brewing Company. Please take advantage of their beer. It sounds like a great product, and we want to make sure that everyone hears about it and we get the word out. And again, thank you to our Diversity and Inclusion Council. We'll be getting started again in just a moment with our speakers, and our very next panel coming up is about access to capital. This is presented by KeyBank, and we're joined now by Ray Andrusen. Ray should be on the line, and Ray's going to moderate our panel again. The topic this morning, access to capital and other support for your business. Ray will also be joined by Allison Standish-Plimpton, one of our board members, and Richard Evans, who's with the Community Investment Corporation. And we thank KeyBank for helping us put on this panel today. Ray.
Garrett, thank you so much. And morning, everybody. It's good to have you here at the Big Connect. And this is a very important topic. We'll be talking with our two guests, and afterwards, we'll be opening up questions not only in our chat room, if you're joining us Zoom or in Huva, but also afterwards, we'll have a little breakout session as well. And this is a very important part of anybody, especially in 2020, with what we've been going through, trying to figure out how to keep going, how to recapitalize, how to invest in your machinery, your inventory, your employees, how to be involved with marketing your business as well. We can't think of two better people to walk us through this whole process here today. Joining us, the Senior Vice President, Business Banking Team Leader from KeyBank, Allison Standish Plimpton. Allison, good morning. Great to have you here this morning on the Big Connect.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And also Vice President for Community Investment Corporation, office is based in Hamden, one of our panelists this morning, Richard Evans. Rich, good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Allison.
And well, first of all, you know, and I did change quickly, by the way, if you noticed. I put my tie on and I threw on a sweater just to be more seasonal. And since we're talking about capital and money and assets, and I want to start first with your organizations. Just tell us a little bit about, first of all, Allison, about KeyBank, the size of KeyBank, you know, accessing you. We're going to talk about how people can ask you questions later on, but tell us a little bit about KeyBank, where you're stationed, based, and the influence it has here in Connecticut.
Sure. Well, first off, I'd like to say that I'm just so thankful to be here today. I run the business banking team for KeyBank for Connecticut and Massachusetts. And we have about 54 branches in Connecticut and 8 in Massachusetts. And I've got a sales team of 8 business banking lenders that are customer facing and focused. And but I guess I would say about Key is that I think we're the 12th largest bank in the US. We have a full array of services that are commercial and institutional loan lending. We have deposit and investment bases as well. So we have a full gambit that can kind of cover most, you know, whether you're starting a business to whether you are taking a business public. So that's kind of where KeyBank is. We have, I think, 170 billion in assets. And so we are a fairly large bank.
Great. Well, we also thank KeyBank for participation here in the Big Connect this year in 2020, 2020, and the Community Investment Corporation. Rich, a little different angle. Tell us a little bit about how you're structured and what you do.
Well, good morning, Ray, and thank you and the Greater New Haven Chamber for including me as well. Great to be here today. Community Investment Corporation is a company that's been in the New Haven area for over 45 years. We specialize in SBA work, particularly the SBA 504, and we run 2 other SBA programs called the Community Advantage and the Microloan Program. We started in New Haven many years ago down near Crown Street, and we've been up in Hamden now for probably a good 20 plus years is my estimate. But it's great to be here today and look forward to answering some questions and helping people understand capital.
Great. Well, I'll ask you the first question. If we can, and Allison, you can chime in as well. I think this has not been a year that would be considered orderly. It's been disorderly on so many fronts and emotionally very challenging for a lot of people in businesses of all size. But let's talk about, in the most basic terms, as we establish our discussion this morning, the orderly process of accessing loans for business. You want to create order. How would you recommend we do that?
It starts with just a simple phone call, whether it be to Allison, myself, your local banker, and tell us what you're looking to do. Is all it really takes. And I agree with you. It has been a tough year for people. I think Allison and I were talking last week where we both agreed that some of the deals you wouldn't necessarily have looked at a year ago are deals that you find favorable today. And vice versa. It's a tough format. I'm sure Allison will share with me that we've had some conversations that have been tough for people who've just been greatly impacted by the COVID pandemic and has affected their business greatly. but pick up the phone and give us a call. Tell us what your concerns are. Be upfront with us is the biggest key. Don't hide. Don't hide anything. Don't leave it for the end of the conversation with a, oh, by the way, kind of moment. Be upfront with us. Tell us your challenges. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of many commercial bankers. We appreciate the honesty. We appreciate the people being upfront so that we can immediately identify what the need might be and start thinking on how to help you.
Allison, that orderly process.
I would say get a package together. So both Rich and I are going to look for, if you've been in business, of course, it depends on whether you've been in business or this is a startup situation for you. If you've been in business, do the traditional 3 years of either tax returns or financial statements, a couple of years of personal tax returns, a personal financial statement, and get the package together and have that ready, have some projections ready, know your competition, really be prepared to talk about your vision and always have the conversations with us. So don't be afraid to have the conversations because believe me, in 2020, we've had some interesting conversations.
Yeah. Well, and also because we're going through this passage, which is unique in our own history with the coronavirus, there's great uncertainty. And you've had to deal with this, Allison, with people who just feel very uncertain. How do you sort of make them feel a little more certain after their initial meeting with you?
Well, bankers and Rich and whatever financial institution you're working with, we're on your side. We're in the business of supporting small businesses, right? So we don't really survive without you. And most of us as lenders actually feel very strongly that the people we're lending to, they're really courageous, right? We work for a big financial institution or we work for a company. These people have put their hopes and dreams out there, and we want to help companies realize them to the best of our extent and be able to keep that going forward. So I would say that I think most financial institutions are really going to be on your side, and you need to treat whether it's Rich or myself or someone else that you're dealing with as that trusted advisor, as Rich said, because we want to help. We don't like the alternative. So we really want to help and put you in the best position to move forward.
Rich, everybody is anxious, confident going forward. Have you had to deal with some anxiety in some of the relationships as you obviously build that relationship, it's trust?
Yeah, it's people have been greatly affected. There's no hiding that. So sometimes those conversations do have to be difficult. But let me just build off something Allison said a moment ago. As a loan officer for Community Investment Corporation, or when I was a loan officer for a bank in the area, when we talk to somebody who says, hey, I need a loan, our immediate reaction is, great, how do I make this work? Mm-hmm. And I think sometimes the perception is when somebody calls a bank or calls a lending institution, it's like, oh, they're going to try and figure out how not to lend to me today. That couldn't be further from the truth, even in this environment. Mm-hmm. Even in this environment, we want to say yes. And that's true. I have the distinct pleasure that I work with many banks across the state. And that is true with every banking partner that I work with on a near daily basis. They pick up the phone and they give me a call and say, hey, I have a deal I want to really try and make work here. So you got to understand, we are here to say yes.
Yeah. Garrett, everybody, I guess I would add also that if we don't have the answer, we're going to reach out to other partners to try to help. So it's not just, we don't like the no, we want to say, maybe this doesn't work at this moment, but we're going to try to help you and place you with someone who is better at that industry or who can do startup loans or can give you a micro loan, right? So we're there to try to help position you and your company.
What's been really heartening and actually very exciting have been ribbon cuttings. And, we all are thinking about our restaurants and the challenge that we're facing with the dine-in takeout options for some of our great restaurants. This is a foodie city, the city of New Haven. But It's been a pleasure to go to ribbon cuttings for 3 restaurants over near Ninth Square, to another ribbon cutting in Westville this year. So people are being creative, they're confident, and they're planning for the future with not just restaurants, but a whole slew of other businesses. So let's talk about those entrepreneurs and developing the business plan, the strong business plan coming out right now. What should be in that plan, and how detailed should it be? Rich, I'll start with you.
The biggest thing to connect with the banker on is how you're adapting to the current environment. It just so happens Allison and I have a deal going here where the takeout industry has done remarkably well during this environment, and that happens to be an industry that may have been an industry we may not have really warmed up to, the pizza restaurant a year or so ago. However, that particular piece of the restaurant industry and those who've been able to adapt with an outdoor seating plan, adapt their facilities to do more takeout. We're financing right now, a renovation for a restaurant to do more takeout right now. So tell us how you've adapted. Tell us how you went into this, the challenges you faced, and the adversities you've been able to come over, and how you're functioning today. Is the biggest key to understanding the next steps and gaining our interest to want to continue with that. Yes.
Alice, one banker once told me, when you put together your business plan, you want to be concise and to the point, but you can never not have enough information. Put as much information as you can, because this is an important part of the discussion.
Yeah, I would say that you're right. We want a very targeted conversation. Years ago, I've been doing this 34 years, and years ago we used to get these things that were a couple, 100 pages, and we really don't want to have that anymore. What we would like to do is have you tell us that you know the business, right? So know your target market. Are you looking for 20 to 40-year-olds? Are you looking for, depending on what your industry is, tell us what your target market is. Tell us what the sales history of the industry is, how much of that target market in your area, where you think you can pull from. You want to know who your competition is and why you're going to succeed against them. And don't just say, because I've got better customer service. Really do some soul searching. Why can you beat somebody else out of that particular business? So be very specific about those items. And that is a good business plan to bring to a bank or to a finance corporation, because I'm sure, Rich, you would like to get one of those. It's really thought out, and don't just say, I need 250,000 or I need $1 million. Tell us what you're going to use it for. Really be specific.
Yeah, to add on that, when we ask tough questions and they may be uncomfortable questions, we have to answer to an underwriter, a credit manager, a loan committee, perhaps. Different bankers have different paths to their approval, but we're asking them for a good reason. And again, we're just trying to have all the answers, so we have a lot of back and forth and make it as efficient as possible in the process.
And Ray, I guess I would say, we know you have weaknesses. We accept that. So identify your weaknesses, and maybe you could talk to them about how you're going to fix those weaknesses or how you're looking to address them. So it's okay to have weaknesses. Pretty much all of us do.
Well, someone who was starting up a business about 4 or 5 years ago had extra expenses with their children they did not anticipate. So they had a little bit more of an outflow of their cash than they had anticipated at that point in time. And they were not sure whether that affected their business credit score with their business, because they had less cash, available cash on the dotted line. They had to withdraw some money and reappropriate it from the family business. So let's talk about the business credit score, and just like a personal credit score, what that means. And Alice, I'll start with you, because you want to get strong credit score when it comes to your business application.
Yeah, I would say that the business score is is obviously, how do I put this, is more relevant to the smaller business size because it's really a direct indication of how you've been conducting yourself, right? So that's very related on the smaller business size loans. So you want to look and see if you have any issues before you go and apply for credit, try to take care of them. But if you don't, or let's say in that case where there was some payments for some hospitalizations or whatever, just have an explanation ready. Bankers are not cold-hearted. We actually want to do the loan, again, going back to that. So just have a good explanation as to why this happened and get us to buy in.
So Rich, things happen, but obviously if you have a pattern of behavior, pattern of business behavior, personal behavior, you'll have a good score.
Yeah, absolutely. And people should be aware that, if you have an accounts payable list, it's possible that those payables are being contacted by a third party to produce something similar to a personal credit report. And, so just be aware of it is my advice. Accounts payable isn't necessarily accurate with regards to how you're in fact paying your bills. You might have some trade-offs going on with a vendor where you're conducting business, both sides of the equation. But just be aware of it that, if you have terms of net 15 or terms of net 30, try to abide by them. Sometimes people use credit by extending their payables. That may be doing you more harm than good.
Absolutely. Well, at this point, we want to welcome all of you who are watching this portion of our Big Connect in this panel. We welcome your comments in the chat room. We'll be getting your questions once you put some of them in, and Allison and Rich will be very happy to answer some of the questions that you have. And we have, of course, our breakout room afterwards, speakers, where you can join us and talk a little bit more one-on-one at that point. So please put your questions in the chat. If I'm putting this business plan together too, I mean, I all have doubt, self-doubt, I guess, at points in our lives, and we wonder, do you have enough good stuff on an application? So how do you know? How do you really feel confident your personal business finances are in order when you're doing this application? Rich, we'll start with you in this question.
Don't be shy. Don't be shy to brag about yourself. One of the biggest challenges I sometimes have with the handoff of my loan to a credit manager is I don't have enough details on, let's say, someone's resume. They may be owning a business now for 8 years in their, let's say, mid 40s, their 50s. They obviously did something a lot more than the 8 years that they owned the business. They did something that gave them attributes, skills to run that business. So don't be shy about, your background and your degree in what you do and how you got there and who you work for sure. The other big item that my credit team wants to know and we need to know is how you're bringing yourself to market. Okay, I'm going to start a business. How is the community going to get to know me? How they get to know my product? What is your plans to market? Is it a mailing campaign? Is it an internet campaign? Is it networking through the chamber? There's a whole host of ways to get your name out. But the more you can identify, the easier it is for us to become comfortable with your particular need.
Yeah. Very important. Allison?
I would say, I think there's a couple of sides to this question. Make sure your credit score is, in order to make sure your credit score and that you're in good shape to apply, there are so many free credit scores that you can look at and pull and try to see where your score is and make sure it's appropriate for a loan. And again, a bad credit score is not necessarily a no on a loan because everyone is going to have some sort of hitches that they've had at their point in life. Don't worry about them. Just have the reasons for them and we can move forward. I would say that most banks have a financial wellness review that you can go into the branches and they will do a financial wellness review to kind of see where you're at And they welcome that. And also a lot of banks are doing workshops. Like we have our key at work, and there's workshops on how to improve your credit score if your credit score is not where you want it to be before you go in for an application. But I agree with Rich, just be very open and honest about what your hopes, your dreams are, what your challenges are, and be more than willing to share them.
So along those lines, I guess you can't always necessarily check your own blood pressure, but can you check your own business score? This question comes from Karen, or is there a source where you can do your own self-check? Allison, I'll send that to you.
I'm going to actually let Rich do that.
Okay.
I think our credit team does pull a business score, but Rich, I don't know. That's something that I have not done before. Obviously, the personal scores I've done, but I haven't done a business score before. It's been a few years for me. So, Rich, what is your thoughts on that?
No, there is an entity, and I'm laughing because I was trying to cheat. Off to my right is, actually it's this way. I'm actually trying to find the name of the entity that does it. So I was actually looking in some credits that I have there are existing businesses that weren't startups. So give me a minute on that, and I will come back to that answer and give you a company name in a moment that my company is, if that's fair.
That's great.
Stay tuned, Karen. We've got the answer coming up. Rich is on it right now. I'm thinking about all the relationship building that you do, both of you do, in your line of work, and how the Chamber of Commerce, we're connectors. That's our job. You know, we're putting people together. We're a networking entity too, and you are as well. Somebody comes to you and maybe they have a blind spot for something they may not need, and they might require, or somebody that you would like to introduce as well. So talk about those referrals. When someone meets with you over time, as you build this trust in the relationship, you are in it to help them. It's everybody wins. We'll go in alphabetical order and start with Allison.
Okay. Again, I'm going to go back and say there's never a time I want a prospect or somebody who's come into the bank, taken the time to give me a call or give the bank a call or give any bank a call and walk away without an opportunity to know and have a direction. So it could be that I pick up the phone and work with Rich. It could be that I pick up the phone and talk to Jim Bizdera at the Community Economic Development Fund. There's the Green Bank, there's the DECD. There's so many, there's SCORE. There's so many places that we can help you develop a rapport and put you in the right position. And so I think that, yeah, we want to, I think we have 4 or 5 loans right now with my own team going on with Rich's team. And so it's a real community to get our economy going and get it going in the right direction, because we want, we love the state we live in and we want us all to prosper. So we constantly are reaching out to each other because it is a small community of lenders, and we've probably all worked together at some point in time. So I would say that we'll help you. We'll help you get where you need to go.
Those referrals are important, Rich.
Absolutely. I happen to rely heavily on banks for referrals. I'm a former banker. I was in the banking community for approximately 25 years, working for Bank of America and then 2 community banks in the New Haven area, the former Quinnipiac Bank and Trust and the former Start Bank. Start Bank is now New Haven Bank, of course. But community banking is fantastic, and knowing your banker is key. So as I said earlier in this, banks are my clients, and going to things like the chamber events when we have them in person again, and in the big ballroom there in the Omni. Those are wonderful moments for me. Trust me, I prioritize that day to make sure I'm there in those ballrooms or the lawn club, et cetera, for sure. I do have an answer on that question, by the way, if that we table the moment. And the answer was very obvious, and I'm embarrassed I didn't know it off the top of my head. Experian happens to be the company we use, which is also a company that pulls personal credit reports. So that's just one. There's others, but Experian is a company that we use.
Great. Well, I'm glad you got the answer, Karen. I hope that answers your question from before. We're going to talk a little bit in just a moment about some of the products, the lending products. We'll get into sort of the nitty gritty if we can about that. But just one last word about sort of your legal obligations, the trust transparency resources application here too. Personal anecdote, my barber is 81 years old and he cut my hair when I was a little boy as well. And I don't know if I'm a great walking advertisement for my barber. I'll leave that to everybody else to judge. But I was asked, I'm going to go to somebody once a month who's going to cut my hair and has a very sharp instrument in his hand. I really want to trust and know that person very well. So given that, they want to know and trust you very well. So you have to be transparent. You have to engender this trust. You have to give people documents that they sign, legal documents, really, when you do this. So talk about your obligation to be transparent. And Allison, I'll start with you on that question.
Well, first off, I think that everybody should know that your financial information is protected. It's proprietary. We cannot share this with other people. I could not share it with Rich unless I'm given the customer's permission to share it. I cannot share it with certain other people in the bank. Even it's on a need to know basis and it has to be directly impacting that credit facility. So, I'm not allowed to just put that out there and have it on a drive and everyone in the bank has access to it. That is not the way it is. Every bank's drives and commercial lending drives are proprietary to the lenders and to the people who have to touch that loan only. So, I remember years ago when I first came into the bank and, I lived in the same town as one of my customers right now. And he's like, I don't know if I want to, have you as my banker because you live in my town and we may know the same people. And it's so funny because I looked at him, I said, I'm not legally allowed to discuss your personal information with anyone. So please know that, again, it's a very, very protected, it's like your social security right now, even with your social security number. If I tried to send Rich anything with anyone's social security number, the bank would come up and be blocking me. So everything is really protected. And we try to put up as many firewalls as possible. But again, you have to develop that and you have to look at us. And as a team, there should be your attorney, there should be your accountant, there should be your banker. And that is kind of like your board of trustees. And move forward with that in mind, that we're all on that team. We're on the team together. Rich, what do you think?
Yeah, I think you nailed it on the head when it comes to confidentiality. Just to give more people a little assurance on that is that banks are audited for their security. It's not just a matter of auditing a bank to see if they accounted the cash flow correctly and the collateral correctly. Separate auditors come in and actually audit your security and make sure that not only is the bank and its employees using it properly, is all a part of that audit. So just a little add to that. I've gone through many tests during my banking years, as I'm sure Allison does annually, to make sure that we're not, unintentionally, sharing people's information. Again, everything's confidential. So is there something, I think there was another part of that question I missed. I apologize.
Yeah, well, essentially you answered the major part of the question about the transparency and the legality of it, but to even pick up beyond that, internal cybersecurity. I mean, this is hugely important for your line of work, is to have an incredible firewall and to make sure that, Allison, as you mentioned, with social security numbers, very sensitive information, that you both have a very strong cybersecurity team. And I'm sure, Rich, that applies to your work, and Allison to yours as well.
And listen, Allison and I have been around the block a few times. She's a senior manager at a major bank. I've been, my company 4 years. I've been in the area for 28 years. CIC wasn't going to hire me if I'd been known as to go, blab about my deal with XYZ company. in an elevator. You just don't know who knows somebody, and we don't get to where we are in our careers as most bankers do with having a big mouth or a mouth that talks a lot about other companies.
Very key and important. So let's talk, if we can, we've identified trust and sort of the whole process of preparation, but the actual lending products, which are not right for everybody. Different financial institutions have different products. So Allison, let's think in terms of this. If you can walk us through the smallest of businesses, mid-size, largest, you've got to think what matches in every case.
Right. I would say that, you have your lines of credit, which could be a year, or you can have on-demand lines of credit, which could go on in perpetuity. You have your term loans, you have your mortgages, you have your equipment loans. And most of the time, bankers want to properly match the useful life of whatever the product is to the, if it's an equipment loan, you're probably going to go 5 to 7 years because that's what we deem as useful life. Now, there are other vehicles that government enhanced term loans called 7As that Rich I'll let you handle most of that, but that can further the term. So obviously the longer the term, the longer it takes you to pay it back. But if your cash flow is tight or you're growing, that will help you. But so there can be a variety of terms of depending on the product that we're using to finance. So.
Yeah, it's a matter of match, as Allison, matching the loan request with the tool that we have in our box. So, we get equipment requests and we certainly get real estate requests. Well, real estate has a pretty long shelf life. We amortize in the commercial side 20 or 25 years on a real estate loan. And sometimes it's technically in the guidelines, but whether it's right or not for the customer is a conversation that we have with our borrowers. You might have a piece of equipment that has a lifespan of 7 or 10 years. And the bank says, or SBA says, oh, hey, you could actually put that into the 25-year loan and make it just one loan. And gee, isn't that the greatest thing since Swiss cheese? Well, is it? If you're still paying on a piece of equipment in the 15th year of your SBA loan, and you had to kick it out to the curb in its 7th year or 10th year, that's not good for the customer. That's not good for the borrower. They're paying on something that has no longer a useful life. So it could be that you come out of a loan meeting or a meeting with your banker and they've proposed 3 different loans: a line of credit for your short-term working capital needs, things to just fund your working capital cycle of when you build the product to the time you get paid. That might be a 30, 60, 90 day, or maybe even more cycle. So, okay, great. You get yourself a line of credit. You might have some equipment needs. So maybe there's a 5, 7, 10-year term loan in that, and you're buying real estate and you come out with the 3rd loan on the real estate. But the most proper thing to do is make sure we're lining up a structure with the asset that you're looking to finance so that you're not continually in debt. And that's an issue that comes up. Actually, I mentioned audits earlier. An auditor from the state regulatory agency or the federal agency could say, why are you financing a 7-year piece of equipment on a 10-year loan or a 20-year loan? So again, it's all conversation. It's all about having two-way dialogue and working with a seasoned banker that knows how to structure those loans properly, and not be afraid to say, hey, I think you need 3 different loans here, and here's why.
I would agree.
On the other end of the spectrum. And Allison, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say how much I agree with that, because at some point you don't want to have too much debt, because we do look at these debt to equity ratios. And so you don't want to be carrying all this debt, because at some point, if you have too much debt, then you're not really bankable anymore. So there is that interplay there. So that's why you need the trusted advisor and the banker in your corner, helping you look at where you want to grow and how, if you want to grow, what's going to get you there, and making sure that the debt ratios are in sync with where you want to be.
And that's a real conversation that happens, Ray. I'll give you an example. It took place to me about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. I financed a well-known golf course in the area, 25-year loan, great. And what came with the purchase was a bunch of golf carts that were used. And I was told, well, why are you doing it that way? Just do the easy thing and throw it into the 25-year loan. Again, it just wouldn't have been the right thing for the borrower. And they would have been paying for used golf carts for 25 years that probably had another 3 to 5 years of lifespan on them.
That doesn't work too well. You can get around maybe in the backyard with that, but maybe not in 18 holes. Let's reverse this. We have a great question from Cecil, and it's not about what we need, but about when you don't need a loan. If you can follow the question from Cecil, he asks, is it better to get a line of credit or get a loan when you do not need it?
This is an age-old question and a problem. And we've all heard the line of, oh, sure, now that I need a loan, you won't give it to me. When I didn't need it, you're knocking on my door every other day. So, it's a tough question. It's probably better banker question, but I won't back down from it just because I'll be the bad guy here. But, the truth is, I think every business should have a line of credit that qualifies for a line of credit. You just don't know when that particular need is going to come down the pike, that business opportunity shows up on your front door, and all of a sudden you need to produce 50% more widgets than you were producing before, and you don't have the equipment, you don't have the capability. We talked about matching credit requests up with a credit facility. And Allison, jump on me if I'm wrong in this. There's nothing wrong with talking to your bank and say, listen, I need this piece of equipment in my shop tomorrow. You obviously can't turn around my loan request by tomorrow. It might take a little longer. Can I use my line of credit to buy that piece of equipment and we'll replace it with the proper term loan within the next 30, 60, 90 days or whatever the case might be. But you never know when that opportunity shows up on your doorstep and all of a sudden you need extra capital. I believe COVID was a perfect example of people all of a sudden need an extra capital that all of a sudden scrambled for lines of credit. And now they have banks going, hey, we're a little nervous about the COVID. Whereas those who had the line of credit might be breathing a little bit easier today.
Right. I would say I 100% agree with you on the line of credit. Have a line of credit, yes. And before you go buy the piece of equipment, by the way, let's just have that conversation with your banker, because if you just want to make sure, okay, everybody's on board, we're going to start the term right now, but go ahead and buy the piece of equipment on there. We'll start the loan process. I will say that I probably would not say to go out and get a term loan, because most of us, are going to say, what are you going to use it for? Oh, just to sit in your checking account? That's really not something that we want to lend money for. Again, it's going back to the targeted usages. So, we're not going to give you a term loan for working capital just to sit in your checking account. If we have, okay, well, you're going to be going out and increasing your sales, and therefore you need to have more permanent working capital to increase, to hire more people. And we know that's going to become a permanent portion of your working capital, and we'd eventually term that out on your line anyway. Then I can have that conversation about having a term loan. But just to take cash and put it in your pocket, really not where I'd like to see you go. But the line of credit is a good idea.
Great answers. Great. Well, we have about 10, 12 more minutes in our conversation here. And at the back end, I'd love to talk success stories. I'm sure you have many, and things that you're very proud of over the course of your career, where you've seen businesses flourish because you were the wind beneath their wings in that respect. But let's talk about what people don't realize sometimes, Allison and Rich, and that is their assets. They have more than they think. They actually, in terms of collateral, they have more than they probably think they can borrow against. And Allison, I'm sure you've seen that many times too.
Yeah, I think that some people don't understand what we as bankers consider assets. So typically right now, years ago, I used to take a lien on your accounts receivable and your inventory for your line of credit, and then on your fixed, your machinery for your equipment loans. But now we take really just all business asset liens filings on everything. So you have AR, you have inventory, you have your equipment that, and normally we look at net of depreciation as the valuation on that. You have your building, and those are just your personal, those are just the business assets. If you're starting out, you may have personal assets, a personal house, and depending on where you stand from your collateral perspective, you may, if you're over 20%, we're going to make you guarantee a loan. So bankers do that. If we honestly believe that if you don't believe in yourself, then why should we? So you're going to have to guarantee the loan. And if you're short on collateral, we want to secure that with either if you have some marketables that you could pledge, or some or a residence that you could pledge. But there are other assets that we haven't discussed, which is depending on your industry. Let's say you're in the oil industry, your customer list is considered an asset. So there are things that we can do that are a little bit different, tailored to your specific industry. Rich?
I think you nailed it pretty well on the head. I'm not sure I'm going to add much more to, the collateral. I just say this is that as your business matures, your collateral options will be more favorable from your bank in all likelihood. As the greatest thing for a bank, or the easiest way for a bank to evaluate you, is from your historical cash flow. And as you prove yourself, that all business asset lien is the more likely lien for your loan versus, hey, I got an idea. You've convinced the bank, you've convinced our company, you've convinced SBA that it's a viable deal that we're willing to move forward with you on. Excuse me. You may have to put your house up on those particular situations. You may have to put other collateral up. So, but it's a maturity thing with your business. As it grows, those terms typically become more favorable.
And you shouldn't be afraid to apply for a loan if you don't have 100% collateral, right? So that's where the SBA wants to come in and help you. And so do we do non-fully collateralized loans with a government enhancement and working with Rich? Absolutely, we're going to. So, the federal government wants us to have successful entrepreneurs in our country, and they're going to stand behind it.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk a little bit too now about, and we'll wrap up with some examples, some great stories that you're able to tell, a little bit over the course of what you've seen. But strategic planning, just kind of having a vision, not just about what we're going through now, but 5 years, 10 years, 20 years out. For example, I'll just break it down into a home loan, not business loan. If you're going to move in 1 year, don't refinance. Not a smart move. Wait if you're going to be in your home 5 years, 7 years. Have a sense of direction and a personal plan based on a timeline. So if you can both tell us a little bit about encouraging your applicants to have that kind of part of their strategic plan with a timeline where they can see their business grow and they can see what they need 2, 5, 10 years out. So I don't know who wants to take that question, but jump ball, go for it. Rich, I'll start with you. And
that's a normal conversation that should be taking place between the banker and their client on at least an annual basis. And there's certainly reasons that Allison could expand on why you're talking to your customer about these things 4 times a year at minimum. If you're a large company and here 25 million in sales, you better have a personal relationship with your banker. But yeah, no, these are good things. And if something I used to say when I would visit a customer, when I had a portfolio, I would say, listen, what do you see coming down the pike the next 3-6 months? Do you have capital expenditures? Do you have equipment needs coming up in this next year? And if so, how are you paying for it? Is that something I need to be prepared for? Were you planning on buying it? Were you planning on financing it through your bank? Or is that something you're going to pay for cash? And if you're going to pay for cash, does that create other issues in your cash flow cycle. So those are conversations that should be happening with a banker at least once a year, if not more.
Check in.
Absolutely. I would agree with that. And again, it depends. The business plan is going to change on where the stage you are. So if you're a startup, you may have, a 3 or 4 year business plan, but things can always come up. I mean, we've just been through COVID. So who would have said that a restaurant or a gym would have had to buy, IT equipment to go on and do Zoom calls or Zoom exercise. So you never know what's going to come up, and you have to be fluid with that. But of course, as a banker, we want to sit down and have conversations with our customers. Half of our customers now, because of COVID, are looking for fraud protection. They're going much more online. So remote deposit capture, not wanting to go into the banks, merchant services because they're taking merchant, they're buying things on cards. Everything is changing. And so they may need to buy a new piece of equipment for this change. And it's evolving. But that's part of the teamwork, and that's what we do.
Yeah, that's great. Well, we're going to send it back over to Garrett in about 5 minutes, 6 minutes from now. But I want to wrap up if we can in this conversation. First of all, to encourage anyone who has another question, or there will be a little panel afterwards that'll be taken off to one of our chat rooms. You can join us too, our speakers panel here today. Rich and Allison will be very happy to answer your questions one-on-one. But in your storied and very long active careers in banking and lending, Allison, I'll start this question with you. Just the joy of being there as a banker, to be able to provide business recapitalization at a moment when it was maybe challenging, or they needed to expand and they became a huge success, or a startup business that maybe started out maybe modestly and grew to be a great business as well. Talk about some of the joys in your business.
Seeing someone's success that they may not have had without you is like a proud parent. I guess that's the good way to say it. I came up with 2 examples for today's conversation, and one was one that we were working directly with Rich on, but another one is also working with Rich's team on, and it's a company that I have banked this company for the better part of 20 years. And he would just buy different businesses. And one of the businesses he bought, he's in the middle of selling to somebody who has worked for him and managed it. It's an auto store, and he's managed it for 14 years. So I think right out of high school, the guy came in and he started managing the auto and truck repair place, and he's going to finally buy it. Right. So we're going to be financing the purchase of the building, the acquisition of the business. We're going to be getting him key at work. So we're going to help his employees, be able to cover, plan for whatever they need to plan. We're doing DDAs, which are checking accounts. When I began in banking, I didn't know what that was. We're going to do merchant. We're going to do credit cards. And it's all blossoming and making this guy's dream come true that he's had since he was in high school. And he's now going to own his own business. How great is that? It's a fantastic story.
Yeah, it is. It is a great story, great satisfaction. And Rich, over time too, you've had those kinds of stories. Tell us about some of yours.
It's unfortunately, we have this confidentiality thing that we talked about earlier, but we just love to sit here and tell you that, wow, I did the loan for XYZ company, and you all know it, and look how they're doing today and when they started. So for sure, those things are out there. The company that you worked with when you first started your commercial career, and you still see them out there today, those are the ones that I agree with. You're so proud to still visit them. You're proud to go patronize them and bring your business home. It's great. But I have 2 from last year that I could think of. Young couple just starting out, just had a great first year with buying a marina. Of all things, up on the eastern side of the state, and they've just put their heart and soul into the business, and they took it over from it was a very well aged marina, and it just needed some fresh blood, and it's exciting to drive into that marina today and see where it is now than where it was before. Yeah, I think Allison said it best. I mean, we put people's, dreams into motion and help finance them, and they carry their passion through into their new business. It's great to see that.
Excellent. It's been a great conversation, and a lot of questions have been answered here about pursuing dreams and expanding business, and all of your help in that regard. So as we go forward, people will need to talk with you as we go into our own little speakers room. But Rich, they can get a hold of you how? It's the best way.
Community Investment Corporation in Hamden. We're right near Whitney and Dixwell, 203-415-2811. Or just go to our website, you'll find me.
Excellent. We'll know where to track you down. Allison, how about you?
I sit in both New Haven and in Manchester, and my phone number is 860-682-2448, and I'd welcome any calls.
Great. Richard Evans, Vice President, Community Investment Corporation. Thank you. Allison Standish-Plimpton, Senior Vice President, Business Banking Team Leader for KeyBank. Again, thanks for being here. Garrett, we had a great conversation. I think we learned a lot in the last hour.
Great, thanks so much. And thank you to Rich and Allison. So much of what we try to do at the Big Connect, even when it's virtual, is support our small businesses. We know so many of them need help right now. So just kind of demystifying the capital process, letting people know how easy it is to be able to get money for their business, and some strategies right now for how to deal with these difficult times. That's extremely helpful. So Ray, thank you again, and thank you to the panel. We continue on with the 2020 Big Connect virtual presented by Comcast Business. We have more speakers today. We're going to be hearing from Lori Santos in just a few moments, but we want to let you know about the Zoom room. And I believe our panelists are going to be heading over there. So what you can do, and Shantae is going to put into the chat the link to go over to our networking room presented by Southern Connecticut Gas and UI, the energy efficiency programs there. Go over to the Zoom networking room. That's an opportunity to talk with our speakers a little bit more. If you just heard them, if you want to have a chance to meet with them, it's going to be in a meeting format. Also, we're using that location as a great place for people to connect and get together. We have dedicated networking times, but it's open all day. So the Zoom Lounge networking room at the Big Connect open all day. And as I said, we have a lot more speakers to go. We're going to play a couple of videos here. Also a video that we rolled at our annual meeting back just a few weeks ago, talking about the optimism that we have for our business community, our expectations and our hope that we can turn things around, and the hope that our businesses have. So let's play a few of the videos, and then we'll get into Lori in just a couple of moments.
The business community has faced the pandemic by pivoting, innovating, responding to changing customer demands, protecting the health of customers and employees, making difficult decisions, and ultimately persevering through historic conditions. Here are a few exciting words from our businesses that have pivoted and demonstrated perseverance in the light of this pandemic.
We're here to talk about our commitment to making sure Guilford businesses survive the pandemic. There have been some challenging times, but our community has stepped up. We had one merchant who allowed several of the other merchants to sell wares in their store. Great example of collaboration. We look forward to coming out of the other side of this pandemic stronger and better than ever. It's always a great day to be in Guilford.
See, never before have we had this level of collaboration amongst providers. Hospital systems, post-acute care groups, physician groups, and managed care companies all working together to redefine healthcare and create a healthier tomorrow for those we serve.
We're actively growing our business in the state of Connecticut. We create business applications related to robotic process automation, virtual and augmented reality. We're optimistic about our business and proud to be part of the innovative community of New Haven.
And I'm optimistic about New Haven because if you look down there, we're seeing a beautiful Black Lives Matter sign, and I love seeing social change in the right direction.
The surprising COVID upsides were our ability to connect to more people than ever before due to all of our support groups and educational programs being online and virtual. Our 7 walks being remote and virtual resulted in increased community engagement and also local awareness.
The reason I'm optimistic about our business is because even during these troubling times, our business has been able to grow. And once we get past these times, I'm even more encouraged by our future growth potential.
I'm at the Canal Dock Boathouse, where this weekend the musicians of the New Haven Symphony will be performing our first concert since March. It's an unlikely location for a classical music performance, but it's an example of the kind of ingenuity and resourcefulness that make the city of New Haven so great.
I just want to say how heartened we are by the greater New Haven community for all their support during the pandemic, from their well wishes to our staff and our patients to the donations of masks and food and money. We just really saw how the community always rises to the occasion during the worst of times, and you all helped us think possible.
We have a lot of reasons to believe that 2021 is going to be a great year. Throughout all the challenges of the pandemic, real estate and housing has been doing really well. We've got the best area, the best arts and culture, best restaurants, and the best housing.
Am I optimistic about Albertus's future and New Haven's future? You bet I am. For 95 years, Albertus has been overcoming challenges and obstacles, adapting to bring its education opportunities to those who might not otherwise have them. That story is New Haven's story. I've seen New Haven rise above challenge and move forward in my tenure in this community. So absolutely, New Haven will thrive, Albertus will thrive. As a community, we're going to thrive.
I agree with them.
At Marrakesh, we embrace human potential. The quick response of our New Haven community, government, and business leaders in providing resources to ensure that our most vulnerable citizens were well taken care of and had the supplies that they need, and that our frontline workers were recognized was truly overwhelming.
And we always love playing that video because there is a lot of challenge facing all of our businesses, folks individually as well. That goes without saying, but a lot of optimism too. And so many of our businesses, as you heard in maybe one of our previous panels about positive pivots, a lot of businesses have made changes that have made them a better business, maybe not right at the moment, but when we come out of this pandemic, they're going to be in a stronger position. So a lot to be excited about. Keep our energy level up. Keep your head up because we still have many challenging days ahead. But as we say here at the Chamber, business keeps moving forward. It's been doing that for a long time. The Chamber going on 227 years next year. So this is a strong business community. And new things like a virtual business expo, the Big Connect presented by Comcast Business today. Part of the reason why I played that video was because I thought it worked in well to our next speaker, Lori Santos, who is a professor of psychology at Yale University. And she's going to speak with us about the science of well-being. And Lori, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We're always excited about the incredible minds and work that is going on right here in New Haven through Yale. And so to have a few moments with you today, we truly do appreciate it. Thank you. And I know we have Lori out there, so we'll get her up on the screen in a moment. But as I was saying, it's positivity that we're talking about. I think I hear Lori now. Lori?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm not able to actually to start my video. It's saying the host has stopped it. So if the host could turn me on, that would be fantastic.
We'll make sure. How does that work? Is that?
There we go.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. We really do appreciate it.
Thanks so much. And hopefully I'll also be able to share my screen because what I wanted to do today was to give you a quick preface of the class that I teach at Yale University, a class all about the science of well-being, which I think is something that everyone involved in New Haven businesses needs now more than ever. So let me hop in and kind of share my screen here, which hopefully you folks can see. I'm going to be talking about how we can all achieve happiness during times of stress, and I take the COVID-19 time to be a pretty extreme time of stress. I'm going to talk to you about what the science of well-being says about some evidence-based practices that you can use to feel better in general, but especially during the challenging time that is COVID-19. And so with that, I'll kind of dive in. As Garrett mentioned, I'm a professor at that school up the street at Yale University. I've been teaching there for the last 16 years, which means I've had the lovely pleasure of getting to know lots of you and some of your businesses. But in just the last couple of years, I took on a new role at Yale, where I became one of their heads of college. So for those that aren't as familiar with Yale, Yale's kind of one of these funny schools like Hogwarts and Harry Potter, where it has these kind of colleges within a college. I'm the head of Silliman College, and that means I live on campus with students. I get to see them in the dining hall. I get to live with them up close and personal. And honestly, when I first started this role, I didn't like what I was seeing. I was seeing the so-called college student mental health crisis up close and personal. Right now, nationally, this isn't just at Yale or in the Ivy League. Nationally, we see that over 40% of college students report being too depressed to function most days. Over 60% say that they feel overwhelmingly anxious, and over 10% say that they've seriously considered suicide in just the last year. So this is what our young people are going through. And I think in a conversation like this with folks working in New Haven, I think it's worth saying, these are the people that you're bringing into your organizations when they graduate from college soon, right? So this is a real problem. And so I decided to do something about it. I decided to develop a totally new class for Yale students that really explored these evidence-based ways that they could improve their mental health. I wanted students to take it, so I kind of christened it something fun. I called it Psychology and the Good Life, so it sort of pop out of the course catalog. But it was a totally new class on Yale's campus. So ultimately I expected, maybe 20 or 30 students would take it. You can imagine my surprise when I walked into a room that looks like this. This is what it looks like when you have to teach your class in a concert hall, because that's how many students want to take your class. In the end, around a quarter of Yale's entire student body wanted to take this class, which was a little bit humbling, but I think it told me something important. It showed me that students were voting with their feet, that they didn't like this culture of feeling stressed and anxious and depressed. And they really wanted to do something about it. They wanted evidence-based practices that they could use to feel better. And so this was kind of the beginning of my journey into studying the science of well-being, but it's worth reminding myself, even when I talk about this, that when I taught that class and a quarter of Yale students tried to enroll, that was back in 2018, where, times seemed kind of idyllic, to be totally frank. Now here we are finding ourselves in 2020, which I'm imagining for you has been a lot like my 2020, which is basically just a huge dumpster fire of a year, right? For many, many reasons, but not the least of which is the fact that we're all kind of struggling with all the onslaught of problems that come with COVID-19. The anxiety that comes with this disease, the uncertainty that we feel for ourselves, for our health, for our businesses, and just the frustration and anger that comes with having our routines and our businesses disrupted as much as they have been. And that would be enough for 1 year. But of course, as a community in New Haven, we're also struggling with the other things that we've seen in 2020, like the fact that the racism that we experience in the United States today has really come to the fore. The amazing work of our Black Lives Matter protesters has kind of brought this to the attention of folks who weren't paying attention before. But coming to terms with that violence and that violent history has been a real struggle. And of course, there's climate change, there's a hurricane hitting, there's all kinds of bad stuff in 2020, right? This has been a really, really tough year. And that's why I think it's really important to kind of dig into what the science of happiness says about how we can do better. And that's what I'm going to explore today. I'm going to really talk about what does the science say about how we can become happier in 2020. We're not going to necessarily change these circumstances. We're getting good news about vaccines and these kinds of things, right? Hopefully we can stop that stuff. But for now, what can we do even in the midst of this to improve our well-being? And that's what I'm going to dig into today. What I'm going to do is give you a very, very short version of the class that I teach at Yale, which is really quite fun. You're going to get the top 7 insights that I think the science of happiness gives us for how we can feel happier during challenging times. But it's kind of a very squished version of the Yale course, but it's also more fun. You don't have to pay the Yale tuition. You don't necessarily have to, take your SATs again. You kind of just get the whole Yale class, half hour for free. So thanks to the New Haven Chamber of Commerce for this. But just to kind of dig in, I wanted to dive into the first insight that I think the science of happiness gives us, which is that this whole pursuit of happiness, even though it might seem kind of a little bit weird during this challenging time, it is not only possible, but it's also really important. We can think of happiness, as my students might call it, as like sort of a first world problem, the kind of thing we think about when everything else is sorted. But the data suggests that that's not the best way to think about it. Even during challenging times like COVID-19, right? In the current time when businesses are getting shuttered up and people are getting sick and people are losing their jobs, we might ask, why would it make sense to focus on happiness, right? Like, shouldn't we be focused on the economy or solving the problems of COVID, like all these other things? Like, why happiness? And I get it, we have to focus on those other things as well. But it turns out that thinking about happiness, focusing on happiness, making sure you're prioritizing your own mental health, that might be a path to the other stuff that you really care about as well. The research suggests that we often think about happiness as the result of all our circumstances. All these good things happen and then we get happy. But the science shows that we might have the causal arrow of happiness backwards. In other words, we might need to think about the kinds of ways that we can become happier, because the act of feeling happy might lead to some of the circumstances we all care about. What are some of these circumstances? Well, let's take the job market. Many of us are worried about, our employees, like, making sure they're doing well on the job, maybe hiring new folks, right? What are the kinds of things you need to get occupational attainment to find a job or even do well at a job? Obviously you need the resume skills, but the research shows that happiness might play a critical component here. In fact, one study looked at 18-year-olds. They measured their cheerfulness levels at 18. And then they looked at what was going on in their job search and in their job life over 10 years later. And so you come back into these individuals' late 20s and you look at who got a job, who's happy at their job, who's doing well, who's earning a high salary. And what the research shows is that your cheerfulness at age 18 predicts how well you're doing in your job almost 10 years later when you're 26. Now, that's not what we really expect, but it's what the data really show. And it's not just kind of whether or not you get a job, it's how you're doing in your job. Are you performing well such that your supervisors say that you're doing well? But in addition, it also sort of predicts your salary levels. In fact, one study looked at 18-year-olds, measured people's positive affect, and then tried to correlate that with people's salaries later on in life. And what they find was that the more cheerful you are at 18, the better your earning potential at age 20 and even into your 30s. So we think it's just the resume stuff, but it might be our mental health too. And that's in part because we also know that happiness seems to predict whether or not you're going to show the kind of creative core skills that we all want to see as employers. One study really looked at whether or not people's happiness levels predicted their innovation on a hard problem at work. This study actually worked with doctors. So they brought doctors into the lab and either made them cheerful or a little sad by watching different YouTube videos. So we could watch some happy cat videos or watch some sad videos. Then they gave doctors a really hard problem. If you remember that old TV show House, where you get these like tough medical diagnoses, that's what doctors faced. And they looked at who got the answer right, who could figure out that tough problem that required some innovation. And what they found was that the doctors who had watched the happy video, who were in a better mood, were statistically more likely to solve the innovative problem than those that weren't. Again, we think happiness is this ephemeral thing, but it might cause us to have the kind of innovative skills we need to get through this challenging time. But in addition, there's evidence to suggest that happiness might be really critical for another thing we care a lot about during this pandemic, which is just our immune function and our health. One study looked at whether or not your happiness levels predict whether or not you get sick after being exposed to a virus. This study brought subjects into the lab and exposed all subjects to rhinoviruses. These days, we're all really paying attention to coronaviruses. Rhinoviruses are the viruses that cause the common cold. So individuals get kind of their nose like little shot up with a little syringe exposed to some rhinoviruses. The question is who gets sick? And what the researchers looked at was people's positive style. Are you a kind of normally high positive style person where you're kind of feeling very joyful and you're like, in a good mood a lot of the time? Or are you kind of a low positive style person where you're sort of a little bit more down in the dumps? What researchers showed was that the people who had the high positive style got colds at rates that were about half of those with the low positive style. In other words, just the act of being a cheerful person might protect you from viruses, something we all care about in the midst of a global pandemic. And just since I know some of you business folks are kind of nerdy like me and you want to see the data, I'm just going to show you the graph right here. I'm going to present the number of colds that these individuals got, depending on your positive style. Remember, high positive style is when you're kind of more often and not in a good mood. Low positive style is just the opposite. And here's the number of colds that people got. You're basically seeing almost twice the rate of colds if you're in a low positive style than a high positive style. And so all these together kind of raises the insight that I think is really important right now, which is that happiness is critical. We think it's the thing that, we can focus on when all this is over, but it's just the opposite. If we want to see success in our businesses, if we want to see success in our jobs, if we want to just stay healthy, we might need to focus on happiness first. And of course, that raises, I think, a big question, which you might say, like, that sounds great, but how on earth do I do that, right? It's 2020, right? Like, how can I be happy during this time? And that gets us to top insight number 2. Another misconception we have that according to the research, which is that we often think that we need our circumstances to be great to be happy. But the research shows, as top insight number 2 explains, that we can sometimes harness the power of post-traumatic growth to improve our happiness. And so again, we tend to think that like we'll be happy when things are awesome and we'll be sad when things are bad. But is that really the case? Well, to study that, researchers go find folks where things are going awesomely. So let's take a look at this lady. She's just won Massachusetts Powerball for $758 million. Question is, did this event make her happier? And the answer is, yeah, on the Tuesday that this lady won Powerball, it was a pretty good Tuesday, right? She's smiling, the day you win $750 million is a great day. But the question is, what happens to her happiness after that? And what research has shown that if you go back to this lady 6 months later, 1 year later, what you'll find is that her happiness levels are statistically indistinguishable from someone who played the lottery but didn't win. Now, that's not what we think. We think these awesome events are going to make us happy, but the studies suggest that they just don't do so in the way that we think. That's the awesome event, but what about a bad event? So imagine the following scenario. If you're lucky enough to have the use of your legs, imagine you were out kind of taking a ride after this discussion and there's a horrible car accident on 95. Somebody has hit you. All of a sudden, it's a really bad accident. You've severed your spine and now you're paraplegic. Question is, what would that do to your happiness? Well, if that happened this afternoon, it'd be a pretty crummy Monday afternoon, right? But the research shows that if you look at people to whom this has really happened, and you go back to them 6 months later, 1 year later, what you often find is that these folks' happiness is statistically indistinguishable from somebody who went for that ride and didn't get hit. Now, that's not what we think, but it's what the data show. Traumatic events don't negatively impact our happiness as much as we assume. But there's more there that's even more surprising, which is that sometimes if you look at people who've been through a traumatic event like this, they often report that this event was one of the most meaningful things in their life, that they wouldn't change it, that it's made them stronger. And this gets to the phenomena that lots of scientists are interested in right now, which is called post-traumatic growth. This idea that sometimes we go through trauma, of course we know about post-traumatic stress. Sometimes you go through trauma and it's obviously really bad. But there are cases where people go through trauma that they wind up stronger on the other side. And this is the phenomenon of post-traumatic growth. The science suggests that you can grow in a couple different ways after trauma. One is that you tend to boost your social connection after bad times. You tend to know the people in your life that really matter. You tend to kind of get a sense of who's there for you when times are really tough. But you also grow in terms of your resilience. When you go through a year like 2020, you don't sweat the small stuff anymore, right? Like you're ready to recognize like when good times are and kind of make the most of the tough times that might come for you. But finally, the research shows that trauma can also sometimes increase our sense of meaning and purpose in life. So that when we go through something tough, we recognize what really matters. We kind of put our priorities straight. That's post-traumatic growth. All of us through this bad time can either get through in a stressful way and kind of end up worse off, but we can also embrace the power of post-traumatic growth. We can do it right such that we come out of this stronger socially, stronger in terms of our resilience, and stronger in terms of our sense of meaning. We just need to know the right stuff to do. And that's why I think that COVID-19, for all its challenges, can actually be a time in which we grow as individuals and in which we grow as organizations, because there's evidence for things like post-traumatic growth in organizations as well. This, in some sense, is our choice. It's really up to us. And that's one of the reasons I was so excited to kind of bring this insight to this group with the New Haven Chamber of Commerce, is I think this is really critical. We have the power to use this challenging time to make our organizations in New Haven come out stronger. We just need to know the right stuff to do. And that's what the next few tips are about. They're really about ways that you can harness the evidence-based strategies to come out a little bit stronger in the end. Okay, and so what are those evidence-based strategies? That's the rest of our tips. Starting with tip number 3, which is that if you want to kind of get through to post-traumatic growth, you need to personally make time for nutritious social connection in your life. Every available study of happy people suggests that happy people are just more social. Happy people spend more time with others. They prioritize time with their friends and family members. They're even just around people more often, right? Social connection is essential for happiness. But of course, This is particularly tricky during a time when we're all connecting with other people in a very different way. Many of us are doing it kind of like we are right now over Zoom, right? It would have been nice to have this Chamber of Commerce meeting where we could all be together and get some drinks and, have breakout rooms that were real rooms rather than Zoom rooms, right? What can we do to promote social connection during this time of social distancing, especially in our organizations where team members who used to work on the same floor together are now working remotely? What can we do? Well, the answer, as I talk to my students about, is that we need to find ways to locate what I'm going to call nutritious social connection that is nutritious and that it builds you up rather than kind of strikes you down. What do I mean by nutritious? Well, I often use analogies with kind of eating and food and health. And so if I put up this picture here and I asked you if this is nutritious, you'd be like, yeah, that's nutritious. In part because you learn, these are the nutritious things to eat, but in part because if you ate these kinds of things, lots of veggies and fruits, your body would feel good, right? Like you'd feel good afterwards after eating this stuff. It wouldn't be like, after eating some like, greasy, like food that might not be as good for you, right? Question is, what happens for your social connection in terms of nutrition? How can you find social connection that feels the same way, that after you engage in it, you feel good rather than depleted? We know one way to do this as social primates would be to hang out together in person. Again, if we could all get together, over drinks and kind of hang out and meet each other, like that social connection would probably feel pretty rich. It would feel pretty nutritious. You could tick off like, yep, that's pretty good. Of course, this is the very social connection that we're having some trouble dealing with right now. Like this is the kind of stuff that is very tricky for us. But the data really suggests that this is the type of stuff that we need to replicate if there's any way that we can want to achieve more social connection during this tough time. And so we need to find other things that feel nutritious. Like maybe calling somebody on the phone, right? We might not be able to get together with our best friends as easily during this time of social distancing, but we can usually pick up the phone and talk to them, right? Will this feel nutritious? Like, well, yeah, when you actually talk really comfortably with somebody who you haven't spoken with in a while in time, you have this rich connection, that feels good. It has a bit of a startup cost, right? It has more of a startup cost than maybe running it to somebody at the office cooler, but the act of what you'll feel afterwards is really better, right? Like you'll feel nutritious after this is done. What about, the kind of thing that we're doing now, Zoom happy hours or kind of Zooming together? Will that feel nutritious? Well, oftentimes, yeah, if you can kind of meet with a small group of people when you haven't been on screens all day, like that could feel pretty good. But, sometimes maybe not, maybe if you just spent 9 hours on a screen, that Zoom happy hour is not going to feel great, and fair enough, right? The key is that you're paying attention mindfully to what really seems to work for you. And the data suggests that if you do that, you can pick the things that feel nutritious for you at different times, right? What's another example of something we're all drawn to, right? Especially when we're feeling a little lonely, we pull out our phones and look on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or something. Is that going to feel nutritious? Well, like some fast food, it has a really low startup cost, but my guess is if you truly pay attention afterwards, it might not feel as nutritious as you expect, right? And so this is the point. We need to make time for social connection, and we have to do it differently right now than we did before if we want to stay physically healthy. The key is that you need to mindfully pay attention to the parts that feel nutritious and try to build more of that into your life. Pay attention to what feels good and copy that. That gets us to top insight number 4, another thing that feels counterintuitive right now, but is really important, which is that if we want to engage with post-traumatic growth, we need to find some ways to experience gratitude now, not griping. Now, griping seems to be a thing that we are doing a lot of in 2020, right? If 2020 had like a Yelp rating, it would like be very bad, right? And that means that a lot of us are engaging in a lot more complaining than usual, right? We're griping about the circumstances, we're frustrated, I get it. But the research suggests that that's just simply not what happy people do. Happy people, even when experiencing hassles, don't focus on those hassles. Happy people focus on the blessings. They focus on the kinds of things they're grateful for. And you might say, that's kind of hard to like focus on what I'm grateful for because there's not that much out there. My guess though is that there is, if you can kind of train your attention right. Even in your businesses with all the challenges they face, there are some bright sides there and you need to look out for them. And one way to train your brain to look out for them is to literally write down 3 to 5 things you're grateful for at the end of the day. This is what a lot of folks call a gratitude list or a gratitude journal. And there's evidence that this can be a powerful way to bump up your well-being. Research shows that this act of writing down 3 to 5 things you're grateful for can statistically improve your well-being in as little as 2 weeks. So a powerful tool for bumping up our well-being. But an even more powerful tool for bumping up our well-being and for improving performance in our organizations is to express gratitude to other people. Why? Well, expressing gratitude means you have to make a social connection. So you literally got to talk to somebody. But in addition, it means that you're really kind of conveying something nice to someone else and you're experiencing gratitude. So the research suggests that the act of this should be really powerful. And research shows that it is. In fact, one study by Grant and Gino looked at the way that expressing gratitude to your employees can really boost not only their well-being, but also their performance. They did this in a pretty thankless organization. They looked at university fundraisers. I can say, being at Yale, we need the money, but it's not fun for the people who have to call folks and demand donations and things like that. So they brought these fundraisers in, and half of them got to hear some gratitude from their superior. Their boss came in and said, look, we're really grateful for your hard work. We sincerely appreciate your contributions to the university. Here's what you've allowed us to do. And really sincerely expressed why he was thankful in this case. And so then the question is, how did that affect these folks' performance? And what the researchers found is that fundraisers who heard the gratitude increased the number of calls they made by 50%. Imagine boosting your employees' performance by 50%. You might think, oh my gosh, we have to pay them so much more, I got all these bonuses and so on. Gratitude, it turns out, might be enough. But gratitude doesn't just help the people who are hearing it. Gratitude can also help you, the person who's expressing it. And that's why it's so powerful. One study actually looked at this power of expressing gratitude to the people you care about. This is some work by Marty Seligman and colleagues. And he brings his subjects into the lab and he has them do this exercise. He says, in the next week, I want you to write a letter of gratitude to someone who's helped you or been especially kind to you, but has never been properly thanked. And then deliver that letter in person to the person in question. What do people predict? People predict this might feel awkward. Turns out it doesn't feel awkward at all. If you receive this gratitude visit, it's one of the best moments of your life, you often report. It's like a 10 out of 10 on a happiness scale for the person who receives it. What's more amazing is what happens to you, the person who's doing this gratitude visit. And that's the graph I'm going to show you now. I'm plotting a sort of standard measure of happiness right here. And the white bars are when you do the gratitude visit versus the black bars when you kind of are just listing some happy memories. You kind of just doing that as a control. And this is what we see before the event. No difference between the gratitude visit and the control. Right after, the immediate thing that you find is you see a big bump up in people's happiness. But what's amazing is that they looked at that bump up in happiness and how long it lasted. And in their study, what they find is that people show a significant increase in well-being that lasts for between 1 to 3 months. Now, if I was to tell you that there's some activity that you could engage in tonight that would take you probably a half hour, and it would bump up your happiness, through Thanksgiving, through the winter holidays, past Christmas and Hanukkah, and well into 2021, you would say, sign me up. That is the power of expressing gratitude to others. We don't realize how powerful it can be for bumping up our well-being. And this is where you all get some homework. You can't invite the Yale professor and not get homework. Your homework is to really do this. Some of you thought about a person who you really needed to thank, but you haven't. Really write that thank you letter. And extra credit if it's someone in your organization, because then you can get that big well-being boost for your business too. So that's top insight number 4. We need to be making time for gratitude. Top insight number 5 is also pretty tricky, which is that if we want to be like happy people, if we want that post-traumatic growth, we need to be in the present moment and savor all the good stuff. And, again, if you're writing a gratitude journal, you can see there's good stuff out there, the taste of a good mug of coffee, right? The smile of your spouse, right? There's stuff that you can savor if you're only present for it. Problem is that we tend not to be present very much. We tend to spend a lot of our time doing this. I think especially as business leaders, you tend to spend a lot of your time mind wandering, thinking about the next quarter, or thinking about what you need to do, or thinking about your employees, thinking about what you're going to make for lunch, right? All these things that are not in the present moment. Researchers estimate that when you ask people how often they spend mind wandering, they usually say if they spend about 50% of the time doing so. And the time that we spend mind wandering is less happy than the time that we spend present, no matter what's going on in the present moment. So to be happier, we need to stop the mind wandering. But how do we do that? Well, science gives us 2 strategies. One is the simple act of savoring. It works really well if you're engaged in something really enjoyable, like eating an ice cream or something, right? But what would you do when you're paying attention to this kind of event? How can you be present? Just think to yourself, what does this taste like? What does this feel like? How would I describe this event to somebody else? When you're experiencing something good, be there and be present. But a different way to be present is to engage in a practice of presence. And this shows the power of a technique that I'm sure you've all heard about, which is the technique of meditation. The simple act of focusing on your breath or focusing on a mantra. How does this work? Well, you're kind of training your brain to pay attention to something. And that means you're limiting the mind wandering that your brain engages in. And the research suggests it can have a powerful effect. In fact, researcher Hetty Koper, who's also a professor at Yale, shows that even for novice meditators, the simple act of kind of focusing on your breath for like 10 to 20 minutes a day can improve not only your well-being, but can also improve the extent to which you're limiting your mind wandering. It actually decreases activation in regions of your brain that tend to mind wander. And so that's top insight number 5. If we want to be like happy people, we got to get back to the present moment. And that comes with a sort of corollary that's very important for 2020, which is that we need to find ways to be in the present moment, even if the present moment, to be totally frank, is kind of sucking, right? I'm not sure about your emojis, but mine, are less like hearts and happy faces and more like this, over the past couple months, right? This has been a tough time. We're experiencing lots of negative emotions. And our instinct is to run away from those negative emotions, to like pretend they're not there or like do something else or distract ourselves. But the data suggests that that's not a great strategy. Running away from your emotions or denying them or suppressing them, it just doesn't work. In fact, one study by Richards and colleagues looked at this directly. They had subjects experience something negative, either watch a sad video or a disgusting video, and told subjects to suppress their emotions. What happened? Well, 2 things happened. One is that subjects showed cognitive changes. They actually did worse on a memory test and showed memory loss after suppressing their emotions. But another is that subjects showed physical changes. They actually showed cardiac stress after the event in which they were kind of suppressing their emotion. So we're hurting our brains and our bodies through the act of suppressing. But of course, that raises a question, which is like, okay, if we don't like pretend the emotions aren't happening or try to suppress them, how do we get through them? And the answer is we got to get through them. We got to be there and take time to experience our negative emotions. And one mechanism for doing this comes from a specific form of meditation that can be quite powerful. It's a form of meditation that has the acronym of RAIN, which stands for Recognize, Accept, Investigate, and Nurture. And so I'll kind of walk through this. So imagine, you're looking at the latest COVID statistics, or you're getting some bad news from your business, like things look really bad, and you're experiencing some negative emotion. That could be frustration, anger, anxiety, whatever. The first step in RAIN is to recognize, to be like, wait, that's frustration, that's anxiety, that's anger. That's uncertainty. Notice it and call it out. We often tell kids to like label their feelings. You do that as an adult. Then you have to allow that feeling to be there just as it is. Imagine it's kind of a crummy neighbor who comes over sometimes. You don't want to kick them out, but you're just going to let them be there just as it is. Say, all right, you're cool, you're here. That's when you dive into the I, which is investigate. With interest and with care, like try to figure out what this feels like in your body. Notice what your body does. Is your chest tight, or maybe your temples are tight, you're kind of gritting your teeth. Or maybe you have these cravings to like run away or maybe eat something or check social media. Like watch what it feels like and what your body and mind try to do. And the idea is if you sit with this emotion, it tends to go away over time. And that's when you deal with the N, which is to nurture. How would you kind of nurture yourself with self-compassion? Like what would you tell a child who is going through this? Can you kind of give yourself some self-compassion during this tough time? The research says that every time we go through these steps, when we're dealing with something frustrating, it can do 2 things. One is it lets us get through an emotion, even in a way that's not as sort of like disturbing, in a way that doesn't really destroy us. But more, it protects burnout, which is something that we all need right now. And so that's top insight number 6. If we want to be like happy people, if we want to get through the post-traumatic growth, we can't run away from the present moment. We need to be there even if it sucks. And that gets us to our final tip. You're kind of making it through the Yale class. One final really tough tip, which is that if we want to be like happy people, we need to protect our time. We need to become wealthy in time, not in money. And this gets to a concept that researchers are really interested in lately, this concept of time affluence, the idea that we're feeling wealthy in time, not in terms of money. Research shows that if you feel wealthy in time, your well-being is higher. But what's worse, if you report the opposite of time affluence, time famine, this has a huge impact on your well-being. In fact, self-reporting that you feel time famished has as big an impact on your well-being as self-reporting that you're unemployed. We all know we need to solve unemployment, but in some ways we might need to solve time famine too. And that's pretty bad because many of us are feeling more time famished than ever, right? Especially during COVID-19, when we might be running our businesses from home, but also running a daycare and a school and all this stuff that we didn't imagine. How can we build back our time affluence? Well, the research gives us 2 tips. And they both hinge on the fact that time affluence isn't the objective amount of time you have. It's your subjective sense that you have some free time. And there are 2 ways to bump that up. One, which will be music to the ears, I bet, of all the local restaurants, is to engage in some takeout or some curbside pickup. How does that improve your time affluence? Well, you need to reframe not just getting takeout as getting a delicious meal, but as saving you some time. If you thought about, going to the grocery store, chopping up the potatoes, frying them, like, everything that you have to do to get those delicious French fries from New Haven or that delicious pizza from New Haven, you'd realize that it takes you a lot of time. Every time you get takeout is time saved. And you should ask yourself, what did I do with that time that I saved? That alone, that reframing can make you feel more time affluent. But a final way to feel time affluent is to make good use of what researchers call time confetti. Those little 5 minutes here and there before a Zoom meeting. It turns out we actually have more free time than ever. This is shocking, but we actually have more free time than ever. It's just broken up in really stupid ways into these tiny pieces of time confetti. What can you do to make good use of your time confetti? Scribble in a gratitude journal, do 5 minutes of meditation, text a friend to set up a time to talk to them. Good use of your time confetti can increase your time affluence. And so that's it. You made it through top insight number 7 and all the insights from the class. And with that, I hope I've convinced you that happiness is possible even in challenging times. And now you have the tools to get yourself and your business there. Thank you so much.
And Lori, thank you so much. We appreciate you taking the time, and great tips for everyone, especially those of us in business right now.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day. All right, the Big Connect presented by Comcast Business moves on, and we move on now to Paolo Romanacci, who is Digital Director of Strategic Accounts at Hearst Connecticut Media Group. Now, some of you have heard Paolo speak before. This is his 2nd time at the Big Connect, this time going virtual. Today, he's presenting Superhero's Guide to Building Your Brand and Dominating Your Market During and After the Pandemic. And if there's one thing coming out of the pandemic, we were already trending towards being more digital, but now you just really have to be digital in everything you do. And I think even in more deeper terms than just social media, website, things like that. So Paulo is going to explore those topics, and we're very pleased that Paulo back with us again. Paulo?
Thank you, Garrett. Let me share my screen here. Give me 1 sec.
Great.
So Garrett, I just need to correct you. This is actually, I believe, my 4th time presenting at the Big Connect. I presented a couple times years ago with my previous employer, and this is the 2nd time with Hearst. And so I've been here a few times, and it's always great to speak with members of the chamber. It's a very well engaged group. They always ask a lot of great questions, and I also learn a lot from the members of the chamber. So I'm very, very happy to be here. So thank you for having me. So today we are talking about branding and the Superhero's Guide to Branding. And before I get started, I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a strategic digital director at Hearst Connecticut Media Group. I help a lot of small businesses, medium-sized businesses, especially make their way in the world of marketing, get found, sell products, sell services through a variety of print and digital marketing services. But before that, let me start from the beginning. I got into the marketing world when I started an online mortgage company roughly 20 years ago. I saw a need for a digital mortgage company as the economy started to change. And my current employer that I was working for had no interest in moving into the digital realm with websites and Google and all that stuff. So I started my own company and was very successful with that. But after the mortgage crash of 2008, I moved on and I became the digital director for Ad Taxi. I was the regional digital director there, helping businesses with their marketing efforts. And from there, I founded my own agency and then arrived finally at Hearst, where I'm very happy to be. They've been just an extremely great partner for me and my clients. And they really understand business and how it operates, and they understand the local economy as well. So I've really landed in the right spot here. So the question I think that is on everybody's mind is, why would I need to spend some time learning about branding, and branding, especially if I'm a small business? And I think it's a good question. And the reason is really, it's a big reason. And that is that well, most of the businesses I work with tend to live in the bottom of the purchase funnel here. So what does that mean? So all their marketing efforts, their advertising, how they pitch their products and services tend to be geared towards consumers who are just about ready to buy. So they're trying to generate leads or make sales from the at the very end stage of the buying cycle. And that's okay. You can make a living doing that, and you can be successful doing that. But I think that it misses a big picture, and it's also missing a lot of opportunity. What do I mean by that? Well, first of all, it's getting more and more expensive to live in this bottom portion of the purchase funnel. It's getting more expensive to generate leads. A pay-per-click on Google, the costs are going through the roof. I remember when I started in the mortgage business, you could buy clicks for $2, $3 a click. For other products and services, it was as low as 50 cents, 60 cents a click. That's no longer the case. As the platform gets more popular and the competition is more intense, the prices go up. So now the average cost per click across many industries is $5, $6 a click, $7, $10. And if you're not converting, if you're not turning those clicks into sales in dollars, then you can lose a lot of money. It's also harder to rank on SEO for the very same reason. There's more competition. Typically, bigger companies and industries move in and start trying to take over local businesses' share of the pie. So it's harder to rank on Google. And lastly, when you're dealing with just trying to generate leads or sales on the bottom of the funnel, you're not building up any equity. So it's kind of like term life insurance as opposed to whole life insurance. You're covered for today as you keep advertising on the bottom of the funnel, but it really gives you no value over the longer period of time. And if you're engaged in a branding effort, you start to, the equity builds up over time as you do more and more and more. And I will talk about that in a minute. So today we're going to talk about branding. What is branding? Why you should do it? What are the benefits of branding? How to determine what your brand identity should be. We're going to talk about content that's going to drive your branding effort. And today it'll be social media, video, and blogging. And then we're going to talk about how to promote that content so you get the most out of it. And then we'll finish up with a Q&A if we have time. So what exactly is a brand? Well, according to Entrepreneur Magazine, a brand is your promise to your customer. It tells them what they can expect from your products and services. It differentiates your offering from your competitors' offerings, which is better known as a USP or unique selling proposition. And your brand is derived from who you are, who you want to be, and how you want people to perceive you. So you're basically creating your own persona, whether it's your personal persona or your business's persona. But I have a simpler definition of brand, especially as it pertains to smaller businesses and local businesses, and it's this. It's when someone needs a product or a service that you offer, they think of you first. And it's very important, and it helps you grow your business, and we'll talk about why. So the power of branding, what does it do exactly? Number one, it creates trust. So people trust you before they ever do business with you. They already have a perception about you or your business that you can be trusted and you are a reliable source to go to for your product or service. It improves your recognition, obviously, and it strengthens your marketing efforts. If we think about that purchase funnel again, you're going to be much more effective on the bottom of the funnel if you've done the hard work of branding at the top of the funnel. And obviously, the main goal here in business is to increase sales, increase profits. So some examples of powerful brands. We all know Bob's Discount Furniture. Bob started as a waterbed salesman in Connecticut, and he turned it into a multi-million-dollar company, all with the power of branding. When Bob's message basically was quality furniture at a great value and a low price. And love or hate his commercials, he was very successful on making people understand that if you come to Bob's Furniture, you're going to get quality furniture at a low price, and it's a great value, over and over and over again. So when you're driving down the Boston Post Road in Milford and you're looking for furniture, most people automatically think, hey, let's stop at Bob's because they have what? Quality products, low prices, great value. Is he going to win all of the business and get everybody who wants to buy furniture in his store? No, but he has a much better chance of winning your business than if you are a nondescript furniture store. Another great brand, Town Fair Tire. They have a very similar branding message, you know, quality tires at a low price. The radio jingle, I could hear it in my head right now, over and over and over again. When I need tires, and I'm sure many other people are like me, you think Town Fair or Goodyear or maybe one other competitor right off the bat. So what they're doing is they're eliminating a lot of the competition on the lower end of the funnel with this great branding effort. I hate this jingle. I hear it all the time, especially if you listen to sports radio like I do. This commercial plays over and over and over again. And I don't know, I never had a need to donate a car, but I'm sure that if I had to donate a car, the first charity I would think of when I had to do it would be 877 Cars for Kids. And one last one, My Pillow. And I use this one because I don't think there was ever a pillow that was a brand name, at least that I can recall in my life. And what this gentleman was able to do is take something so ordinary and make a brand out of it. Again, with his USP is you're going to sleep better at night. That's his unique selling proposition. You will sleep better, you'll sleep better, you'll sleep better. And I think a lot of people who are having trouble sleeping and need a new pillow would automatically gravitate to this brand. And by the way, I don't endorse it. I don't know anything. I never had one, but the branding is very, very good. So what are the steps when it comes to branding? Well, the first one is a big one, and that is you need to figure out who you are. What do I want to be known for in the marketplace? What is my core mission or my company's core mission, and what are our values? What do we stand for? And most importantly, what is my unique selling proposition? Going back to the pillows, you get this pillow, you'll sleep better. That's a unique selling proposition. When we figure that out, we need to create compelling content. And generally, if you want to be good branders, especially locally, we want to create lots of it. That'll be video, social media posts, blogs, written material, that sort of thing. Those are the easiest for smaller businesses to deal with and create brands locally. And lastly, we're going to want to distribute and promote the content, and we need to do that with consistency. It's not something that we're going to do once and then leave it alone. Branding takes time, it takes effort, and we have to stick with it. This is Gary Vaynerchuk. Actually, I saw Gary Vaynerchuk speak at the big event, I don't know, maybe 7 years ago or so. He's a big branding guy now. If you want to see him now, you have to pay big money and go into a stadium full of people. And he's very, very good at what he does. When I saw him at the big event years ago, it was in a half-empty room at the Oakdale Theater. So that's how well he branded himself. But he says, and he's an expert in this, he says there is no reason for anything, no reason to do anything but to act like a media company in today's digital age. So what does he mean by that? I think what he's saying is that, well, let me give you some examples. I think what he's saying is if you are a baker, you should consider yourself a media person, a YouTube person who also bakes. If you're an accountant who gives out, who does taxes, you should think of yourself as a tax channel that also does people's taxes. If you are a dry cleaner, you should think of yourself as the channel that shows you how to get any spot out of any garment of clothing, who also owns a dry cleaners. And that's very, very powerful because people tend to build trust and tend to want to do business with the people who they think are experts in their field. And by putting out a lot of content as a media company would, you approach that end. So your brand identity, what's your hook? Before you start putting out content, you want to figure out how is it that you want to go to market with your message. Do you want to be seen as the expert in your field, the person who's absolutely the best at doing what they do? You're the best roofer, the best attorney, the best chef, whatever it may be. Do you want to be seen as the problem solver, the person who'll be there in 24 hours to take care of your issue, whatever it may be? Do you want to be known as the price leader? Do you want to be known as the safest person, the fastest at what you do? Do you want to be the company or the business that offers an ironclad guarantee on their products or services? We want to figure that out, and everything we do going forward, whatever that is going to serve as the spine of your messaging. Now, you may have a combination of 2 or 3 of these things, but one of them should be your unique selling proposition, and that's what you're going to go to market with. So take some time to figure that out before we start on our journey of branding. One last thing about the messaging is that the more authentic and the more real you are, the better the results you will have. Be 100% true to your personality, who you are, what you believe in. Just embrace it and share it with the world, and most people will love you for it. Some may not, and that's okay. But if you're true to yourself, you'll get a lot more fans, a lot more recognition, and a lot more mileage out of your branding effort. So once we realize or discover exactly what how we want to go to market and how we want to be seen and what persona we want to build for ourselves, it's time to start generating content, creating content, and sharing content. And so there are a lot of content takes a lot of different forms. There's video, there's print, there's blogging. You can create content on social media, many, many different ways, radio. But for the purposes of the of most smaller to mid-sized businesses, there are 3 types of content that are going to be the easiest to create and the easiest to manage. And those 3 are, number 1, video, which is the most powerful type of content you could create. The second is social media. So social media posting and sharing your video for that matter. And the third is the written word. We'll call it blogging, and for now we'll call it native content. So we're going to focus on these 3 areas. By no means are these the only 3 areas, but in my experience, I've found that they are the most effective for smaller businesses to really hit their stride and turn their branding efforts into real success for their businesses. So video, why video? Well, it's king. In this new digital age, video is everywhere. It's on our cell phones, it's on our laptops, it's on our desktops, it's on our TVs, it's everywhere we go, and it's being consumed more and more and more every single day. But video has a lot of qualities about it, besides its consumption, that are really that really lend themselves to promoting a business. And I'm sure this is nothing new to most of you, but I'm going to go through them. Number 1, it builds trust. Trust is the foundation of all conversions and sales, and it allows you as a business person, a business owner, a marketer to tell your story in unique and different ways. Secondly, video appeals to mobile users. Like, mobile is everywhere, and all marketers should be thinking about a mobile first strategy for most marketing efforts, because that's where most of the eyeballs are throughout the day and into the evening. 90% of consumers watch videos on their mobile phone, which is a lot. I mean, it's billions and billions of hours of video every month around the world. And the average person watches more than an hour and a half of video every single day. So video content is being consumed on a greater and greater basis. I heard a stat, I read a stat and I didn't put it here, but I believe video consumption is doubling every single year around the world online. So it's incredible, the power of video. Video engages even the laziest buyers. So while only 20% of people will read the text on a page on a website, 80% will watch a video. That's really incredible. So think about if you have a website where you sell products and you just have a written description. If you're using video there adjacent to or as opposed to the written text, you will actually have a greater conversion rate because people are just too lazy to read. Google loves video, so this is a great stat, and I think it's one to keep in mind. You're 53 times more likely to show up on the first page of Google if you have videos embedded on your website. That's huge. And the lastly is video sales. A viewer 64% more likely to buy a product after watching video. So we can't, it's undeniable the power of video, and all marketers, I think, in my opinion, should be embracing a video strategy with their marketing and branding efforts. This is a question that a lot of people have when we first have these discussions, when I'm dealing with clients and I start talking about a video strategy, is like, I don't know what to make. I don't know what to shoot. Well, there are a lot of different directions you can take. And I think a lot of that is which direction you take is going to depend upon what the backbone, the spine of who you want to be, what your unique selling proposition is, of what kind of video you're going to create or videos you will create. Some of the most common types of videos that we see, obviously the straight TV commercial, which is just fine. You could brand your business to the moon and back just with straight 15, 30, 60-second commercials. And that's good. But I think in this social media age, we want to expand that a bit more. And we want to broaden which type of content we're putting out there to keep people interested and engaged. So we can do explainer videos where you just take products and you just explain what they are, how they work, unboxing videos, that kind of thing, product demonstrations, how-to videos. If you own a carpet company or a flooring company, you could create videos on how to measure this room or that room, or what kind of tile goes where, or what you would suggest, what kind of styles are in, that sort of thing. Testimonial videos are often very, very powerful and will help your business gain more trust. A day in the life type videos, let's call it a reality show for lack of a better word. Just document what goes on in your business on a daily basis and put that content out on the web. I mean, if I was a chef and I owned a restaurant, I was opening a restaurant, I would hire a waiter, a bartender, a dishwasher, and I would hire somebody to follow me around with their cell phone and video everything that goes on in the restaurant in my life every day, and use that content that he films to put out onto social media and on YouTube to get people more interested and engaged on what I do, to grow our business's popularity, and of course to increase sales. That's the strategy I would take. And I think a lot more small businesses are doing it and they're being very successful at it. Another question, the next question that always comes up when I'm dealing with clients and we talk about this is it expensive? And the answer to that is yes, if you want it to be expensive, and no, if you want to bootstrap it. So full video production can be very expensive. However, it doesn't have to be. I mean, at Hearst, we offer full video production services really very, very inexpensively. But even getting rid of that, you can use cell phone video and it's perfectly acceptable online, on YouTube, on the web. The quality of video is very, very good now from phones, and that's fine. If you're just giving advice type videos, webcam videos work. They're very, very acceptable. You can just stare into the webcam like I'm doing now and just, give your advice, give, how to save money on taxes, use this tip, that tip, whatever. Doesn't have to be fancy at all. What's really important is the content. Is the content valuable, informative? Is it something I want to hear, or something I need to hear, or something that's going to help me? That's the most important thing. You can also have explainer videos done very, very inexpensively online for like, $100 for each one. Those are the doodle videos. So anything really is acceptable as long as your messaging is great. The thing is, to avoid analysis paralysis, what I mean by that is just start shooting and keep shooting. Again, document the goings on in your business, in your life, or make a schedule that every Monday I'm going to create a new video about something in my business or a product that I offer, that kind of thing. Just start, keep going. And again, don't worry about production value. According to Google, there's virtually no difference in the conversion rate between professionally shot commercials and homemade or very, very low budget commercials on YouTube. They work equally well. And I think it's because if the content is there and it's something that people need to hear about or want to hear about again, people are going to stick around and they're going to listen to it. So we start creating this content. It looks good. I shot a commercial. I shot some video blogs. I shot all this kind of stuff. It's like, what do I do with it? Where do I publish it? We talked about it a little bit. First and foremost for video, obviously we're going to think about YouTube. That is where all video should start, but it doesn't end there. We're going to want to publish it on our social media pages. So that's Facebook, Instagram, put links to our stuff on Twitter if we have Twitter accounts. We're obviously going to want to put video on our websites. So we can put it within blog posts, again, or on product pages. There are many different places on your website you can put video. But we know Google loves video, and we also know that it's going to help your search engine rankings come up, and it's going to help buyers convert into customers. So we definitely want to put it there. TikTok obviously is exploding right now. Going back to Gary Vee, I heard him say 3 years ago, TikTok's going to be a thing. You should start getting into TikTok if you're a marketer, especially if you deal with younger people. And I'm like, what's this TikTok thing? I think he's wrong about that. And sure enough, he was right. 3 years later, it's all the rage. And of course, video embedded in emails are very, very powerful and have a very, very high engagement rate. So I would include video in my email if at all possible. But when you start doing that, the question comes up, well, I don't have any Facebook followers, or I don't have a lot of fans on my YouTube page, or my email list is small and I don't have a lot of web traffic. Like I'm going to put this content out there and nobody's going to see it. And that is the problem of reach. And you're absolutely right. If you don't have the amount of followers you need to get this content seen and shared, then it's all going to be for nothing. But there's a solution to that problem, and it's hacking the system. And what do I mean by that? I mean, the great thing about YouTube, Facebook, social media pages is they allow you to advertise on their platforms at such a low rate that it's really, if you think about it in terms of traditional advertising, it's a steal. And I'm going to show you these different platforms and the advertising systems on there and why it's such a great value. And you should consider doing that, especially as you're starting out with your branding effort. And you need to just get eyeballs onto your content, your ads, and the posts that you put out. So let's start with YouTube. And by the way, if you hear a dog, that's my dog Vinny, and he every time he sees a squirrel, he barks. So he just saw 2 squirrels. So let's start with YouTube advertising. I am a huge fan of advertising on YouTube. I think it's one of the greatest opportunities in marketing that small businesses generally don't take advantage of. And I'm going to tell you why. First of all, the amount of users on YouTube is just phenomenal. Over 2 billion users use the platform every single month. But let's bring that down. Let's bring that more local, because we don't care who's watching in India or in California even, but we care about here in Connecticut and maybe regionally. We still get millions and millions and millions of YouTube views every single month locally. The targeting on YouTube is phenomenal as well. There's so many different ways to target and find the perfect audience for your content and your messaging and your commercials. It's very ingenious. Number one, we can use search-based targeting. What is search-based targeting? If you are let's say you're a wedding photographer and you want to obviously get booked for weddings, and you put out YouTube content, a commercial, whatever it may be, I can target my video to be shown only to those people who have recently searched for wedding photographers on Google, or searched for wedding planning advice on Google, or searched for catering halls on Google, that sort of thing. So anytime they go onto YouTube, whether the video they're watching is about a wedding or it's about, fixing a car, it doesn't matter. Your commercial will show up ahead of it before they can watch their content. So we're targeting the person, not the content there. We can also target content, by the way. So I can, if in the wedding photographer case, I can have my video showing just in front of videos that have to do with planning a wedding. You can target competitor channels, which is really amazing. So if you have competitors in the marketplace and they have YouTube content and there's ads running in front of their content, you can actually target those channels so your ads run in front of their videos, which is basically stealing their traffic in another way of saying it. We can target customer match. So if you had a list of people, if you had names and email addresses of or a mailing list, that kind of thing, we can upload that into YouTube and have our video show to those people anytime they're on the platform. And of course, there's the normal targeting of demographics, right? How, targeting by age, location, income, marital status, those kinds of things, and interest-based targeting. So I want to target people who are interested in golf or interested in chess, or people who are car aficionados, or people who are foodies, right? Or people who are retiring and looking for, retirement living spaces. Any of those are available to us to target as well. And what does this mean? This means that instead of spending advertising dollars and using a shotgun approach and wasting a lot of your messaging and spend on people who are never going to buy or need your product or service, we're going to be much more narrow and focused and get to a core group of people who are going to be much more likely to become your customers either today or in the future as this branding starts to take hold. And here's one last thing about YouTube, and it's the best thing, in my opinion, is that it's pay-per-view. So you as an advertiser don't pay for that video ad to run if somebody skips the ad. They have to watch at least 30 seconds. It has to be a completed view, and then you get charged for the ad. And by the way, the price of the ads, it's literally pennies per completed view. So the value is phenomenal, and I can't advocate strongly enough for this. I'm a big believer, and I do recommend it to many of my clients. The next way we can advertise your video content is just using pre-roll advertising, which is still next to television advertising, pennies on the dollar. And like YouTube, we can target people in similar ways based on their demographics, their income, where they live, marital status, age, home ownership, however you want to do it. And these pre-roll ads are non-skippable, and they run across the web and they would run in front of video content. So let's say you are looking for a recipe, you go to marthastewart.com, you want to see how she's going to make this turkey casserole the day after Thanksgiving. In order to watch that video, you're going to have to sit through this 30-second ad. That's pre-roll advertising. And again, this is non-skippable, but it's still very, very powerful because we have the same targeting techniques as we do with YouTube. And it's, again, pennies on the dollar as when compared to traditional broadcast advertising. The latest trend in video marketing, and it's a great trend, is called connected TV, CTV, or OTT, which is over-the-top television. And in a nutshell, basically it's advertising to anybody who has a Roku, an Amazon Fire Stick, Apple TV, connected to their television. Anything that's connected where you're streaming programming through, that's connected TV. And connected TV plays on your big screen. It can also play on your desktop and laptop, but the power here is that we can buy television advertising programmatically, meaning the same way we buy display ads on the internet. So we can target people, again, based on demographics, income, interest, all that stuff, to show on their TVs when they're watching content. This, again, allows us to tackle what broadcast television would typically do, or normally do in the past, and bring it down to a smaller audience who's going to be much more likely to want or need your product or service or have an interest in it. And so over time, they're going to be more likely to buy from you. One other great way that we can target OTT or over-the-top television is by actually geofencing specific homes. This is how granular it gets. So we can say, let's say you had a mailing list. Let's say you have a big mailer going out. You have a promotion, you're a car dealer, you have 50,000, 100,000 mailers going out for this big sale you're gonna have next month. Well, what we can do is we can actually take that mailing list and say, I wanna show my TV commercials on people's TV that live at these specific addresses. And if they have anything connected to their TV, again, if they're watching, you know, a Fire Stick, a YouTube TV, Roku, anything like that, we can show your commercial to those people who are going to get the mailer. So it's very, very powerful. And again, much less expensive than engaging in a large broadcast campaign, and much more targeted as well. And by the way, we can match up to 90% of that mailing list to people's homes. So we have a very high target rate there. The next thing we want to do is start building our social media brand. And there are a lot of ways to do this. There's written content, images, videos, all kinds of things. We're going to, of course, want to push our video content through social media. And there's a lot of reasons why we're going to want to do that. Number one, like nothing else, if you have a good social media strategy, it's going to increase your brand awareness. So if your brand, your business, or yourself personally as the face of the business, if you're present on a lot of social media networks, your potential customers are going to become acquainted with you, and they're going to be better, more likely to want to engage with you, to do business, to buy your product or your services. And this is probably the main benefit of social media. It's building a relationship with current clients and prospective clients and past clients. And nothing does that like social media. And I'm specifically talking about Facebook and Instagram right now, although those platforms can change over time. Secondly, it's going to give you more opportunities to convert. So outside of Google, outside of your website, if they're seeing your messaging, if they're seeing your offers, if they're seeing your unique selling proposition on different social media platforms, it's just more real estate that you're covering. And that's more opportunities for somebody to do business with you where they wouldn't normally have, which they wouldn't normally have if you're just sticking to like your website and Google type of thing. Social media builds and maintains brand loyalty and authority in the marketplace. And again, it increases web traffic. The more product you, in terms of content you have out there, the more web traffic you're gonna get. The more web traffic you have, theoretically at least, the more sales you'll make over time. But there is a problem with social media, just if you're just posting on social media, and that's the problem of reach. And what do I mean by that? Well, when Facebook first came out and you had a Facebook page, a business page, and you had, if you had, let's say 100 followers on your Facebook page, when you posted something, almost the whole 100 people would see your post in their timeline. It was, almost 100% of the people, 50% maybe. Well, when Facebook became a public company about 7 or 8 years ago, they decided that they needed to make money from the platform. They had no way of making money. And so what they did was, in order to encourage advertising on the platform, is they lowered the reach from your post from a business page. So now instead of 50 or 100% of your followers seeing your content, it's down to 2 or 3% of the people who actually follow your page are going to see it. And those 2 or 3% typically tend to be the same 2 or 3% for every piece of content you put on the platforms, because those are the people who engage with your content the most. And so that's who Facebook shows it to. And this has been going down steadily. And so now businesses are forced to advertise on the platform if they want to really get a lot of reach, a lot of engagement, and make sales on it. And so when you make these videos that we were talking about and you create this content and you put it out there, it pays to advertise on the platform, and it pays also because it's very cheap. Remember when I said in the beginning how when I started out with Google, the clicks were very cheap, right? They were $1, $2, $3, some were 50 cents, it depended. Facebook is in the same boat right now. You can buy Facebook traffic. You can hack the social media platform for really, you know, just a price of a cup of coffee a day and reach hundreds, if not thousands of people with your messaging. And like YouTube, I'm a huge believer in social media advertising, because when people are on social media, they say everything that's going on in their life. They tell you what they're interested in. Not only do we know how old they are and how much money they make, but if you're heartbroken, if you just broke up with your boyfriend or your girlfriend, you say it on social media. If you're interested in taking a vacation, you're telling people on social media, you're asking for advice. If you want to go out to dinner on Saturday night, you're talking about it. And all those things that you're saying to the social media platform and your friends on the platform, that's all data. And we can use that data to properly target the right people who are going to want your products or services. And so when you create this compelling content, when you create these videos, if you have interesting posts, whether they're images or whatever it may be, and you put it on Facebook or Instagram and you start targeting the right people for just pennies a day, literally, amazing things start to happen. And that's why I'm a huge believer of it. It's in your feed all day long. So we're going to get a lot of repetition of your messaging and hopefully a lot of messages from you, different messaging. And it's going to, again, build that familiarity, build that relationship, and build that brand. People are going to start to know you for who you are, what you do, what your unique selling proposition is, how you want to be perceived to them. That all starts to become ingrained with them, as you can see from this video content, this social media content. I'm a big, big fan of this. The last piece of content I want to talk about, let me check my time. The last piece of content I want to talk about is the written word. When I say the written word, I'm mostly speaking of blogging and native content. Now, blogging it's just writing articles. They don't even have to be articles. They could be paragraphs about different topics and subjects in your field or in what line of business that you do, and posting those articles on your website. Blogging has a lot of benefits that go just beyond what the content is. And number one is that it really helps with SEO, or search engine optimization. So the more content you have on your website, the more Google will like your website. Google's always in search of websites that have more new and better content. And if you're blogging, that really feeds into that ecosystem. And if the content is relevant, it's going to help you show up for a lot of searches that you wouldn't normally show up for if you were just doing the normal SEO stuff. Blogging generates leads and sales. So your blogging content, when it gets read and when it gets published and when you syndicate it in different places, starts to get the right eyeballs on it, and a targeted audience will read that content, and it will put you and your business in the light of the expert in the field if you do it properly. That goes into proving the expertise. It can help you remove the barrier that your business and established brands give your business the credibility it needs to compete with the best. So if you're blogging, if you have a business and you're blogging about a certain, let's say you're in the pest control business, and you put out blog posts weekly, monthly, maybe even daily about different ways to eliminate different pests organically, let's say, and that messaging continues throughout your branding exercise, well then when people start to read your content and it gets distributed, and then they finally need a pest control person, back to that funnel, you're eliminating a lot of the competition because they're going to think of you first. That's the beauty of blogging. And by the way, native advertising and native blogging aligns your business with trusted brands. I'm going to get into that in just a second. But if you blog and you publish your blog posts on other pages of other websites, and you'll start to be, they will start to respect you based on the pages and the websites that you have your content on, just by association. We'll talk about that right now. So when it comes to blogging, the question is, what should I write? I think I mentioned this, but you want to stay true to your niche. So if you are the green pest control guy, then you want to make sure that your blogging content, as much as possible, is always about green pest control, how to do it organically, that kind of thing. You want to obviously write about topics that people are searching for. So do some Google searches, figure out what questions people are asking about your product or your service or your industry. If you're an attorney that that specializes in divorce, what kinds of search terms are people putting into Google about divorce, getting divorced, divorce proceedings, how to hire a lawyer for my divorce, that kind of thing. And when you see the questions that typing into Google, turn those questions into headlines in a blog post and then post it on your website. It's important that you make your blog posting easy to read. So lots of white space is good. Lots of bullet points are good. We don't want to get into like the research paper type of blog post where there's a lot of paragraphs and people look at it and it's quite daunting. Have an amazing headline that's going to grab people's attention, bullet point it with some supporting text, and then, you know, get in and out and nobody gets hurt rather quickly. People do judge books by their cover. So if your blog post looks like it's hard to read, they probably won't read it. If it looks like it's not interesting, they probably won't read it. So use that great headline and make sure your blog post has the best chance of getting consumed by your prospective clients and people who you want to become your customers ultimately. So we're back to the where should I post it? We're back to that problem of I don't have a lot of web traffic. So for people to read my blogs, I don't have a lot of social media followers. So what do? Well, we do want to post on your website because it's eventually going to get picked up by search engines, and that's a great thing. And we do want to use your blog post as content, at least snippets of your blog post with a link to the actual article as social media content. You can read the blog post into the camera, post it on YouTube. That's content. Content is always what we want to do, building more content. And lastly, we want to leverage third-party websites when at all possible. And I'm going to show you how to do that right now with native advertising. So you've probably seen this on a lot of different websites. I know we have it on our websites at Hearst Connecticut Media Group. CNN has it, Sports Illustrated has it, Yahoo certainly. You will be scrolling through the feed on those pages, and then you'll come up against things that look like they're actual article headlines, and they look very, very similar to everything else on the website, which is why it's called native. But what they are ads, and they are typically ads with great headlines that are going to get you engaged and sell the click. And then when you click on that, instead of going to a page on, let's say, Yahoo with the article, it's going to go to either your blog post page or a page on a third-party site. This is again called native advertising, and it's very powerful because even though it's clearly marked as promoted content, it's an ad, but people, even though it says promoted content, tend to skip it, like that their eyes for some reason don't pick up that part. What they're looking at is the headline, and the headline typically solves a problem that the person reading it has. It could be about like how to get rid of headaches, or it could be, you know, what to do if you were caught in a drunk driving trap. If you're, that could be like an attorney native ad headline. It could be a million different things, but it's got to be attention grabbing one, and then it's got to link to content that speaks to the headline that solves a problem. What I love about native advertising is, like everything else we talked about, it's very, very inexpensive to do. Again, just a cup of coffee a day or a little more, you can have a complete campaign doing this. Secondly, the targeting, as with YouTube, as with social media, could be very, very precise here. And so if I were a medical practice that had a special hip surgery, and I wanted people to read about this this amazing new technique I have for hip surgery, I would target people who were actively searching for medical advice or for hip surgery, that kind of thing, and show my native ad just to those people. And then when they click on it, I'm going to talk all about it. So again, they can link to your website, but they can also link to third-party websites that allow native and promoted content on their websites. So Like here at Hearst, we have something called Story Studio. It's native content, but it lives on our brand, and that elevates your brand because you're associated now with our brand. We're not the only people to do it. You can do it in a lot of different places. But what happens here is that people think they're reading an article on CT Post, which they are, or Connecticut Magazine, which they are, or there's a lot of different, I'm sure Hartford Current does it and a lot of different places do it. But it gives the article a little bit more weight and a little bit more credibility because it's associated with a trusted brand. This is called native advertising as well. And so if at all possible, if you find a good home for your content that makes sense, this is a great way to get your stories, your blog posts, or have a professionally written story about you out there. Again, why? Building credibility, building familiarity, building trust. So when I need the product or service that you offer, you come top of mind. Everything that we talked about, that we're talking about here, works together. Branding is not a one-way street. Although you could just choose one, avenue and take it. I'm just only going to do YouTube and do it. But when done correctly, you're going to take all these different elements and use them, have them working off of each other and building your reputation, building your familiarity, building trust with who you are. And if you recall, I think one of the things I said in the beginning is building that perception of how you want people to perceive you. And this is an art and it takes time, and doing this all together would really help that effort. Here's an example of a native ad. As you can see, looks like news, gets read like news, and really helps build your brand. I think this was from a couple of days ago. So what are the takeaways from building this brand, from brand building? Number one, we want to determine what your hook is, your USP, what makes you different, what makes you better, why I should choose you over the competition, what is going to be the through line of my branding effort. Once we decide that, we want to decide on the content strategy that's going to drive that perception forward. In this case, the easiest things are video, social media, and blogging. You can do one, you can do two, you can do all three, you can add other ones on, but these are the most powerful, in my opinion, in my experience, of getting that brand message out there to the public at large. Number three, publish content regularly. This is not for the lazy. This is not something you do today, stop tomorrow, do it again next month, next week. If you decide on a branding strategy and you decide, I want to be the person, the business in this industry that people know here in Connecticut, locally, regionally, this is something you have to work on day in, day out. It has to be a strategy. Again, as I said, this is like whole life insurance. It's not term life. This pays dividends throughout your business life cycle, and it builds equity. You cannot underestimate the value of a brand. Think Bob's Furniture, think My Pillow, 877 Cars for Kids, Town Fair Tire. Brand really pays dividends down the road, and you have to stick with it for the long term. You're going to want to augment your branding when at all possible with just traditional advertising. Run, print ads, radio, TV, if you could afford it, right? That's also going to increase your branding. But again, as I stressed here, you can start out very, very small. You can start out with no money, and you can scale as much as you want, as quickly as you want. And that goes backwards and forwards as well. So this is very, very scalable. And I already mentioned you want to commit to the program for the long term. I can't stress that enough. If you want to do this, do it, put your whole heart into it, and keep it going. I think that's it. So if any of you there want to just have a one-on-one, we just want to have a brainstorming session, I do have open office hours that are on my calendar. If you follow this link here, you'll be able to book an appointment. There's no cost or anything like that. I'm not going to try to sell anything. This is really about helping you, helping the businesses here in New Haven County grow their business. Rising tide lifts all boats. I really believe that. And so I'm here for you. So feel free to book an appointment with me, and we'll kibitz about what you're doing and how how I see the business marketplace moving forward, and how how to best market your business and that kind of stuff. And it's my pleasure to help anybody that's on this call, or any chamber member at all, even if you're not on this call. You can always email me as well, or call me. There's my phone number. And so I think that's all I have for today. I really want to thank everybody for hopping on, and I hope you learned something today. And I know, again, if we have any questions, I'll take them right now, or we'll see where it goes.
Hello, thank you so much. And we do have a couple of minutes here. If anyone has a question, they can put it in the chat. If you raise your hand, I might be able to unmute you and let you ask that question as well. So we have just a couple of minutes here if someone wants to put that in. And Paulo, great material again for the fourth time. And as I'm sure it's updated many times since the first time, because this is a rapidly changing field. You know, as we do talk about so many businesses struggling, you know, potential of as the cases surge, what would you say for the winter are some of the best tips, especially if you're not going to, we're still not going to see that traffic. If anything, we may see it detract a little bit. How can you just simply start to drive that business again while we go through a difficult time here?
Sure. Well, I think when it comes to, that's a tricky question. We don't want to be seen as insensitive to what's going on right now. And I think we did a COVID thing, you know, when COVID first broke out with the chamber, and we talked a lot about messaging during COVID, and we don't want to seem insensitive. And I believe that then, and I believe it now. However, I will say that what I'm seeing in the marketplace and with different clients that we serve is that COVID-centric messaging is not on the forefront anymore as people become more and more accustomed to it. So I think getting the word out about how you're serving your customers in spite of COVID is where I would take my immediate messaging, and maybe would be the beginnings of my content strategy in the middle of this pandemic, to get as many people to do business with you, you know, online, or even coming into your establishment if you have the proper protocol set up. But again, even that messaging, if it's speaking about that and what's happening right now, will start to build trust with you as a business person, a business owner, and or your business itself. And so that should be part of the content strategy, because it's what's happening right now in the world, and ignoring it would be a mistake. But again, I'm not seeing that. What I'm seeing is that's not the core of their messaging right now, if that makes any sense.
No, lots of sense. We did have a question here about recommendations for video equipment, camera stabilizing. Obviously you can go really overboard and get the top of the line. Do you have any kind of recommendations that you would give out?
Well, it all depends on obviously how much money you have to spend on it. But I will say, for small businesses starting out, an iPhone or an Android phone with a good camera is plenty fine. The one thing the only thing that's really important, not the only thing, but the one thing you really want to make sure that's done right is the audio. So the one thing people will not forgive is bad audio in a video. So if you're talking and there's loud noises in the back, or it's muffled, or you can't hear it, like that's a perfect excuse to just click away. So make sure the audio is good. So wear a microphone if you can, if at all possible. In terms of shooting, you know, great video, again, start with the iPhone. You can move up to a Canon camera if that works for you. I would not make the process complicated. However, a lot of people tend to get caught up in the gear, but it's really about the messaging. I can't stress that enough. It's about who you are, what you believe, what you offer, what's your unique selling proposition. That's the most important thing. And if you talk about that earnestly, and you talk about that with passion, how it looks is not that important. It's really about your messaging.
And Paulo, is there a big jump? If someone has been doing video already, is it a significant jump going from, you know, let's say the iPhone 12 that's out there now to an actual camera? Do you have to go pretty high on the camera to start to really see a benefit from making that change?
No. So I think you know, the good like a lot of people use Canons that shoot. I'm not an expert in cameras, by the way, but the you know, a mid-range $800 or $1,000 camera is gonna is really going to, be an improvement, but you're not going to really see the improvement that much over your iPhone unless you are a cinematographer, unless you do the proper lighting and you change all that up, then you're going to start to see some difference. But if you're not that, again, I would, if you have the camera, fine. If you don't, use your cell phone. I'm really concerned about the messaging, who you are, who you want to be, and what's your message, and how do you tell that story? Are you funny? Are you serious? Are you an expert? Whatever it is. But just that's really the core of this branding effort, and that's really what's going to grow your business. So stepping up to a camera will help, but you need to have the skills in order to use all the technology of the camera and lighting and all that kind of stuff.
And Paulo, let me close you out with one question, and I know we could do an entire segment on this, but once you really start getting into this, you have all these different feeds of ways you're reaching customers. It seems to me there's a lot around automation and then how you feed that into your systems. Like I said, that's a whole other subject in and of itself, but could you just touch briefly upon that, how people should start looking at that type of automation of now all this information you're going to start pulling in?
Well, there are certain softwares on the market, and I'd have to pull up a list for you that will help you automate posting to different social media platforms. So you put in one piece of content and it basically shoots out to different social media platforms. And YouTube would be onto its own, obviously. But I'll say this, posting, if done right, you can do it all in like 10, 15 minutes a day. It shouldn't take a lot of time. Thinking about what you're going to say, however, is the time that's like the brain power, like the creative power is really where a lot of the effort's going to be needed here. Actual posting and coordinating that stuff can be done very simply with software though. And so I wouldn't stress about that. Again, I just bring it back to your messaging is really the most important thing. That other stuff really starts to figure it out. And you're going to walk before you run, obviously. So you're not going to start out with a million different platforms and all kinds of stuff. You're going to start out maybe with just YouTube or maybe just Instagram or whatever it may be, maybe just blogging. And those types of things, once you start doing it, it gets a little bit easier, then you add something else. So I wouldn't get caught up in the analysis paralysis, as I said earlier in the deck. I would just think about who you want to be. Start getting that message, putting it onto a medium somehow, whether it's written word or video or images, whatever it is, just start to produce it. And that other stuff, I promise you, you're gonna find your way there.
Paulo, thanks so much. I hear you. Focus on the messaging. We appreciate Hearst Connecticut Media Group for sponsoring, along with New Haven Register. And I'm sure we'll have you on for a fifth time, Paulo. So thank you.
I really appreciate it. Thanks, Garrett.
All right. All right, we're getting close to the end of the day, but we have a very important last segment to bring to you. It's called Optimism and Opportunity, the new roadmap to success. Again, you're listening to the Big Connect presented by Comcast Business, and today presented by Connecticut, our day sponsor for the day. And now I'd like to welcome in Amy Allen, a partner with Bloom Shapiro, and Michael LaCrosse, Director of Advisory Services Group with Bloom Shapiro. And Amy and Michael, thank you so much for joining us today and being a part of the Big Connect.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us. Happy to be here.
Great. We'll let you get started, and then we can field some questions at the end, and I'll jump in and help moderate this.
All right. Bear with us as we just share our screen. Okay, can someone confirm that they can see this?
I see it coming up.
Still loading, yep. There we go.
Can you see it okay?
Yes.
All right, great. Well, thank you all for having us. My name is Michael LaCrosse. I lead our CFO advisory practice here at Bloom Shapiro. And Amy, I'll let you introduce yourself as well.
Sure, Amy Allen, I'm a partner at Bloom Shapiro, and I head up our HR advisory practice.
Great. So good afternoon, everyone. We're going to take you through what Bloom Shapiro calls the roadmap to success for dealing with the crisis that we're currently in. As you can imagine, we're all in different situations here. So we're going to give you a couple of examples of how certain companies are going through the crisis and how we are recommending to many of our clients how we continue to drive through this roadmap. So there'll be 4 stages that we talk about. We've got the survival stage, which, that was really around Q1 timeframe. It was, February, March, April timeframe where, this crisis really hit us, and we were trying to figure out, what does this truly mean? What is this new climate going to mean? And then we went through the pivoting stage. We went through pivoting the organization to saying, okay, what does reopening our business look like? What's this new normal going to look like? And now we're starting to actually leave the pivoting area. We're starting to look into stabilization. A lot of our clients are focused on what is the new environment going to be, and how do we focus on ultimately getting to that final landing spot on the roadmap of thrive and ultimately grow and prosper. So it's important to reflect on where we've been. What we're going to focus on here is focusing on that, but also looking at the primarily 3 different areas here: the financial impact of our businesses, the people impact of our businesses, and the product and services impact of the businesses. So, Amy, I'll pass it back to you.
Sure. So the first phase of this process, or what we're calling stage 1 survival, if we all can think back to the late March, April, and May stages of the pandemic and what we were going through both personally and professionally, there were a number of different components to this survival mode. Obviously, there was a new focus on forecasting and liquidity. We were all struggling with how to get people remote, or if we needed to be at work, if we're manufacturing, distribution, retail, at that point, food services type of industry, were we going to be able to have people come back to work safely? We were thinking about layoffs and furloughs, and what the heck is the difference between a layoff and a furlough? Then very quickly, within a few weeks, the CARES Act was upon us, and applying for the PPP loan. All of the different stimulus opportunities were also on our mind in this phase. We also, I don't need to remind any of us about the personal crisis around toilet paper, but even as businesses, we were assessing the supply chain, both for things that we needed to, for our businesses to run internally, but also if there was a supply chain component to our industry, how was the shutdown in the survival mode going to impact the way we operated? Next slide, Mike. So let's get into a deeper dive in this stage 1. I think that the best way to describe this is most of us were operating in a state of shock or in a fog. If you think back at the very beginning, many of us thought this was going to be a short-term challenge, that we were going to be maybe doing this for weeks, not months. And from a people side of the business, again, we were thinking about layoffs, furloughs. For many of our clients, there was a decision made to go through pay cuts at an executive level versus having to put lower level or entry level employees through layoffs or furloughs. But even more importantly than all of the organizational issues, getting people remote, figuring out how to work safely, working through the stimulus package, the big change in the survival mode for us from a people side of our business was learning how to manage people remotely, and learning how to manage not just through the tactical, but through the emotional, having to operate with a sense of empathy, having to help people not only deal with the potential of getting sick or getting sick, but also deal with the fear, with the unknown. This was a absolute throw yourself into the lion's den stage of this pandemic, when we're all operating under this state of fear and unknown and panic. Mike, do you want to jump in on the financial and the products?
Yeah, absolutely. So on the financial side, as you probably remember just a few months ago, is a lot of companies were dealing with liquidity and cash flow. How are we going to keep the doors open? From a receivables perspective, a lot of customers weren't going to pay their debt anymore. So if we have no receivables coming in, where's the cash ultimately going to come from? And then we have this new thing that no one really knew, and some still might not even know how to deal with, is the PPP loans and the CARES Act and other stimulus packages that were out there. On the products and services side, people are wondering, well, I've got some inventory now. Do I have enough? What's my new demand going to be? Will my suppliers still be around? I think I'll use a couple of restaurant examples as we go through here, but I think back to the restaurants. They were closed. They laid everyone off. They got PPP money, but they still could not even open. And then when they opened, they only were open at certain capacities. How are those businesses ultimately going to survive? So what are some of the lessons we learned, here in survival mode? I think the biggest one that from a financial perspective is cash is king. The old adage is still true. Contingency planning is needed. A lot of companies that we deal with don't do any contingency planning. And there are some companies that do, but they're looking at 10% decline or 10% increase or maybe 20%. No one was really looking at 75% or ultimately shutting their doors the next day due to regulations. And how many people are how many of you are actually doing forecasting? I'll tell you, a lot of our clients aren't actually thinking about the future. They're really focused on the past. And then on the products and services side, what if the supply chain dries up? What if I can't get the product? Inventory is a significant portion of that cash flow as well. So even if I can get that product, maybe I don't have enough cash flow for the future. And then how do we pivot? Think about, again, the restaurant example. Should we be eating outside? Should we be doing DoorDash, Uber Eats, whatever it may be? Or should we think about SKU rationalization? Should we be producing certain widgets and servicing certain clients? Amy, you want to take the people side?
Sure. Just to repeat what we've already gone over in the survival mode, some of the lessons learned, I think, are really going to contribute to how we continue to manage through the pandemic. Figuring out how to react to a national crisis in a way that kept our businesses going, get people remote with equipment and support, think about how to understand the impact on productivity, understand the impact of the budget, and pivot, which is a word that you're going to hear Mike and I say a lot in this session. This idea of commercial real estate, I think, is an ongoing question for the future. But even in survival phase, a lot of our clients were thinking about what is the space that we need going forward, seeing as we've learned how to work remotely, or we've learned how to work with the critical essential workforce that we need to be productive. So some of these critical lessons, learning how to be reactive to get people remote, to figure out how to manage the stimulus package. I think these reaction lessons will serve us well as the pandemic continues.
Yeah, so, at the time of putting this deck together, obviously we're more into that stage one, and we're recommending to our clients, go out and get that PPP loan. Make sure you understand your liquidity. Make sure you're doing cash flow forecasting. Make sure you've got a contingency plan. Amy mentioned the other side of the contingency plan was on the toilet paper side. Well, what if demand goes through the roof? Well, the food industry, demand is going through the roof. How do you actually have a contingency plan to produce more product and service more clients? For businesses that are being challenged, are you doing stress testing? Are you looking at business interruption claims? All these are different actions that we're recommending to our clients to ultimately look into as they're going through that first stage. Amy, on the people side?
Yeah, the action items to take away from this phase one going into phase two is how are we managing our overall HR administration, including benefits and compensation? Are we able to hire and separate from people from their employment remotely or in a more reduced way? How are we managing remote workers? And what are our staffing strategies in the future? We had many clients that as of February were looking to hire new office managers or receptionists that had to rethink during the survival mode about that staffing strategy, and were they going to need receptionists in the future, or did they want to take that open position and think more strategically about what was going to be the future need of the business, not necessarily sitting at the front desk. So these kinds of questions and thought processes were going through the heads of our clients. The other interesting thing for us as a firm, we were going through all of these questions and these action items, both internally while also trying to help our clients manage through them externally, so we can speak to it both on a personal level for ourselves as a professional services firm, as well as what our clients were going through back in the very beginning of COVID. So let's talk about stage 2. As Mike said, when we first put this deck together, we were sort of just starting in phase 2. This stage 2, this pivoting stage, I think has lasted a lot longer than any of us expected. And this is the time, sort of going back to June, where we started to think about reopening. We started to think about what that might look like and how things had changed even in the first 3 months of the pandemic. Looking at strategic planning and looking how to pivot or be agile, be able to continue to react in some of the unknowns. I think that some important examples is to think about open positions or future open positions, and are they truly what you need for your business? If we get into a little deeper dive, these were some of the strategies that our clients were thinking about. Some of our most successful clients who've come through this in a strong way did what I think is a really important thing for everyone to consider. They put together return to work task force or return to work teams that included assigning a COVID czar. I'm not sure I would ever want that title, but a lot of our clients have assigned someone as the decision maker when it comes to some of these bullets. So in this return to work stage 2, this pivoting, we needed to make decisions on facilities and safety. If we were going to bring people back even in a small way, we had to think about how are we going to have hand sanitizer? How are we going to make sure that there are masks available? Are we going to put arrows on the hallways so that people were going one way? How are we going to call people back from furloughs or from layoffs? This is a really tricky one and can be tricky because of the risk of discrimination. And you want to make sure that when you're calling people back, that you're really thoughtful about the who, the why, and the when. We had many employees that we wanted to call back and couldn't come back because of daycare issues or caring for people who were ill. So this was a big component to our early return to work thinking. What are we going to do about employees that show symptoms or get sick? What if they're when they show symptoms or get sick when they're at work? Majority of our clients, and I'm sure many of you have used the self-certification process where you certify that you're not feeling sick and don't have certain symptoms, and you're tracking that either manually or through some sort of electronic system. Also can't stress enough about the detailed communication plan, and this continues even to where we are today in November. As you all know, no communication is ever too much communication. I've had a number of clients where some of the executives were uncomfortable with the unknown and had to delegate the communication piece to ensure that communication was going out all the time, even if there was something wasn't known or the news was bad. It was really important to over communicate to employees during the June through current times. We had all kinds of new compliance issues, new CARES Act posters that needed to be put up, trainings if people were returning to work when it comes to COVID safety, social distancing, wearing a mask, et cetera. And these last 3 bullets I really want to stress as a part of this stage 2, because we're still in this today. We have noticed that there's been higher turnover in most of the industries that we're supporting than ever before, whether employees were laid off, whether employees were dissatisfied with the way their employer handled the beginnings of the pandemic, or that there are just more opportunities out there. Understanding where you fall from a compensation standpoint against the market, making sure that you're looking at your policy, especially your policy regarding return to work, remote work. We have one particular client that we're trying to hire a mid-level manager position for them. The position has to be in the office 5 days a week. There's no remote work. And we've had 8 out of 10 candidates that we approach not want to interview because there's no remote work opportunity. So this concept of remote work, which earlier in this year, January and February, was considered a perk, is now considered a necessity. And most candidates going forward are going to expect that employers will be able to provide a remote work opportunity for those positions that aren't obviously in a manufacturing or distribution environment. And then also looking at your benefits from a competitive basis, competitive to market. Are there benefits around people's well-being that you might want to consider in light of the pandemic to evolve and adjust to what we've learned since the pandemic. So all of these things are a part of the task force, in those clients that we mentioned have started these task force. The task force is also asking questions like, what are our customers needing? How have they changed? What are our employees needing? How have they changed? What do we want to continue doing that we had to do during lockdown? What do we want to stop doing? We've all heard the phrase Zoom fatigue. We already have clients that have said we're going to cut back on the Zoom meetings. So all of those kinds of questions need to be asked consistently, the answers need to be tracked, and the action needs to be taken. Want to go to the next slide, Mike?
Sure. So I think what Amy said was very important, and also applies to the finance and operations side of the house too, is, that czar that Amy mentioned. Well, focusing on understanding the demand for your products is going to drive a lot of the conversations in that business, and putting together that forecast is going to be key to understanding the future of this business. So we've been focusing on a lot of that with our clients in the last few months. We've also been focused on, how do we relook at our business? How are we going to examine our business and assess our business to say, should we be doing this or should we be doing that? We're also looking at how to transform the business and change it to be something that's going to survive and ultimately prosper in this new market. Again, think back to the restaurants, for example. I don't know if you've been lately, but a lot of the restaurants that I've been to, the menu has changed. Well, why has the menu changed? Are they looking at the profitability of the products that they're serving? Do they have supply chain issues? Maybe they can't get beef or chicken or another product. Maybe their chef left. All these are items that Amy talked about, that we're talking about, but they apply to the business that you're thinking about. Think about exactly the what I just mentioned is the profitability of the product. Think about the people who can produce the product, as in the chef in this example. Then ultimately make sure that we understand, can you actually still get that product from your customers? I think if there's one thing that I would take as a takeaway on this slide, is being extremely fluid and agile is absolutely key in this new environment. So what are some of the actions that you should take during this pivoting timeframe? And I already mentioned some of it, but it's, assessing the organization, making sure that you understand where there are gaps and how you can actually fill those gaps, how you can make some improvements and drive efficiency. Think about strategic planning. This drives a lot of different various scenarios that you could do from strategic planning. Again, think about the contingency plan. It's very similar. Is, if the business goes up 10%, up 20%, maybe up 100%. Now, where are you going to be able to get say your products and services out the door? Can you get them out the door at 100%? All those things are going to change for you very dramatically based on how quickly your business grows. And then other areas that we've been talking to our clients about is around outsourcing, whether it's finance and accounting services, or maybe it's controllers and CFOs of cutting back on spend there. If your business has declined, maybe there's an area to cut back, and there's some ultimate areas of cost savings that could be had. Amy, you want to take the people side?
Sure. Just to summarize what we've already talked about, action items in this stage were determine a back to work plan. If you can put together a task force or a team with a top decision maker, that's been a really successful strategy for us and for our clients. Identifying top talent is something we haven't talked about in this competitive market, realizing who are those individuals that if they were to leave would be really damaging to the organization. There's a couple of different strategies to identify top talent, but having open conversations and developing strategies around how to retain those individuals is a critical action during this phase. We talked about doing an analysis on your competitiveness from a comp and benefits perspective, making sure that you've reviewed handbook policies, that you're thinking about positions that you have open. How are you going to attract new talent? Do we have the right organizational structure, the right people reporting to the right people? And this is also a time where you could consider doing an HR health assessment. Even if you're an organization that doesn't have HR or does have HR, taking this time to think about what are all of the functions that we have under that HR umbrella and how efficiently are they working? Should this be a time for us to think about that HR health assessment? So going into stage 3. So this is still sort of a crystal ball approach for us, because I think we're still sort of moving from stage 2 to stage 3. There's a number of different triggers, I think, that will, drive business in one direction or the other. Obviously, the return to school has been sporadic throughout the different states in the country. Returning to school and how that's managed in your location or your business is obviously impactful on who can and can't come back to work. Obviously, the election is a big trigger in terms of how stimulus packages are going to look like going forward, what the approach to COVID is overall, and people's emotions and the divisions that we've seen as a result of the election. And then, of course, there's the whole big question of the vaccine. So top 4 news items, right, every night are the triggers that are going to help us figure out what stage 3 looks like from a business perspective. That's the virus itself, its numbers, whether school can open, the election, and the vaccine. These are things that are really going to trigger what this looks like. But in stage 3, these are times for us to look at market conditions, what's changed in terms of how you're running your business. Are there products or services that we should stop doing? How profitable are our products and services? Again, things that maybe we should think about evolving or doubling down on. If we're going to stop doing one thing, does that mean we can double down on another thing? And then from a staffing consideration, this is a time, again, to talk to your employees about how they're doing, whether it's surveying them, asking questions, making sure that you've brought back the right people, and that you're having the organizational structure that's supportive of your product and growth strategies. So I'll talk about the people here, Mike, and then turn it over to you and the other two. But as I mentioned in the previous slide, surveying employees to assess their comfort level is really important. This can be as easy as just using a 4-question or 5-question Survey Monkey. The important thing is, if you're going to ask the questions, make sure that you listen and you respond, letting people know that you heard them. Even if some of the suggestions are not realistic, it's really important that if you're going to survey employees, and you should, that you respond, thanking them to participate, and explaining that they were listened to and whatever actions are going to be taken as a part of that survey. We talked about assessing the HR function, to include, how do we have different process improvements we need to make because of the new work environment. We're going to look at technology and compliance in a different way. Really important to invest in leadership training, especially for those organizations that now have a mostly remote workforce. Leading others in a remote world is very different than being able to see people face to face. How we delegate, how we deal with conflict, how we're coaching people, how we're setting expectations. All of this is very different, and investing in leadership training is an important part of retention and the employee experience. And again, can't stress it enough, over communicate to your employees, even if the news is bad.
Yeah, from the financial and operations side of the house, I think the key thing to think about here is we've done the analysis in that stage 2. Now we're in stage 3. It's about execution. So you're looking into new business models. Well, is it making sanitizer? Is it eating outside? Is it new delivery models? It's about going and executing those models now. And it's looking at what is the marketing conditions. Well, you're forecasting your new demand for your products, but are you ultimately working closely with your customers? And are you ultimately working very closely with suppliers to make sure that you can get that product, so you can put together a real clean forecast and a strong forecast? Then understand the profitability of your products and services. We mentioned this a couple of times, but once you understand that, does it make sense to stop producing certain products? Does it make sense to start producing more profitable products? And again, that's got to align very closely with the demand and the forecast that you're putting together. So some of the actions to take here, we've mentioned this before, but do a profitability assessment. Understand the true profitability, not just the gross margin, not just the material margin, but the true profitability of your business through all the different SKUs and products and services that you provide. Other folks are going to want to look at the business valuation. What has COVID done? We've actually been working with a couple of clients that were, teetering on the edge of, should I sell my business? Should I keep my business? And, once COVID hit, things change, and maybe the valuation of their business changed. Maybe that changed their mind. But also looking at the economic condition in the market assessment. Just like Amy mentioned, you've got potential vaccine coming, you've got a new president potentially coming. All these things are going to impact the economy, and what does that truly mean to your business, and making sure that you fully understand that so you can use that to focus on the future.
On the people side, we talked about in stage 2 doing analysis around comp and benefits. This is the stage to make some comp and benefits decisions if you're going to make any changes. This is the time to, if you've made decisions around changing organizational structures or people's roles, to ensure that we have those job descriptions and those org charts at the ready. We talked about training and development, and we talked about the HR health review, all a key part of this stage 3.
So going into stage 4, I think this is where we all hope to get here sooner rather than later. To focus on thriving and growing and ultimately evolving. What are going to be how are you going to take your business to the next level and continue to succeed? Well, hopefully you've done a lot of the things that we've already talked about, but now it's going to be about continuing that and focusing on profitable growth and generation of cash. It's going to be focused on setting up new procedures to ultimately operate the business in this new environment. Maybe it's new technology. Ultimately, how do you drive a more efficient process for the future? So, I think the key thing here when we think about this stage is that you're focusing on evolving and growing, but we also got to keep in mind that, every 10 years or so, something big happens. Is that going to be another pandemic? Is it going to be a natural disaster? Is it going to be a war? Is it going to be a financial crisis? If you think about in history, you could see each of the 10 to 20 year cycles of business, and it ultimately hits it. And you got to make sure that you're on top of all these things. So when you're thinking about evolving, making sure that you're focusing on that profitable growth and ultimately the generation of cash, that's going to keep your liquidity very strong and help you be able to survive these things. And then thinking about the contingency plan for all scenarios. I've mentioned this a couple of times. Make sure your business understands the upside of 10%, 20%, maybe it's 50 or 100% in the toilet paper example, in the food example. But what if this next crisis that comes up impacts you where you need to get more product out the door quicker than ever before? But also, think about the technology. Technology is really key here. A lot of our clients are now noticing that their technology is 10 years old, 5 to 10 years old, and they could be doing things a lot quicker, a lot cleaner, could be having less people in their organization, and could be a lot more efficient. So there's a lot of technology out there that could ultimately help you do that. And then looking at your inventory. What I've found in our clients is that inventory, they used to think of it as inventory is all about driving sales. Well, it obviously does, but if you have too much inventory, that's going to eat up your cash, and that's going to be a major challenge for you. But then also assess your manufacturing needs. Now that you've pivoted, maybe you're producing different products, maybe you need different equipment, that's going to have a cash crunch. Maybe you need more space, maybe you need less space. Lots of things to be thinking about here from the operations side.
And from the people side, we talked about this, thinking about remote work as more of a long-term new way of working versus a short-term reaction to the pandemic. With that, and whether it's remote work or it's just working differently because we have to be in a safer environment with, talking to each other through masks, trying to read body language without being able to see whether people are smiling or frowning, means a new requirement for leadership, new expectations for how to manage people in light of what we've been through with COVID. We're going to also have to evolve our policies and make sure that we're continuing compliant. It's not even just COVID policies. For Connecticut, we've got the paid family medical leave, which is going to be starting in full force. over the next 18 months. So it's not just COVID, but other compliance issues related to policies are going to have to be something that we evolve through. We're going to have to continue to solidify our culture. What are our core values? What are the core values that help us make decisions and are what frames our employee experience? Because that employee experience is going to, as it has been for decades, be the cornerstone for why people stay or go.
So on actions to take or consider once you get into this area, we talked about technology improvement. Make sure you're starting to think about what technology can ultimately help you. Is there a software technology selection process and an implementation process that you may want to go through to help you become more efficient in your business? And then on the business side and strategic planning side, think about those strategies. Think about the contingency plans. Make sure that you've got a plan. Make sure you get thinking about the forward thinking. A lot of our clients, again, just really aren't thinking towards the future. I think if there's one thing I would say is a key takeaway is that, status quo really isn't the same anymore. It's, it's gone. It's really focusing on being agile and moving towards more efficiency is the new norm these days.
And again, continued HR assessment on the people side. Do you have the right people and systems and processes to support a very fluid and efficient HR function? Are there pieces of HR, you could say this of any part of your business, whether it's finance, HR, technology, are there components of that process that would make sense to outsource? And then thinking about talent acquisition, how are we making sure that we're still keeping our eyes out for top talent and being able to attract and recruit those critical people for our future?
Okay, well, thank you all for your time. If we have a few minutes, we're happy to open up to questions. Garrett, if we still have time.
Great, thanks, Mike and Amy. Very good discussion and some really critical topics for people to cover. And as Mike said, we could take a couple questions right now. You can put those in the chat if you have them, or the Q&A. Here's one: is it better to get a line of credit or loan? When do you not need it?
So what I'm doing for a couple of clients right now is actually helping them get those lines of credit established, because the process takes a while. There is a cost to it, as most understand. So, if you can bear that cost and have it as a extra insurance policy, I typically recommend people are getting them. But, remember, it does take time. I mean, it's not like walking into the bank and you get one overnight. It does take time to do that. And, I think that's what's going to be key for you, is making sure that you've allocated the right amount of time to get that, but it's also having that insurance policy for yourself.
And any thoughts, if there is another round of stimulus that comes out of the federal government, how should businesses prepare right now? I know when that first came out in the spring this year, there was a big rush. Lots of concerns that you didn't have your paperwork right or your documentation correct. Anything that businesses should do right now?
It's really tough to say because we don't know what those stimulus packages are going to be. I think what we've learned very quickly is that our clients need a lot of help here. There's no crystal ball that says this is what the government's going to be requiring. There's no crystal ball that says this is what they're ultimately going to do when they audit you from a PPP perspective. I think long story short is make sure you have someone on your team that you can partner with a consultant or an outside firm to help you through this. Your banks are probably not going to be as much help as you really think. You're really going to probably need outside help. And I think there's companies out there like ours that actually don't cost a lot to ultimately help you and review this stuff, but it's going to be able to help you have a peace of mind that you're getting everything done correctly. This is not, no one's ever done this. And so if you think about who's going to know the most, it's those folks that are doing it more often than not. So, if you're running a business, you may do it once, or maybe you have a couple of businesses that you're on the board on like I am. But we have a group of folks that are doing hundreds, if not thousands of these, and those folks will know the answers to all your questions.
Great. Well, Mike and Amy, thank you so much. Thank you to Bloom Shapiro. I should mentioned, the Chamber is a client, and we do our financial back office all through Bloom Shapiro. So we appreciate the support, appreciate you putting on this presentation today.
Thanks for having us. Have a great
Thank you
day,
very
everybody,
much.
and a great week.
Great, thanks. Well, we have reached the end of the Big Connect for today, but as you know, it continues on for 3 days. We'll be continuing to do the programming. We'll start again tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Great lineup of speakers. Once again, tomorrow morning, you'll be hearing from Toby Corey with Get Virtual. He'll be talking all about ways that you can bring your business into the digital age. We'll have our equity and inclusion through authentic means panel, sponsored by the HR Source. Toby, by the way, will be brought to you by Southern Connecticut State University and Comcast Business. And then our Women's Power panel, brought to you by Key for Women and Key Bank. And then finally, how to create a business plan and adapting your business strategy. That will be with the Connecticut SBDC, Apex, and Red Rock Branding. So a lot of great programming, 2 additional days coming up as well. This has been a great first day for the Big Connect presented by Comcast Business. We hope you utilize all of the tools that are on Whova, visit the virtual booths, go to the online networking. We'll have that open again for you tomorrow. Thank you to Connecticut for sponsoring today's programming. Have a great day, everyone.